Chapter 1, He is the God of the Prison. Seoul, the fourth prison. A regiment of soldiers was stationed here, equipped with all sorts of advanced military equipment, simply because the world's most terrifying prisoners were imprisoned inside. Each of those prisoners possessed heavenly abilities. There were demons who killed with a vengeance, and there were also military kings who had once terrorized their enemies. Of course, there were also some powerful plutocrats. On this day, within the prison area, suddenly, there was a burst of noisy sounds. Because today, a new prisoner, the world's third largest mercenary leader known as the Jungle Wolf, was arrested and imprisoned, accused of massacring more than 60 people at the border of the Dragon Kingdom. At this moment, when the door of the prison area had just closed, the burly man with a bald head and a wolf's head tattooed on his head, then strutted in with a bit of ferocity in his eyes. He very arrogantly walked through the area where the wind was let out and came to room 7 where he lived. Inside, a youth was lying on a bed, flipping through books. The next moment, only a rumbling sound was heard. The bald burly man kicked on top of the bed frame and coldly said, "Apply yourself and the guards, transfer to another number, I don't like to live in the same house with others." The youth slowly stretched a lazy waist, sat up and measured the strong man standing in front of him. 1 meter 8, nearly 200 pounds of body, a murderous face, chest hairy, like a wild man who just ran out of Shenangjia. Inside this prison, the fist is the biggest. Since you want to dominate this room by yourself, then, single combat? The youth said with a playful face. At this moment, there were already quite a few prisoners surrounded outside, only that those people's eyes clearly carried a few moments of pity. The strong man's face froze. There was a kind. He had once killed 21 mercenaries with his bare hands, and was known as the Wolf King in the jungles of Gasia. This youth was as thin as a monkey. How dare he say that he would fight with himself alone? In an instant, the strong man's mouth emitted a jejia strange laughter, and he clenched his fist. "Kid, since you want to die, I will fulfill you." After saying that, he couldn't wait to raise his fist and hit the youth. Only the next moment, the youth's trace was lost in front of him. Immediately after, only feel the back of the collar tight, the whole person as if the clouds and fog, was ruthlessly smashed on the ground. The body of more than 200 pounds shook the whole house. The youth also did not look at the waist lying on the ground like a dead dog, looked at the group of guys standing at the door to watch the fun, bared his teeth and said, "Handsome or not?" These guys who can stir up boundless wind and clouds when placed outside, at this moment, but at the same time, they simultaneously revealed a fawning smile, nodding their heads as if they were pecking at a chicken. "Handsome, boss is too handsome. Worthy of being the old man's mantle heir." Hearing the word old man, the youth's eyes revealed a few moments of nostalgia. Counting the old man has been out for a year, his own body kung fu can be all thanks to the old man. That old man also said, when he went out, to give himself a surprise. This damn a year, also did not come to see himself. Just at this time, outside a guards rode away from the crowd, walked in. Sweeping a glance at the jungle wolf lying there, not much surprise, but a smile on his face, said, "Li Jun boss, the auspicious time has come, you should be released from prison." That's right, today is the day that Li Jun will be released from prison. Because of the influence of that superstitious old man, Li Jun chose to be released at 12 noon as the auspicious time. Good. Li Jun straightened his clothes and followed the guards all the way outside. The inmates who were moving around outside the prison area immediately stood in a neat line when they saw Li Jun appear. "Boss! Boss!" One voice rose and fell. "I'll be right out, so all of you keep quiet and don't cause trouble for the guards. By the way, that jungle wolf guy, remember to lock him up in the small black room for 3 days, don't give him food, running to the 4th prison and still being so arrogant, he should be made to know some rules." Li Jun said goodbye to the crowd. "All right boss, don't worry, I promise to serve you properly." Soon after, Li Jun followed the guards out of the prison area. Just as he walked to the front yard, he was greeted by a valiant woman in military uniform. Looking at the medal she carried on her shoulder, there was a star, so young that she was already at the rank of general. The moment he saw the woman, Li Jun could not help but stop in his tracks. It wasn't that he was shocked by the other party's rank, but it was the other party's face that gave him déjà vu. His own high school classmate, Tang Zhu. Tang Zhu had been very mysterious when she was a student and had extraordinary skills. It was rumored that she was from a general's family, but after she graduated, she was never seen again. When they met again, they didn't expect to be in a place like this. Tang Zhu also recognized Li Jun. Looking at Li Jun's prison uniform, her brows could not help but wrinkle gently. "Are you Li Jun?" Julie nodded. "Yes, I didn't expect us to meet here. I haven't heard about you for many years." Tang Zhu, however, said, "On the contrary, I have heard others talk about you. You can't be blamed for your imprisonment. I just didn't expect you to be locked up here. These 3 years haven't suffered much, right?" After going out, it is also a kind of relief. Said, took out a pen from his bag, wrote a phone number on the note and handed it to Li Jun. 3 years, outside changes a lot. If you need help, give me a call. After all, a classmate. I still have official business to perform. Let's talk again when we have the chance. After saying that, he directly brushed past Li Jun. He is my former classmate. Because his girlfriend was molested by a rich second generation, he injured someone and was sentenced to prison. I heard that his girlfriend later married the rich second generation man he injured. When he was studying, his academic performance was very good. He should have had a good future, but unfortunately, after 3 years in this kind of place, even the best people are wasted. Tang Zhu said as he walked. Followed by 2 co-workers, but their faces did not change much. It was just a misguided youth, not in the same world as them at all, unable to arouse their empathy. The sorrows and joys of human beings are never connected. Li Jun took off his prison uniform and changed into a clean casual dress. After saying goodbye to a few guards, he walked out of the prison's gate. Just after stepping out of the threshold, he saw a row of black sedans parked in front of him, more than 100 of them. Next to each sedan stood black-clothed men wearing sunglasses. And the moment Li Jun appeared, these people immediately and neatly bent down and saluted. "Good day, young master." Chapter 2, The Old Man's Gift. Young master? Li Jun was a little confused as he looked at the group of black-clothed men who neatly saluted him. His own family had been poor farmers for 8 generations. When did he become a young master? These people couldn't be recognizing the wrong person, right? And right at this moment, after the leading middle-aged man straightened up his waist, he came to Li Jun's face in large strides. "My name is Liang Yong. I am here to greet the young master on the orders of Boss Nalen." "Boss Nalen? Old man?" Li Jun's eyes widened at once. The old man was the one who had passed on his kung fu. His last name was Nalen. Li Jun was aware of it. "Young master, please get in the car and we'll talk about it on the way." "We'll talk more about it on the way." Since it was arranged by the old man, Li Jun naturally obeyed. He was just confused. What was the identity of the old man? As Li Jun sat in the car, the entire convoy turned around in unison and drove off into the distance. On the other hand, Tang Zhu, who had just completed his official duties, walked out of the prison. Looking at the departing convoy, a few moments of admiration appeared in his eyes. Which big shot was this that got out of prison today, to have such a big show? With her professional vision, she could naturally tell that these sedans had gone through the most professional military modifications. It was even no less than the vehicles dedicated to those big shots in the military. Inside the sedan, Li Jun sat in the back row while Liang Yong sat on the co-pilot, turning back to Li Jun with a respectful face. The big boss knew that the young master was going back to Chuzhou, so he arranged everything. He also ordered his subordinates and others to stay behind and be at the young master's beck and call. "Where is the old man? I want to see him," Li Jun said. Liang Yong shook his head. "The big boss still has some things to do. When he is done, he will come to see the young master. And this is what the boss asked me to give you." Liang Yong handed a photo to Li Jun. On the photo was a pretty girl, and on the back there was an address written. This was none other than that ex-girlfriend of his. I heard that she was married to the abuser. The corner of Li Jun's mouth revealed a few moments of self-deprecation. Holding the photo in his hand, he rubbed it into a ball, and for a moment his mind rolled over. The car traveled on the road for an hour. It returned to Chuzhou. Liang Yong brought Li Jun to the downstairs of a building. "This is the Junlin Group. The big boss just spent $20 billion to buy it as a special gift for the young master. It is now under the young master's name," Liang Yong said with some pride. "This old man is really rich." Li Jun was also surprised. He followed Liang Yong into the building and came to the top floor. The executives of the entire King's Landing Group had already been waiting for a long time. When they saw Li Jun walking in front of Liang Yong, all of them were shocked. Li Jun's identity was already calling out. It just didn't occur to them that the company's boss was so young. In the next moment, these giants who were powerful in the Junlin group came forward to shake hands with Li Jun. Li Jun noticed a woman, not too old, with a big blonde wave. Liang Yong introduced, "This is the president of the Junlin group, Gu Yan." "Good day, boss." Gu Yan took the initiative to extend her jade hand. She smiled sweetly, with so much flavor that even Li Jun was in a trance for a moment. Following that, he graciously shook her hand. Li Jun, accompanied by Gu Yan, roughly understood the main business of the Junlin group. Then he got up and left. In fact, even if the old man did not send Li Jun so many things, Li Jun was still very rich. In prison, there were quite a few financial predators. Learning stock speculation from them, Li Jun didn't make a lot of money. Tens of millions of dollars were still there. When he left, Liang Yong handed a gift box to Li Jun. "Young master, this is the pu'er tea that I bought according to your request. It's definitely the top of the line." "Good, hard work." Li Jun patted Liang Yong's shoulder. The pu'er tea was prepared for his aunt, who was his only relative in the world after his parents passed away. After his parents died, his aunt was his only relative in the world. Over the years, his aunt had visited him in prison, and now that he had been released from prison, Li Jun's first thought was to honor his aunt. "Young master, do you really don't want my subordinates to send you there?" Liang Yong couldn't help but ask. "No, I'll call you if anything happens." Without looking back, Li Jun waved his hand and walked into the elevator. Just after reaching the first floor, Li Jun saw a silhouette. "Tang Ju?" "I didn't think that it was so fateful that I ran into her twice in one day." At this moment, Tang Ju took off her military uniform and wore a black leotard, wrapping up her exquisite figure and accentuating her femininity. Tang Ju also saw Li Jun and had a slight freeze. Following that, she laughed. "Li Jun, why are you here? It can't be to apply for a job, right? Junlin Group has just been established and it is the time to recruit. How is it? Are you satisfied with your performance in applying for the job?" Li Jun's face was stunned, but he didn't want to explain more and just said it was okay. Seeing that Li Jun seemed unwilling to mention more, Tang Ju couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just getting out of prison and running here to apply for a job, this classmate of his was really motivated. Unfortunately, which company would admit a prisoner who had just been released from prison? In an instant, a few moments of pity rose in her heart, and she couldn't help but say, "The president of Junlin Group is my friend, should I help you talk?" Li Jun refused. "No, thank you for your kindness, I still have some things to do so I will leave first." With that, Li Jun directly left. He was not in the same world as Tang Ju. Tang Ju shook his head. This old classmate's pride was still as strong as ever, obviously needing this job to go now in particular, but not willing to let himself help. It was just that he didn't understand that pride was worthless in this cruel society. Li Jun went out of the Junlin mansion, opened the note in his hand, followed the address on the note, and came to an upscale neighborhood. Aunt is a businessman, the past 2 years mixed well, replaced the new house. It was the first time for Li Jun to come. According to the address directly to the 19th building, rang the doorbell. "Who is it?" A woman's voice came from inside. Hearing this familiar voice, Li Jun was inexplicably a little excited. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth. "Aunt, it's me, Li Jun." Aunt's surprised voice came from that end at once. Soon, Li Jun got on the elevator and came to the 13th floor. Opening the door and seeing Li Jun, Aunt Li Mengyun's eyes turned red. "You can finally come out, why do not you tell your aunt, and good to go to pick you up, quickly come in." Li Mengyun warmly welcomed Li Jun in. She kept holding Li Jun's hand, not willing to let go. And in the house, on the sofa sat a chubby man, is the aunt Bai Jingting. Bai Jingting had a country face and was half bald, but sitting there gave a feeling of majesty. Bai Jingting was a more capable character within Li Jun's relatives. However, because Li Jun was naughty as a child, he had never been liked by his aunt. Li Mengyun pulled Li Jun to the sofa and sat down. "Juner, you first accompany your aunt to chat for a while, auntie will cook for you. Your sister will be back in a while, you two had the best relationship when you were young." After Li Mengyun left, Bai Jingting handed Li Jun an apple and said, "Eat it." As if Li Jun was a formal child, he took it. "Thank you, auntie. What are your plans this time when you get out of prison?" This. Li Jun was a bit stumped. To be honest, he really hadn't thought about it. Bai Jingting couldn't help but frown. Originally to this nephew, although he does not like much, but before the study is quite good, and took a famous brand university, is considered to be the children of the Lee family inside the more promising. But into the prison, and then out of that as a reformer, the university is also in vain. Now out of prison is not even a little intention, really in prison to stay waste, let him feel disappointed. How do you know what to do if you just got out? Isn't your company hiring? Let Junior go to your company. In the kitchen, Lee Mengyun said. Just hearing this, Bai Jingting immediately frowned. My company has special requirements for recruiting people, and it's not like Jun Lee studied this major. To be honest, for Lee Jun, he didn't want to get into his company. Lee Jun, this kid childhood temperament is stubborn, he does not want to add to their own blockage. I heard that recently running a net car is quite profitable, do you want to rent a car and be a driver? Bai Jingting said. Lee Jun smiled, no need. Bai Jingting could not help but hum lightly. He is a person who has been in prison, but he is still not willing to bend down and work, and he still thinks that he is a college student who graduated from a prestigious university. Chapter 3, The King's Landing. While talking, there was the sound of the door opening. A pretty girl walked in. She wore a ponytail, and on her fair face, a pair of round sunglasses hung. After entering, she was still looking down at the messages on her cell phone. By way, long time no see. Lee Jun stood up from the sofa. It was at this time that Bai Wei snapped her head up. When she saw Lee Jun, a few moments of surprise clearly appeared in her eyes. Sizing up this brother that she hadn't seen in 3 years. When she was young, she often followed behind Lee Jun's buttocks and let him take her to play. But now, time had changed the trajectory of the two. Bai Wei hung her bag on the hanger next to her and looked down just in time to see the poor tea that Lee Jun had placed on the doorstep. Somewhat curious, she opened the box. Only the next moment, it frowned. This tea packaging is so rudimentary and black, can you drink it? After saying that, with a disgusted face, she put the tea back again. A few days ago, she also accompanied her friend to the tea store to buy tea. People, those packages, at first glance, very high grade. Lee Jun, this is really some miserable. Your brother just came out with no money, no matter how good or bad the tea is, it is a little bit of heart. Lee Mengyun frowned and reprimanded. Bai Wei spat out her tongue, then came to the sofa and sat down. Seeing his daughter return, Bai Jingting's serious face also revealed a few smiles. The meal was soon ready and brought up. Aunt Bai Jingting poured himself a glass of wine and then looked at his daughter. Xiao Wei, you just went for an internship and the company changed bosses, how do you feel about going to work these days? Bai Wei said while pinching the food, it's good, the welfare of Junlin Company is much stronger than before. To say that this King's Landing Company is really rich and generous, I heard that when the acquisition of Chinka, a direct premium of 20%, our former boss are smashed dizzy. By the way, there's one more thing, the boss of King's Landing came to inspect the company today. Dad, guess how old the owner of the company is? To be able to spend $20 billion to buy a company, how can he be 40 or 50 years old? Bai Jingting said. No. Bai Wei waved her hand. You've guessed wrong, the owner of King's Landing is only in his 20s. Hearing this, both of Bai Jingting's faces showed surprise. Lee Jun, on the other hand, didn't move and put a piece of meat in his bowl. What, is it a surprise? Not to mention you guys, our company colleagues are also surprised. It's just a pity that boss only went up to the top floor and left quickly. I didn't get to see him, I don't know what kind of young talent he is. Listening to his sister discussing herself, Lee Jun always felt a little strange. After eating lunch and chatting with his aunt for a while, Lee Jun excused himself. Junior, do you have a place to stay? Lee Mengyun was a little worried about Lee Jun's life. Auntie, don't worry, I've rented a good room. After Lee Jun left, Bai Jingting looked at his wife with a taut face. Lee Mengyun, later speak through the brain, the company is not my own, your nephew just came out of prison, you do not know? Anyone can be placed in my company. When Lee Mengyun heard this, she was not happy. What's wrong? That's my nephew, what's wrong with letting you arrange a job? Instantly, the husband and wife quarreled. Next to her, Bai Wei was given a headache by the noise and directly went out to find her girlfriends to go shopping. Leaving his aunt's house, Lee Jun arrived at the Zizitang Manor. This was a villa area. It was also one of the gifts that the old man had prepared for Lee Jun. Only just after walking to the entrance, Lee Jun saw an SUV whizzing by. Vaguely, he saw what appeared to be Tang Zhu sitting inside the vehicle. Could it be that she also lived in Shizi Hall? Li Jun had to sigh. It was really a sinful fate that he had met her 3 times in one day. Shaking his head, he directly walked inside. The villa was ancient, with red walls and tiles, carved railings and jade masonry, and 2 stone lions stood at the entrance, mighty and domineering. The plaque above the main door was written with the 4 big hot gold characters of Junlin World. After seeing these words, Li Jun was somewhat speechless. This must have come from the old man's handwriting. Naming the newly purchased company as Junlin Group and the villa with such a name also shows the old man's thoughts about himself. Li Jun couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. On the other hand, Bai Wei asked her girlfriends to go shopping, and is now sitting in the milk tea store with her girlfriends. Yuhan, it's really annoying, my parents are fighting again. What's wrong? Wearing a light yellow short skirt, Ji Yuhan was born with a few imperial temperament. The movements of drinking milk tea all look very elegant. It's not about my cousin who just got out of jail. My mom had to let him go to my dad's company. My dad was not happy, and I got into a big fight. So this matter Zhu Yuhan smiled slightly. This is not easy to do. Zhang Chao recently is thinking about how to perform in front of you. You just give him a chance, he immediately give you that brother arranged properly. Mentioning Zhang Chao, Bai Wei's eyes couldn't help but reveal a few points of light. That's a rich man she recently met, young and golden, recently pursuing her. This isn't too good, is it? Bai Wei was a bit hesitant. What's not good about it? You're too embarrassed to call. I'll make this call, said Zhu Yuhan. Directly took out her cell phone. After a conversation, immediately said with a smile, Bai Wei, Zhang Chao said that they are in the center of the city's martial arts museum to exercise. Let us go over to find him. You call your brother and ask him to go with you. On the other side, Li Jun was standing in front of the window when the phone in his pocket rang. Jun, are you busy now? There's something I want to talk to you about. Come to the Genoa Martial Arts School in the city center. Good. Li Jun put away the phone. He really didn't have anything going on right now, and this sister was closest to him as a child. After leaving the Zizatang Manor, he took a cab to the Genoa Martial Arts Center that his sister had mentioned. At the entrance of the martial arts center, his sister and her best friend Zhu Yuhan were waiting. Seeing Li Jun getting off the car, Bai Wei briefly introduced the two of them and together they walked inside the martial arts center. The martial arts center was located on the 1st floor, and when they walked in, they heard the sound of fighting coming from inside. Above the ring, 2 youths were wearing gloves, fighting back and forth. You guys are here. A tall youth walked over with a smile on his face. The gaze that looked at Bai Wei carried a bit of heat. At the same time, his gaze swept over Li Jun's body without leaving any traces. This is Jun, right? I'll take care of Jun's work. That is really troublesome for you, Bai Wei said hurriedly. It's a small matter. What's the point of being polite between you and me? Zhang Chao laughed, the corner of his mouth carrying a bit of smugness. A few youths in the audience from afar were pointing their fingers on the side. Zhang Chao's new favorite chick is good looking. It seems that in a few days, she will be put to bed by Mr. Zhang. It goes without saying that Zhang Chao's means of getting girls is first class. Some little girls always think of marrying into a rich family, but do not look at their own families. Zhang Chao has a fiancée, but just play. The basement was noisy, and the distance was far enough away that although a few people were chatting with abandon, Bai Wei's side couldn't hear what they were saying at all. Li Jun was the only one who frowned. The fact that others could not hear clearly did not mean that he could not hear clearly. Chapter 4, Bai Wei's brother is a bit tricky. Hearing those people's conversation, Li Jun instantly minimized his good feelings towards this Zhang Chao. He suddenly opened his mouth and said to Bai Wei, "Sister, I have something to say to you." With that, he pulled Bai Wei aside. This Zhang Chao is plotting against you and is not a good thing. You'd better not associate with him in the future. What did you say? Bai Wei's eyes widened as she looked at Li Jun incredulously. Brother, you've been sitting in jail for a long time and you've lost your mind. Zhang Chao was kind enough to arrange a job for you, but you're still bad-mouthing him. I just heard them talking about how this Zhang Chao has a fiancé and is just playing around with you, Li Jun explained. Just hearing this, Bai Wei was all pissed off and laughed. So far away and this place is so noisy, how did you hear it? Li Jun, you disappoint me too much. And at this time, the quarrel between the two sides was also heard by Zhang Chao and the others. At that moment, Zhang Chao and the others all had ugly faces. Li Jun, right? For the sake of Bai Wei's face, I'm only calling you Jun, but I hope you won't say this kind of words again just now, or else don't blame me for being impolite to you. Zhang Chao coldly looked at Li Jun. In his heart, Li Jun is nothing but a labor prisoner. If he is not looking at Bai Wei, he walks on the road, look at a glance, feel dirty eyes. I also warn you, stay away from my sister, or you will not be polite. Li Jun returned nonchalantly. You. Zhang Chao's face sank. At this time, Zhu Yuhan, who was next to him, came over to round up the situation. Zhang Chao, Junli has just been released from prison, he doesn't know any better, don't be so familiar with him. Saying that, he glared at Li Jun again. Li Jun quickly apologized to Zhang Chao. How dare you say that you were not polite to Zhang Chao? Zhang Chao is the runner-up of the city championships, one punch can beat the shit out of you. He. Li Jun disdainfully skimmed his mouth. That is, in the outside world, if it was in the prison, Zhang Chao this kind of goods, Li Jun directly let him evaporate. Being able to become the boss of that demonic prison, how could Li Jun do it without a bit of sleight of hand? So, Jun is very disdainful, do not see my hands, then dare to practice on the stage? Zhang Chao clenched his fist. To be honest, he couldn't help but want to clean up Li Jun. Li Jun could not help but sneer. This kid even wanted to take a shot at himself, it was just right for him to give him a lesson himself, lest this bastard hit his sister's idea without knowing what to do. So he nodded, alright, practice makes perfect. When the words fell, the people next to him all had a blank look on their faces. Zhu Yuhan even frowned. Li Jun, are you stupid? Have told you that Zhang Chao is the city Jinjun season army, you still wanna go on, brain kicked by a donkey. Next to her, Bai Wei also hurriedly opened her mouth and said, Zhang Chao, my brother doesn't know any better, so don't be so mean to him. Zhang Chao shook his head. Bai Wei, since brother Jun wants to try, then I will play with brother Jun, don't worry, I won't hit very hard. Speaking here, Zhang Chao revealed a hint of a bad smile. It is not heavy, at most, I will just beat him so much that he can't get out of bed for half a month. He thought in his heart. Li Jun, however, was too lazy to talk nonsense with this kind of person and directly walked towards the ring. When they heard that Zhang Chao was going to fight someone, many people were excited. Who was this kid that he dared to fight with Zhang Chao, whose fists were heavy? I heard that it was the girl's brother, who had just gotten out of prison. What's wrong with having been in jail? A few days ago. I just beat a guy who just got out of prison, said it was a former big brother of the street, fighting skittishly, and the result was that I almost spit out blood. Ordinary people and his professional combat circle compared to the people, that is a slag. A clamor came from around. Li Jun had already walked up to the ring. At this time, Zhang Chao also walked up. In passing, he threw a pair of gloves to Li Jun, but Li Jun directly threw the gloves on the ground. I don't want this stuff. True national martial arts had many techniques on the hands, and gloves would limit the play. Of course, against a shrimp like Zhang Chao, Li Jun could even knock him out without using his hands, just simply not liking wearing gloves. Zhang Chao's face turned cold. This kid was a bit arrogant. He squeezed his fists and threw the gloves aside as well. Then I don't use them either. A referee next to him raised his hand and just made a start motion when Zhang Chao rushed towards Li Jun. With an arrow step punch, he directly smashed Li Jun's cheek. Good. A burst of applause came from the bottom. This speed and explosive power was perfect. However, Bai Wei could not help but worry. Zhang Chao had just clearly promised himself to be merciful, but looking at the punch, she felt alarmed after such a long distance. Li Jun stood in place and did not make any defensive gestures, but as if he was stunned, he did not move at all. I thought it was a bit of a standard, is this it? I bet he'll be KO'd by Zhang Chao in one round. A few of Zhang Chao's friends laughed loudly. However, at the next moment, when Zhang Chao's fist was less than a centimeter away from Li Jun's cheek, Li Jun suddenly moved. He only saw him make a sideways move to dodge the other party's fist. Then in the process, he grabbed the opponent's arm and yanked it over to deliver a ferocious swinging punch that viciously slammed into Zhang Chao's face. Zhang Chao immediately hit a spin and planted on the ground, completely losing his fighting strength. In an instant, the whole room was dead silent. Zhang Chao had fought in professional combat tournaments and had won the third place, but now he had been KO'd by someone, and it was only a single move that mattered. Bai Wei's mouth was wide open. She remembered that before Li Jun was imprisoned, he was a weak scholar. Although in order to protect his girlfriend, he beat that rich second generation. But at that time was from the side of the store selling pork, manipulated a knife up, itself fighting strength is not strong. Zhu Yuhan was even more jaw almost was shocked off, some incoherent up, I fuck, too fierce. Several of Zhang Chao's friends immediately surrounded up, eyeing Li Jun. And Li Jun pointed to a few people in a domineering manner. Whoever is still not convinced, come up and practice. Hearing this, at once they all fell silent. Zhang Chao wasn't weak, and he was all planted by Li Jun, so it would be self-defeating for them to go up. Goons. Li Jun said disdainfully, then directly left the ring. I will stroll outside first, if anything happens, call me. Li Jun said to Bai Wei. Bai Wei subconsciously nodded her head. In the next moment, Li Jun had already walked outside. After teaching the other party a lesson, if the other party still didn't learn from his mistakes, then next time, Li Jun didn't mind leaving him some marks that would last a lifetime. At this moment, Zhang Chao on the ring, on the other hand, climbed up dizzily and just looked at Li Jun's distant back, clenching his fists. He had lost a lot of face today. At the same time, a few moments of scorn appeared in his eyes. Bai Wei having such a brother was a bit tricky. Chapter 5, He sneak attacked me. Zhang Chao, are you alright? Only after Li Jun walked away did Bai Wei remember and hurriedly ran to the ring, holding Zhang Chao and asking with concern. Zhang Chao rubbed his somewhat swollen cheeks and shook his head. I'm fine, this brother of yours is too uncouth to sneak attack me. I saw that he was an ordinary person, and I was afraid of breaking him, so I deliberately showed mercy. Zhang Chao yelled. Yes, it's all his fault, I'll make amends to you on his behalf. Bai Wei said repeatedly. However, in close proximity, Bai Wei's perfume odor stimulated his sense of smell, which instantly made Zhang Chao's heart sizzle. Bai Wei, why don't we go to a bar to play? I know a newly opened bar with a famous singer in residence and a very stylish decoration. This. Bai Wei was a little hesitant. She is not a child anymore, how can she not understand Zhang Chao's gaze? Going to a bar, under the effect of alcohol, it was easy for something to happen. Although she was satisfied with Zhang Chao, she didn't want to hand herself over too early, and had yet to be examined. Bai Wei, what are you afraid of? Is it because you don't believe in my character? If you don't go, then I'll be a bit angry. Besides, your brother beat me up, if it wasn't for your face, could I let him leave so easily? Can't you just make it up to me? Next to her, Zhu Yuhan also helped. Yes, Bai Wei, just go and have fun together. Okay. Only then did Bai Wei nod hesitantly. Then let's set off now. Zhang Chao immediately let out light from his eyes and placed his palm on top of Bai Wei's shoulder without leaving any traces. On the other hand, Li Jun had already left the martial arts center and arrived at the antique market next door. The old man had given himself a company and villa, and the old man's favorite thing was jade. Li Jun planned to pluck one and give it to the old man when he saw him next time. Just as he walked inside the store, he saw an old man bargaining with the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, this is obviously an imitation of the Ming and Qing dynasties, the real work is still in the Jinling Museum, an imitation, you dare to ask me for 100,000 yuan, a little black. The old man was wearing a Zhongshan suit, under the feet is a pair of cloth shoes, hair slightly gray, wearing a gold-rimmed glasses. Next to him were two bodyguards, at a glance the status was not ordinary. That store owner wore a melon skin hat with a braid behind the hat, making Li Jun couldn't help but think of a Manchu relic. Especially the other party also had a big black mole above his lips, born with a treacherous look. At this moment, the store boss he laughed. Joe boss cannot say so, although this is an imitation of the picture of the ladies, but from the Ming and Qing dynasties, it is not also an antique well. And Xing my price, Xing you counteroffer, you also try a bite, maybe it will be 50,000. The old man stretched out a slap. The store owner shook his head. Joe boss, you this price is also too hard, and you're such a big boss, tens of billions of dollars, still care about this money? That old man laughed. Tens of billions of dollars is not a windfall, and this thing in my eyes is worth $50,000. The shopkeeper insisted, 80,000, one price, 1 point cannot be less. The old man hesitated and put the painting down. Shopkeeper, then you'd better wait to sell it to someone who knows what he's doing. Li Jun looked at the scroll, but his eyes lit up and he walked forward. I'll take it, 80,000. The old man who had just put down the scroll had a blank look on his face. The shopkeeper next to him had a happy look on his face. The young man is quick. Are you a credit card or cell phone payment? Brush your card. Li Jun directly threw out a bank card. The old man next to him finally couldn't help himself. Junior, originally you bought the painting. Old man, I should not interrupt, but I said it is worth 50,000 is worth 50,000, you give 80,000, I guess it will be a loss of 30,000. Li Jun also laughed when he heard this. Not only will I not lose 80,000, but I can also make $8 million backwards. What did you say? The old man couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. Young man, you are not watching too many TV dramas and want to come and pick up the pieces, right? I have said that this is only a Ming and Qing dynasty imitation, and from the hand of an unknown painter. I give 50,000, in fact, has been a high price, but also earn 8 million, now the young people, eyesight are not practiced, dare to run to Taba. The two bodyguards behind him, looking at Li Jun's gaze, also revealed a few points of contempt. At this moment, the store owner is afraid that Li Jun regret, directly give Li Jun swipe card. After the card was successfully swiped, it was packed for Li Jun. Wait a moment. Who knows that Li Jun stopped him? Does the store owner know how to frame paintings? Hearing this, the shopkeeper burst out laughing. Junior, that's a funny thing to say, I'm the one who relies on this craft for a living, can I not know how to do it? What, do you want to frame this painting? $2,000, get it done for you. I spent $80,000 to buy your painting, do not send a free framing? Li Jun laughed. The store owner shook his head. The framing is a handicraft work, 2,000 is not expensive, and I give you a change but sandalwood shaft, the quality is certainly guaranteed. The shopkeeper said with conviction. In the end, is not to give cheap. 2,000 on 2,000, but not for you to frame, but to help me to reveal this painting layer down. In the past, the rice paper used to make paintings had several layers stacked on top of each other, so it was able to be removed. Hearing Li Jun's words, the shopkeeper however could not help but laugh out softly. He understood what Li Jun meant. Li Jun thought. There was a mystery inside this painting. He, a specialized seller of antiques, did not find any mystery in this painting. This young man is designated to have watched too many TV dramas. Young man, reveal is to help you reveal down, as long as you pay on the line. Just go ahead and take it off, you'll get your money back. I'll pay you. The shopkeeper immediately brought up a basin of water. He took out a brush the size of a nail knife, dipped it in the water, and then brushed the edges of the scroll. The water permeability of the paper was very good, and as soon as the brush touched the paper, it was immediately absorbed. After the shopkeeper had brushed it 3 times, the thumb-sized area on the edges was already soaked through. The old man, who was originally about to leave, couldn't help but stop in his tracks, staring intently at the shopkeeper's movements. The shopkeeper stretched out his hand and twisted the edges a few times, and the original one-piece scroll was immediately split into 2 pieces of paper. However, the imaginary sandwich painting did not appear. If the trick was so detected, then the person who framed the painting would have wasted so much effort. Young man, now know that the leak is not good to pick up it, or go home to study a few more years before coming out. $80,000 is to buy a lesson. The old man shook his head, the tone of voice clearly with some educational flavor in it. The shopkeeper's face could not help but show a few points of complacency. If really found inside the painting, then he was hit in the face, not to mention, not to say, will not be heartbroken to death, now is considered a long sigh of relief. Who knows that Li Jun's face is not moved, but faintly said, continue to reveal. This. The shopkeeper was a little difficult. This painting is cooked rice paper, more brittle, and then uncovered accidentally damaged, then you cannot let me pay. Don't worry, I won't let you pay for it. Li Jun was a little impatient. This young man really do not see the coffin. The shopkeeper shook his head and continued to pick up the brush. The old man next to him felt a headache for Li Jun. Soon the 3rd layer of rice paper was uncovered. The moment it was uncovered, the shopkeeper's hand shook. Chapter 6, My Sister Was Beaten. When the shopkeeper uncovered the 3rd layer of paper, the gazes of the old man and the 2 bodyguards couldn't help but be attracted, their breaths catching slightly. Although they knew that Li Jun was going to be hit in the eye, at moments like this, there was still a feeling of a prize. It was also at this moment that the shopkeeper's hand shook and puffed, causing the layer that had just been uncovered to directly crack open an opening. The old man's heart couldn't help but jump a little. Speechless, a good painting, now it's ruined like this is $80,000 ah. The two bodyguards even showed pity in their eyes. This kid dressed so ordinary, does not look like a rich man. $80,000 may be working for a few years of savings, learned people to antique market pick up leaks, this time all hit the water, right? However, the shopkeeper could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva, not to care about the tear, continue to reveal. With a whole sheet of paper slowly uncovered. At once the store was plunged into silence. Underneath the second layer of rice paper, a picture of a marvelous maid was revealed. Although somewhat similar to the first layer that had been uncovered before, anyone with a little bit of knowledge in the painting work could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. The last one was dull and lifeless, while the following figures seemed to come to life. Especially the above cover full of dense seals, all do not indicate that the following this is a genuine work of art. The shopkeeper's body shook as he looked at this one painting. His own $80,000 to sell the real masterpiece of Tang Pak Fu, this loss of pants are gone. Tang Pak Fu's authentic painting would not be a problem to sell for $10 million, and even in the auction, the price might be higher. Although this painting is very well disguised, but a fake framing process is an imitation of antique mounted pool. And general antique mounting pool materials used, paper tube, shaft head of these things will pick the best, but the material of this painting is very ordinary. Since using such a complex framing process, the wood used is the worst material, which means that someone wants to cover up something. Li Jun explained indifferently. At this moment, the old man's gaze at Li Jun had completely changed. He also boasted that he was an old expert in playing with antiques, and he had just taken the scroll and studied it for half an hour, but it was not as good as what this young man could see at a glance. Little brother powerful my name is Zhou Bingkun, like to collect antiques, little brother is hi, we may be able to communicate more exchanges. Since you like to collect antiques, can have a good jade? Li Jun bright, in this antique market to find a good jade is not easy, on the contrary, the hands of those old players tend to collect a lot of treasures. If the other party has it in their hands, they can buy it. Of course, I also like to collect jade and have quite a few good pieces. I have an antique museum in South T Street, just 3 days later to do an exhibition in the museum, when the little brother can come to see which piece, directly take away on the line. Zhou Bingkun can see that Li Jun is not like the average person, and intends to make friends. But Li Jun shook his head. He didn't want to owe someone a favor because of a piece of jade. And this old man didn't look like someone who could do a losing deal. Good, then I will see you in 3 days. Li Jun asked the shopkeeper to wrap up the painting and paid $2,000 for the handwork. The shopkeeper was now in pain, but the rules of the antique business, no regrets in bidding, and he couldn't blame anyone else if he was hit in the eye. Leaving the store, Li Jun returned directly to the Zizatang villa. On the other hand, Bai Wei and the others came to a bar. The lights were dim. Zhang Chao and the others had just sat down when a bald middle-aged man walked over. That middle-aged man was big and thick, and had a tattoo of a river dragon on his body, which made him have an extremely heavy Jianghu aura. This made Bai Wei and the other girls tense up in an instant. Who knows that after that middle-aged man came over, he immediately laughed and said, "Isn't this Zhang Xiao? Zhang Yang visit my venue, let me hear wicker splendor ah." With that, he instructed the waiter to give Zhang Chao and his table a bottle of good wine. Only after that did he leave. Zhang Chao immediately felt doubly honored. Even Bai Wei looked at Zhang Chao with more admiration. Zhang Chao's face was really big, and this bar owner had personally come over to greet him. That's right, which time Zhang Chao came and didn't spend tens of thousands of dollars, but it's their god of wealth. Amidst the compliments of the people around him, Zhang Chao couldn't help but feel smug. In the next moment, he took the initiative to raise his glass. Bai Wei, come and have a drink together. Drink a cup of wine. The surrounding people coaxed. Bai Wei couldn't help but blush slightly, but didn't refuse. A glass of wine went down. Zhang Chao hurriedly poured another cup for Bai Wei. Not long after, Bai Wei's entire body became a little dizzy. At this point in time, the bar gradually became more crowded. A drunk youth staggered over, accidentally bumped Zhang Chao, who stood up to raise his glass, and the wine directly spilled all over. Zhang Chao immediately burst into a rage, cursing, "You fucking eyesight ah. That young man is not a good person," directly opened his mouth and scolded back. Zhang Chao's ancestors were greeted once. Zhang Chao originally drank some wine, at this moment in front of so many girls, of course, cannot admit defeat. So from the guts of evil, a kick will be that youth flew out more than 2 meters. After all, Zhang Chao has practiced sparring, ordinary 2 or 3 strongmen cannot get close to him. The young man was kicked flying to the ground, howling in pain, slowed down for a few minutes before limping up from the ground, yelling, "You wait!" After saying that, he ran towards the outside of the bar. Zhang Chao, however, did not care, and picked up another beer to have a small swirl. It was only the bar owner on top of the second floor that couldn't help but show a few moments of worry in his eyes. "Keep drinking, keep playing." Zhang Chao laughed loudly. A small punk, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. Just not long after, he heard a bang. The door of the bar rushed in a group of 1 meter 7/8 strong men. After they came in, they immediately made the waiter turn off the sound of the stereo, causing the bar to fall into silence. A few staff members inside the bar went forward to inquire, but were stopped by the bar owner. In the next moment, those people walked straight towards Zhang Chao's location. Zhang Chao's few people were drunk and had not reacted yet. It was only when the other party came up to them that they recognized the yellow-haired young man that he had beaten up earlier. However, he was not afraid and stood up, brutally saying, "Who the hell are you? What do you want to do?" "I'm the 3rd runner-up in sparring," said, flaunted his fist. Next to a few youths also stood up. Many of them were also learning sparring and were all militants. In the next moment, only a snap was heard, and a slap was thrown directly onto Zhang Chao's face. Next to Zhang Chao's several buddies, at this battle, grabbed the bottles on the table and were about to charge upwards. But see, the leader of the man sneered, "I care what you learn to fight, even our brother dared to hit the East brother. I see you are tired of living." "Brother Dong? Which brother Dong?" Zhang Chao subconsciously asked. The strong man spat out verbatim, "Anxi Street, Huadong." The moment this name came out, Zhang Chao and the others, who had just fallen into a rage, instantly felt like they were poured with cold water, and there was a bit of fear in their eyes. Anxi Street's Huadong, that is also considered a popular figure in Suzhou. He has worked in freight transportation, opened a sand quarry, and is now engaged in the real estate industry. His rise to power was full of bloodshed, and if you messed with him, it was possible to get killed. And with Huadong's power, he won't suffer any consequences for getting someone killed. "Let's go, our Dong is waiting for you. Dong has a bad temper, don't keep him waiting," the leading strong man said coldly. Suddenly, just arrogant Zhang Chao, several people, all obediently put down the bottle. Like a prisoner, a group of people lined up out of the bar. Just out of the door was stuffed into a commercial vehicle pulled away to a club on Anxi Street. "What can be done about this?" Bai Wei had been terrified and asked with a trembling voice. Zhang Chao's face was also white at this time. "Don't worry, I'll mention my dad's name later, it should work." Soon, they were brought into the clubhouse room. A dozen people stood neatly in a row. And on the sofa inside the room, a middle-aged man was drinking tea. Dong, my father is Zhang Yud, there should be some kind of misunderstanding between us," Zhang Chao stammered. Bang! Dong, who was sipping tea, stood up violently and pressed Zhang Chao's head on top of the table, then grabbed a glass teapot from the side and smashed it against his head. Ka chow. Tea glass ballast splashed everywhere. "I don't care who you are, hit my brother, you have to pay the price, your father came, even your father together." After saying that, took the paper towel handed over by the little brother next to him and wiped his hands. Sitting on the sofa again, he coldly said, "All of you kneel down for me." Seeing Zhang Chao was beaten like that, how dare the others have half resistance, all obediently kneel on the ground. Bai Wei has been scared out of her wits, pulling Zhu Yuhan's sleeve next to her. "What can we do?" Zhu Yuhan also panicked, with a crying voice, "I don't know On the other hand, Li Jun, who was enjoying the painting of the ladies, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang, and it was his sister Bai Wei who called. Just after picking it up, Bai Wei's voice with a crying tone came from the other end of the phone. "Brother, come and save me, I'm in the Yunting Club on Anxi Street, they want me to sleep with them, there are so many of them." "What's going on?" Li Jun instantly frowned. "Damn, still dare to call, looking for death." At this time, there came the sound of a cell phone hitting the ground, as well as the sound of slapping. Li Jun's face instantly grimaced. Even if his own sister was wrong, it was not someone else's turn to beat her. At that moment, he stood up and dialed Liang Yong's number. "Immediately bring people to Anxi Street, my sister was beaten up." "I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm sure I can," Liang Yong on the other end of the phone said dryly. He could hear that the young master was angry. 5 minutes later, a dozen black sedans headed straight for Ranchi Street. Chapter 7: Li Jun's Power. Inside the Yunting clubhouse, Dong was sipping tea to himself. A bunch of young men and women were kneeling there, not daring to utter a single breath, trembling with fear. As for Bai Wei, she was cloaked in hair, with several slap marks clearly imprinted on her face. "Damn, still dare to call for help, I see you wanna die." A strong man pulled Bai Wei's hair and banged it twice against the wall. Not a single person beside him dared to say anything. Okay. At this time, Huadong opened his mouth. Such a beautiful girl, it would be bad to break it. "I, Huadong, am also a reasonable person. You guys hit my brother, you naturally have to pay the price, don't you like to call? Let them fight. The men will each get $1 million ransom, and the women will stay and serve my brother Dong for one night. $1 million a night, you guys are making a fortune." Hearing this, the women's bodies shook. Bai Wei has been scared to tears. Who will save themselves? 20 minutes later, the door of the box opened. The parents of the several boys all walked in one after another. One of them, a tall middle-aged man, had just entered and laughed. "Brother Dong, the juniors were unintelligent and offended you. I heard about this and immediately rushed here to make amends to you." It was Zhang Chao's father, Zhang Yud. As a private entrepreneur in the city, he and Huadong have met several times. Huadong smiled and said, "Yo, Mr. Zhang came, $1 million with it?" Zhang Yud's face expression stiffened. "Brother Dong, the children do not know what to do. I will compensate you on his behalf, $1 million even if it." "Count your mama." Huadong directly cursed. "I say $1 million is $1 million, who the hell do you think you are? 1 point less and your son will have one less part." Zhang Yud was also scared by Huadong's fierce look. He smiled and said, "Brother Dong, $1 million is a bit too much, why don't you give me less?" While speaking, the door of the box was suddenly opened. At that moment, all the people stopped talking and turned their heads to look at it, wanting to see whose parents had come. Just to their surprise, the one who walked in was a young man in sportswear, none other than Li Jun. The moment she saw Li Jun, Bai Wei's eyes instantly revealed joy, only to be followed by worry. Although Li Jun knew some kung fu, how could he mess with Huadong? After Li Jun walked in, he saw Bai Wei with a glance and his eyes narrowed. "Bai Wei, are you alright?" Bai Wei shook her head. Although her head was hurting right now, where she dared to say, "You go first, leave this place to me," Li Jun said. Bai Wei was still a bit dazed. Li Jun had already grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the door. On the other side of the room, Huadong and the others were dumbfounded as they looked at the departing Li Jun, thinking, who was this person? Just leading someone away so gently. Rather, Huadong and his men were all confused. Without waiting for Huadong to react, Li Jun, who had just gone out, returned. He scanned the crowd and saw Zhu Yuhan squatting there. Thinking that this was his sister's friend, he said, "You also go." Zhu Yuhan heard this and hurriedly stood up. Only just walking out 2 steps, she was blocked by a strong man who reacted. Li Jun's face sank as he went over and kicked the strong man in the small of his back. The 1-meter-8 strong man was kicked by Li Jun and hit the wall. Li Jun said. "Thank you." Zhu Yuhan whispered her thanks before walking outside. At this time, Huadong also completely reacted and looked at Li Jun. "My friend, what kind of street are you in?" Looking at the cleanliness of Li Jun's strike just now, not many of his men can match it. Huadong has been in society for many years, and naturally has some eyesight. "It doesn't matter which way you're mixed up, what's important is that you hit my sister." Huadong revealed a few cold smiles and said, "Hit and how?" "I still have to sleep with her." Said, the hands commanded, fast to the 2 girls to me to chase back, "Do not let them run away." Said, a strong man directly rushed to the door. Only just opened the door, then held up his hands and fell back. Only to see a gun against the strong man's head. In an instant, the entire box fell silent. Everyone looked at Liang Yon, who appeared with a stunned expression. Especially that black hole of a gun muzzle that flashed with an icy cold light. Everyone was startled. What kind of person appeared at the doorway, even with a gun on him? It couldn't be the people Li Jun had brought, could it? Huadong narrowed his eyes, a few moments of scorn showing in his eyes. Anyone who could have a gun in their hands was no ordinary person. He was a little confused about Li Jun's background. You beat up my sister, should we settle the score? Li Jun smiled and walked to Huadong's front, looking him up and down. Huadong was about to speak. The next moment there was a snap, a crisp slap on Huadong's face. It sent Huadong staggering. One of Huadong's subordinates next to him immediately became anxious and copied his stool to strike. Damn, dare to hit my brother Dong. Bang! With a dull sound, the burly man had a bloody hole in his forehead. The stool in his hand fell to the floor with a bark, and his body fell straight backward. Ah! A sound of terrified screams came from the room at once. The crowd was terrified. Shut up! Li Jun roared with impatience. These guys were screaming so distractingly. At once the screams came to an abrupt end. Everyone covered their mouths in fear. It was just that the panic in their eyes was getting thicker and thicker. At this time, Liang Yong walked straight in and put his gun against Huadong's head. The muzzle of the gun that had just been fired still had some rolling heat. At this moment, the long-experienced Huadong was about to collapse, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. It was too terrifying. As long as the other party's hand shook, his head would explode. Have a word. Huadong swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with a trembling voice. Waste one of his legs to teach him a lesson. Li Jun said coldly. The next moment, Liang Yong's handgun muzzle moved down, bang, thigh burst out a splash of blood, Huadong directly paralyzed on the ground. Li Jun, however, did not even look at Huadong, but looked at Zhang Yud. Control your son, if he dares to appear in front of my sister again, I will break his 3 legs. When Zhang Yud heard these words, he was so frightened that he nodded his head repeatedly. Who would dare to mess with this fatal star? Alright, all get lost. After Li Jun finished speaking, all the people in the room who had long been scared out of their wits surged outside. Only when the people had all left clean did Li Jun stick his hands in his pockets and leisurely walk out of the box. Outside the box, Huadong's men were all holding their heads and squatting in a row. The strong men in black clothes next to them, pointing their guns at them, were the people Liang Yong had brought with him. What to do with these people? Liang Yong couldn't help but ask. One person will break a leg, as punishment. After saying that, Li Jun took big steps towards the outside. While inside the clubhouse, there was a loud and continuous screaming sound. Zhang Chao and the others, who had just run out of the clubhouse, shivered their legs and stomachs when they heard this sound. Having just exited the box and seeing that scene, they realized how strong Li Jun's power was. Not long after leaving the clubhouse, Li Jun received a call from his sister, Bai Wei. Brother, are you all right? I'm home. Don't worry, things have been resolved. Li Jun hung up the phone after saying that and returned to the Zizitang villa. Early the next morning, Li Jun let Liang Yong send himself to his aunt's house and bought some tranquilizing tonic for his sister, who must have given a fright yesterday. Just as he entered, he saw his aunt, Bai Jingting, looking at him with an annoyed face. Li Jun, how did you take care of your sister? If it wasn't for Zhang Chao's father arriving in time yesterday, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chapter 8, Super Soldier King. Li Jun was confused by his aunt's words. What is this situation? Dad, I was the one who wanted to go to the bar, it's none of Brother Jun's business. Besides, we should have thanked Brother Jun for arriving in time. Bai Wei said hurriedly. Finally, a fair word was said. Li Jun put those tonics on the table next to him. Walking across to the sofa and sitting down, he asked, Bai Wei, how is your injury? It's fine. Bai Wei was holding an egg on her face. Jun, yesterday I ran out before I reacted. Huadong is so powerful, I was afraid that you would get into trouble. But I heard that everyone came out unscathed later, so it must have been Zhang Chao's father who solved the problem with money, right? So that's what happened. Li Jun finally understood. Then, after Zhang Chao came over, he contacted you again? Li Jun frowned gently. Bai Wei shook his head. No, I called him, he did not answer, do not know what is going on, anxious individual. Hearing this, Li Jun couldn't help but say, Bai Wei, it's good that Zhang Chao didn't contact you, he's not a good thing. Hearing this, Bai Wei's face flashed a trace of displeasure. Next to her aunt, Bai Jingting was even more direct with a stern face. Li Jun, just mind your own business, your sister's business doesn't need you to interfere. I see Zhang Chao, that child can, and his father Zhang Yid, I know, is also considered to be the city's famous entrepreneurs. Your sister married to him, that are high-climbing people, you are nothing more than your sister. Look forward to your sister. Point of good, do not look at your sister is better than your heart is not balanced. Bai Jingting can be said to speak without mercy. For his daughter and Zhang Chao thinks he is very favorable. But after this incident, Zhang Chao unexpectedly did not answer the phone, which is the root of his anger. Auntie, I'm Bai Wei's brother, how could I harm her? Li Jun couldn't help but sigh. Bai Wei was unlucky enough to have such a father. Looking at his aunt's unwelcoming appearance, Li Jun was also unwilling to stay longer and comforted Bai Wei for a few moments before getting up and leaving. Juner, have lunch before you go. Aunt Li Mengyun said. No, I still have some things to do. Don't keep him. At this time, Bai Jingting coldly snorted. After getting out of prison, he didn't even say that he would find a decent job. He is idle every day, and he can't hold on to the wall. Li Jun didn't bother to argue with him, opened the door, and almost collided with an oncoming body. It was Zhu Yuhan. Seeing Li Jun, Zhu Yuhan slightly froze, then smiled. Li Jun, thank you for yesterday. It was just a favor. Li Jun nodded and walked directly into the elevator. This aunt of his was really a bit unkind. If it wasn't for his aunt's face, he wouldn't be willing to come to the door. After Li Jun left, Zhu Yuhan walked into the house. Yuhan is here. Seeing Zhu Yuhan, Bai Jingting had a few smiles on his face. Zhu Yuhan's father is a company owner, and Bai Jingting is willing to let his daughter make such friends. Yuhan, my family Xiaowei called Zhang Chao a few times and no one answered. You and Zhang Chao have a good relationship, you call and ask what is going on. Zhu Yuhan shook her head with a bitter smile. Uncle, Zhang Chao not only doesn't answer Bai Wei's phone, he doesn't even answer my phone, and his friends are like evaporating. I can't figure out what's going on. This child is really, there is something to say face to face to say clearly, do not answer the phone, what is the matter? Bai Jingting some regret. So good a golden son-in-law, if so blown, really a little reluctant. Right, I remembered. Zhu Yuhan slammed her head. I heard Zhang Chao and the others say that the day after tomorrow they are going to South T Street to see the antique exhibition. We can definitely find him there. President Shou's Antique Museum? Bai Jingting immediately brightened up. President Zhou is the president of our Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce. He is organizing an antique exhibition this time, and many big bosses are going to go there, so when the time comes, Uncle will bring you two together to open your eyes. Good ah. Zhu Yuhan immediately smiled. Next to Bai Wei eyes but some hesitation, since Zhang Chao is not willing to answer the phone, we directly find the door some bad right? Bai Jingting, however, slammed his face up. What kind of words are these? What's wrong with that? And we are going to see the antiques, and not specifically to find him, at most can only be counted as a chance encounter. Bai Jingting knew that this daughter of his was more facetious, and deliberately said so. Sure enough, Bai Wei nodded, okay then. On the other hand, Li Jun was angry and returned to the Zizitang villa. Just after returning to the entrance of the villa, he saw a sports car parked there. Without waiting for Li Jun to go forward to check, the car door had opened and walked down a young man with an eagle's nose wearing a leather jacket. Eagle, why are you here? And in the summer you wear a leather jacket is not hot? Eagle's original name is Yin Jiqiang, Dragon Kingdom's top soldier king, proficient in all kinds of firearms, force value against the sky. But because of the massacre of POWs, he was locked up in Seoul's 4th prison for half a year. Of course, the eagle who had just been imprisoned was also very arrogant, but he was hung on a tree and beaten by Li Jun for 3 days, and since then, he was willing to be a junior. When he met Li Jun, he was even closer to him than his own father. In Li Jun's words, this guy is a cheap bastard. Didn't I hear that the boss was released from prison, so I rushed all the way here to greet you? The eagle hemmed and hawed. This guy had a cold image in front of outsiders, but in front of Li Jun, he was forever bitchy. He came in front of Li Jun, and in the next moment, he violently reached out and grabbed at Li Jun with a speed like lightning. Li Jun shook his head. This guy's character hadn't changed at all, he still liked to sneak up on himself, he just wasn't even close to his own level. A sidestep to avoid the attack, then a fist slammed out, the eagle's body instantly bowed into a shrimp shape, as if a missile had been launched out flying backwards, crashing into the wall behind. Li Jun clapped his hands and smiled disdainfully. Your kid can't change his ways. At this moment, The eagle nimbly climbed up from the ground, as if nothing was wrong, smiled and said, "The boss is the boss, still so powerful." Into the house to sit down. Li Jun opened the door of the villa, the eagle followed in. In passing, he took off his leather jacket. Only to see all kinds of guns hanging inside, thrown there to make a banging sound. "You've never left your gun behind, have you?" "The gun is to prevent others, in front of the boss, I carry howitzers are not useful." "Ah. Speak up, what is it that you came to see me about?" Li Jun opened his mouth. At once Eagle's face became serious and pushed an envelope in front of Li Jun. "Boss, I have introduced you to the military department and asked you to be the chief instructor of the Eagle Yanwei. As long as you are willing to join, the strength of the Eagle Yanwei will definitely increase qualitatively." "Not interested." Li Jun directly interrupted. "Boss, there's nothing to do, you can leave now." Li Jun directly narrowed his eyes. The eagle stared at Li Jun's face, waited for half a day, determined that Li Jun's mind was made up, and could only sigh. "I left the letter of appointment, boss, when you figure it out, you can join at any time." After saying that, he walked out of the villa and drove away in his sports car. And just the moment he had just gotten into the car, in the other direction, an off-road vehicle came to a violent stop. Tang Ju opened the car door with a horrified face and walked down. "Super Soldier King Eagle? I didn't see it wrong." This eagle was a legend in the military, known as the King of Special Forces, and he actually lived here. While Tang Ju was shocked, a few hot colors flowed out of his eyes. "I have always hoped to be able to get the eagle's guidance, but unfortunately, he is a god, and his own level is too high, he does not have the authority to view. I did not think that I would step through the iron shoes without looking for a place to go, but I actually ran into it here." The third day. Li Jun asked Lian Yong to take him to South T Street, arriving at the Green Fox Bank in the middle of the day. This was a private bank jointly established by several plutocrats in the Dragon Kingdom, providing savings and property safekeeping services for super-rich clients. With assets below $1 billion, they were not entertained. Li Jun also came into contact with one of their behind-the-scenes plutocrat lords in prison, and the other party opened an account for Li Jun. Moreover, the wealth that Li Jun obtained in prison was stored in the vault of the Green Fox Bank through his hands. Li Jun came today because he wanted to put this painting of Tang Boa's lady in the vault to keep it as well, and to get some more cash on the way. Zhou Bingkuan was interested in befriending himself and might not accept Li Jun's money when the time came, then Li Jun had to prepare cash so that he could not refuse. It was a tall European-style building, with the 4 big words Green Fox Bank written on top of the building. There were quite a few luxury cars parked at the entrance. Li Jun asked Lian Yong to wait for himself in the car and walked into the bank with the painting. "Welcome, may I ask what kind of business you want to handle, sir?" Just as he entered the lobby, a pleasant voice came. A beautiful woman wearing a black uniform looked at Li Jun with a smile. Just the moment Li Jun looked up, both he and the woman froze on the spot. Lu Qi, Li Jun's ex-girlfriend. It was to protect her that Li Jun went to prison. And she hadn't bothered to look at Li Jun for 3 years and had married the rich second generation who had tried to molest her. How could Li Jun not expect to run into her here? Chapter 9, Meeting a Negative Ex-Girlfriend. At this moment, both of them froze. Lu Qi wasn't tall, but she had a good figure and was outstandingly good-looking. At first, Li Jun was mesmerized by her. For the sake of Lu Qi, he saved money during college and bought gifts for Lu Qi with all the money he saved. But he didn't expect that the other party would betray him just after he was sent to prison. It would have been just as well if she had been with someone else, but she had also married her abuser, leaving Li Jun completely chilled. Lu Qi reacted at this moment, with a coldness in her gaze that rejected people. "Li Jun, so you got out of prison, but you do not come to pester me. I am now married to a woman, between you and me is impossible." The corner of Li Jun's mouth could not help but show a few points of sarcasm. "Married to the rich second generation who molested you, Lu Qi, why didn't I see before, you are such a woman?" In fact, from the time he was released from prison, Li Jun had already stopped planning to meet with Lu Qi. Whether she married the abuser or a cat or a dog, it has nothing to do with Li Jun. Meeting in the bank was purely by chance. But hearing such cold words from the other party, Li Jun still couldn't help but feel angry in her heart. "So what if I'm some kind of woman? Do you want me to marry someone like you who has been in jail? Li Jun, don't dream about it, and don't fantasize about me." "Who's fantasizing about you?" Li Jun directly interrupted her. Even if you are flattering me now, I think you are dirty, you don't deserve me. Lu Qi immediately looked like a cat that had its tail stepped on, almost jumping up, screaming, "What did you say? I don't deserve you? You do not take a piss and look at yourself, and since you think I do not deserve you, why do you still want to chase to the bank? You still want to continue to be my licking dog." Lu Qi was still a little weak when she saw Li Jun, but now she completely exposed her mean nature. "Who came after the bank? I came here to do business." He. Lu Qi couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Jun Li, do you know what kind of place this is? The Green Fox Bank only serves bosses worth more than $1 billion. What kind of business did you come here for? This just reveals your ignorance. You hurry up and leave, or I will call security." Li Jun, however, didn't bother to pay attention to her and directly walked towards the inside with big strides. "There it says VLP Customer Reception Room. Li Jun, you stop right there." Lu Qi was anxious when she saw Li Jun walking that way. If the leader knew that Li Jun was the one she had provoked, then she wouldn't be immune to being chastised. This job was only found for her because of her husband's connections. The people she came into contact with here were all the bigwigs of the Chuzhou business community. It was because of her job here that she had a very high position in the Zhang family. Many of the Zhang family's businesses needed her connections to get through. There was a consensus in the bank that a lobby manager was not considered a manager, just to sound good. But even so, this small lobby manager position in Chuzhou, I don't know how many people would break their heads trying to compete for it, including some of the rich and powerful. How could she tolerate Li Jun ruining her job just like that? Only she was wearing high heels, how could she catch up with Li Jun? Just after running 2 steps, she accidentally wrenched herself to the ground. When she looked up again, Li Jun had already opened the door and walked in. "Finished, this bastard got out of jail and still want to harm me, how come he didn't die in jail?" Lu Qi cursed viciously. She had forgotten why Li Jun was in prison in the first place. And Li Jun has walked into the VLP room at this moment. Inside, a person dressed as a manager was writing something with his head buried in his hands. Hearing a voice, he immediately raised his head. Li Jun also did not talk nonsense with him, put the lady's drawing directly on the table and said, "Put this thing inside my vault, and I need to get some cash." To be able to sit in the position of manager, naturally, it is not comparable to the kind of phoenix woman like Lu Qi. Although Li Jun was dressed in ordinary clothes, but the tone of this speech, the aura, not ordinary people can have. The manager immediately stood up respectfully. "Sir, have a cup of tea first, I will handle it for you." "Can you tell me your name?" "Li Jun." Li Jun said lightly. The manager made a cup of tea for Li Jun before entering Li Jun's name on the computer. The next moment, Li Jun's information did appear on the computer. It was just that most of the information was hidden, with only 9 stars drawn in the level column. The Green Fox Bank had its own unique credit system, with 9 stars being the highest level. The manager's hand couldn't help but shake. When he looked at Li Jun again, he almost knelt for him. So much so that he, who had seen great storms, spoke with a few incoherent words. "Mr. Li, for a customer of your level, I am not qualified to receive him according to reason, I will call the bank president to come down." "No need, you check in, I'll put my stuff in and leave." "Good." The manager nodded hurriedly and brought Li Jun to a metal door after checking his fingerprints. "Mr. Li, please check your iris again and it will be opened." Li Jun nodded his head. Soon after the iris verification was successful, the door slowly opened, and he walked into the vault that belonged to Li Jun alone. The vault was just like a changing room, with stacks of gold in the first cabinet. Antiques in times of prosperity, gold in times of chaos, this gold was for just in case. It was also what that lord of the plutocracy had told Li Jun. Like those plutocratic families of theirs, they would never press their chips in one place, but rather invest in various fields. Even if the world situation changed, their wealth would not be hit too hard. Other than that, there were some antiques, precious herbs and the like. In the cabinet in the far corner, there were stacks of banknotes. Li Jun put the lady's picture on a shelf and then instructed the manager, "Get me $1 million and load it up." Saying that, he threw a black plastic bag to the other party. The manager froze. "That, Mr. Li, this 1 million cash has nearly 20 pounds, a plastic bag is afraid that it is easy to be broken." The manager reminded. "Then put another plastic bag over it." Li Jun threw out another black plastic bag. Manager. 2 plastic bags. Although the support is enough, $1 million in a plastic bag, a little too casual it. But thinking about it, with Li Jun's identity, this 1 million was really nothing. Soon, $1 million was loaded. Li Jun lifted the bag and walked out. The manager respectfully followed behind to see him off. In the hall, Lu Qi, who saw this scene, was dumbfounded. What is this situation? You go back and get busy first, there's no need to see me off. Li Jun said to the manager and then walked straight outside. Lu Qi looked as if Li Jun's plastic bag was full of neat stacks of banknotes. Subconsciously, she followed. She saw Li Jun open the car door, put the bag of money on the car seat, and then got in. The car drove, and soon disappeared above the street. Lu Qi, on the other hand, was still standing there dumbfounded. Li Jun has just come out of prison, his family's situation is too well understood, there is no way to become a VIP of the Green Fox Bank, not to mention driving a few $1 million in a car, he must be helping others to withdraw money. He only withdrew a bag of cash, he didn't even need to go into the vault, just to check was enough, that's why others let him do it for them. Yes, that must be it, it's just a lapdog, what's the point of pretending with my old lady, I was almost bluffed by him. Chapter 10. My boss wants to see you. Li Jun, little brother, have you arrived yet? Remember to come. Halfway there, Zhou Bingkuan called. Zhou boss, don't worry, we'll soon arrive. After hanging up the phone, the car has stopped in the parking lot. Li Jun walked out of the car with a plastic bag. Liang Yong, you first go to busy you, if something happens I will call you. Li Jun waved his hand at Liang Yong. He realized that Liang Yong stayed in Chuzhou and was busy with other things besides helping himself, it should be what the old man ordered him to do. However, Liang Yong didn't say, so Li Jun never asked. At this moment, at the entrance of the museum, there were already a lot of people around. All of them were wearing dresses, wearing watches, with extraordinary temperament, all of them were the elites of Chuzhou's high society. Come to see the antiques is secondary, the main thing is still hope to be able to get acquainted with the president of the Chamber of Commerce, Zhou Bingkuan. Before he had time to step into the museum, he heard a surprised voice, Li Jun, why are you also here? Turning his head, he only saw his sister Bai Wei, his aunt Bai Jingting and Zhu Yuhan, who had also just walked to the door. I heard that there is an antique exhibition, I came to take a look. Li Jun said with a smile. Li Jun, this kind of place is something you can come to? You say you, after you come out and do not look for a job, every day blindly wandering what? Bai Jingting reprimanded in dissatisfaction. For Li Jun, he has become less and less favorable lately. I came to see if there is any good jade, Bai one. Li Jun said truthfully. Buy jade? Do you know how expensive jade is here? It can easily start at more than $100,000, you really dare to say? And what's in that bag of yours? Show me. Bai Jingting said with a sullen face. Fear that Li Jun learned something bad in prison, today this kind of antique exposition, this guy do not get any wrong ideas. I hear is loaded with money. Li Jun said. He was not afraid of his aunt knowing his current situation. In fact, it has always been his aunt who looks at himself with colored glasses. You are talking in your sleep in broad daylight. Forget it, I am also lazy to see, remember, today, the nobles are gathered, you give me a quiet point, do not give me a whole thing. Bai Jingting snorted coldly, but the next moment his face squeezed out a smile like a spring breeze and greeted a chubby man. Boss Chen, you also came. Originally White Boss I did not want to come, is the president of the week called to invite me, the president of the week's face which I dare not give Bai Jingting immediately stood in awe. President Zhou is the man of the hour in our Chuzhou, and in a moment I hope that Boss Chen will introduce him. On his behalf. Li Jun was too lazy to look at his aunt's face here. While his aunt was chatting with that Boss Chen, he directly walked inside the museum. You are Mr. Li Jun, right? Just after entering the museum, a man with a bow tie greeted him. Li Jun nodded, it's me. Boss Zhou and a few other bosses are chatting and asked me to take you up. Good. Li Jun straightened his clothes and followed him towards the second floor. The first floor was where the museum exhibition was located, while the second floor was a private area. In the room on the second floor, there were 5 or 6 men with big bellies sitting in the room, all of them were the popular figures of Chuzhou. One of them, a woman with gold-rimmed glasses, elegant and graceful but with the aura of a strong woman, sat in the seat next to Zhou Bingkuan. On this kind of occasion, there are rules about where everyone sits. To be able to sit on the left-hand side of the first place, enough to show that the status of the woman, the presence of Jobinkuan second only to Jobinkuan. A scholar-like man took the initiative to the woman to talk to Mr. Gu. King's Landing Group has just taken the land in the south of the city. I do not know this project. Can we follow a piece of the pie? This woman is not someone else, it is the president of the King's Landing Group, Gu Yan. Of course, King's Landing Group and Shuzhou also rely on you to take care of it. Next to Jobinkuan laughed loudly. Gu Yan has been among the 10 billion club members at a young age. After this group of old men we cannot compare her. I see the next president of the Chamber of Commerce, not Gu Yan. Hearing this, Gu Yan immediately made a terrified look. President Zhou, aren't you putting your juniors on the fire? Ha ha ha. At that moment, everyone in the room burst out laughing. By the way, President Zhou, has that friend you're waiting for not come yet? Should be soon. Jobinkuan said. That friend is young, but on the antique is a connoisseur, so I would like to introduce him to everyone to recognize everyone more in the future to promote a little. That is, Joe Boss's friend, is our friend. The scholarly middle-aged man laughed. But at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Enter. Jobinkuan opened his mouth. Only to see Li Jun carrying a plastic bag walked in. Such an appearance made the faces of the several bosses present somewhat stunned. And at this moment, Gu Yan but violently stood up and asked, Joe President, this is the young man you want to wait? Jobinkuan was puzzled in his mind as to why Gu Yan reacted so dramatically, but he still nodded his head and said, yes. I met Li Jun 3 days ago. Why, does President Gu also know him? Several other bosses in the surroundings also revealed a curious look. At this time, Gu Yan left her position and walked towards Li Jun. Boss, why are you here? It's really bad, I'm not working in the company at this time of the day, running here to drink tea and taste jade. You won't deduct my salary, right? Gu Yan smiled coquettishly and said, with a few hints of petulance. Li Jun smiled faintly. How could I, a beautiful woman like General Manager Gu, how could I afford to deduct your salary? The conversation between the two made the hearts of the bosses in the arena shocked. Could it be that this one was actually the mysterious boss of the Junlin Group? Junlin Group had strongly acquired Chinka Group half a month ago, and even the original team of Chinka Group had been poached. At the same time, it made several big investments in a row, completely making a name for itself. Otherwise, among so many bigwigs, Gu Yan would not have been able to sit next to Jobinkuan. But there had been various rumors about the boss behind Junlin Group. They didn't expect it to be Li Jun. Really did not expect. Li Jun little brother is a real person, does not show off. Jobinkuan suppressed the shock in his heart and laughed out loud. Everyone else also stood up to shake hands with Li Jun. Li Jun sat down right next to Gu Yan. Even Gu Yan's gaze at Jun Li carried a few moments of curiosity. Not to mention the others present, even she knew very little about this boss. Since Boss Li has arrived, it's time for me to take out my own treasure from the bottom of the box. Saying that, Jobinkuan clapped his hands. Immediately, a few waiters walked in with wooden trays. Soon, several antiques were placed on top of the table. These are some of my treasures, everyone can have a look. Especially Boss Li, you are a connoisseur. Li Jun smiled, it was just a fluke. Those things had paintings and calligraphy, and there was blue and white porcelain. At a glance, Li Jun was attracted by a two-fish jade pendant placed in the center. Boss Zhou, I wonder if this jade pendant can be a favorite? Li Jun asked. A few smiles appeared in Jobinkuan's eyes. This jade pendant was originally what he had prepared for Li Jun. Of course, it wasn't actually considered top-notch. After all, the previous him thought that Li Jun's value hadn't reached that level yet. If he had known Li Jun's true identity, what he had taken out would have been a few other pieces of jade. If Boss Li likes it, feel free to take it. Jobinkuan said. Joe Boss, or say a price. Li Jun picked up the jade pendant and played with it. This double fish shape is very simple and ancient, and Taoist thinking in line with the old man should like. Buying jade is all about fate, not the more expensive the better. Since Boss Li wants it, let's give this amount. Jobinkuan stretched out 2 fingers, representing $200,000. But Li Jun knows that this jade is more than this price. It is more than enough to sell for $800,000 to $900,000. Boss Joe doesn't need to give in to me, I'll offer $1 million. said Li Jun, put the black plastic bag on the table. The plastic bag was peeled open, revealing the neatly organized banknotes inside. At that moment, the several bosses were a bit dumbfounded. What era is this, to go out and bring so much cash? Especially when the cash was in a plastic bag. Even Gu Yan, who was next to him, was a bit speechless. This boss's behavior was really unique. Boss Li, aren't you slapping me in the face? How can I earn your money? Zhou Bingkuan feigned anger. Seeing that Li Jun was acting like, if you don't want money, I won't buy it, he finally sighed. Boss Li, truth be told, the reason why I insisted on giving you this piece of jade, in fact, there is something to ask. Zhou Bingkuan also want to let Li Jun owes him a favor. Impossible, simply open the door. Oh, I do not know what is the matter. Li Jun also revealed a few points of curiosity. He has long seen that this Zhou Bingkuan is not the lord of the loss, and indeed there is a purpose. Li Boss has research on antiques, and I recently wanted to buy a piece of jade from the south, but the price of that jade is too high, a little touchy, want to ask Li Boss to help home. I don't know how high the price is that can make even a rich man like Boss Zhou not dare to go easy on it? Li Jun asked. Zhou Bingkuan saw that the people around him were also casting curious gazes, hesitated for a moment, and stretched out a finger. 100 million. Now, the faces of the people present were also slightly moved. Whichever person present was worth more than $100 million, but $100 million of jade was already considered a heavenly price. Li Jun thought for a moment and nodded his head. Good, I'll accept this matter. Then, thank you, Boss Li. A happy scene ensued. Li Jun stayed for a while and then got up to leave. The jade was already in his hands, he didn't have the heart to accompany this group of people here to be polite. Boss, I'll go see you off. Gu Yan saw that Li Jun was leaving and hurriedly got up. No need, just keep drinking your tea. Li Jun directly waved his hand. This caused Gu Yan to be a little stunned. A big beautiful woman like her took the initiative to send her off, and she was even rejected. It made a few moments of frustration rise in her heart. Li Jun walked down to the second floor, intending to leave directly. At this time, a burly man in a black suit blocked Li Jun's way. Mr. Li, is it? My family's boss is asking you to come over. The other party said in a cold voice, without much emotional color in his tone. Li Jun noticed that the other party's hands had quite a few calluses, so he should have practiced kung fu. Sorry, I don't have time. Li Jun glanced at a short distance away. There stood a middle-aged man. Behind him stood a lot of subordinates like the man in front of him. The fury was very heavy. Mr. Li, my boss is Huang Cue, he wants to get acquainted with you. That burly man's voice was as unruffled as ever, but actually a few points of displeasure had risen in his heart. What is the identity of my boss? Even Zhou Bingkuan all have to be polite. This young man in front of me is certainly a bit evil, but he is not on the same level as my boss. I am not interested in getting to know him. Li Jun said coldly, taking a step to leave. The burly man couldn't help but have a few cold glints in his eyes. He did not expect that after reporting his own boss's name, the other party would still dare to give so little face. It was really a bit arrogant. And just as the strong man hesitated to make a move to take down Li Jun, a voice came from behind, Dashin, come back. It was only then that the strong man glared viciously at Li Jun and turned around to return to the middle-aged man's side. Li Jun, on the other hand, walked out of the museum indifferently. On the other side, the burly man said indignantly, Fourth Master, I don't think this kid is anything great, it's that Wadong kid who's too much of a loser, why don't I bring someone to waste him now? There is personality. Huang Siyu laughed out softly. Chapter 11, I don't think your name is Yin Jiqiang. Li Jun had just walked out of the museum when he received a call from his aunt, by Jingting. Li Jun, I saw what happened in the museum just now, you even offended Huang Siyu, you kid don't want to live. I advise you to leave Chuzhou immediately to hide, Huang Siyu's power is not something you can imagine. Bai Jingting said furiously on the phone. Li Jun, however, could not help but scratch his head. I forgot that my aunt was also in the museum. It seems that we have to let Liang Yong find out what this Huang Siyu is about and uproot him when the time comes. Auntie, don't worry about it, I will solve it. Li Jun said. You solve? What do you take to solve? Take life? On the phone, Bai Jingting's voice was raised a few decibels, apparently somewhat annoyed. Li Jun's tone, however, was calm. "And you can rest assured that it is good. I'm not a child, and that Huang Cua is nothing great. Some other day I went to the door and he said, I think he can listen to it." "What?" Bai Jingting was so angry that he almost dropped his cell phone. "Who do you think you are? I think you kid just don't know how to die." Next to Bai Wei heard the voice on the phone, also couldn't help but say, "June brother, you listen to my father this time, Huang Cua really can't afford to mess with you." Li Jun laughed bitterly, had to say, "And, in fact, that day in the Clouds Tang Club, I led people to Huadong injured, but also I let Zhang Chao. They are not allowed to contact my sister. I also have the ability to deal with Huang Siyu, you can rest assured." "Shut up." On the phone, Bai Jingting was completely furious. "Do you think I will believe in your words? Do not look at their own background, really what big words dare to say, I'm done, you want to listen, do not listen to pull down. If you want to find death, we cannot stop you." Said, the phone directly hung up. Li Jun abashed his shoulders. "This thing is messed up," he said the truth, "how can no one believe it?" On the other side, Bai Jingting took his daughter and Zhu Yuhan out of the museum. Zhang Chao didn't show up today, causing Bai Jingting to hold his breath. "Help me find out what Huang Ciyue's identity is." Li Jun called Liang Yong. Although he said he didn't care about Huang Ciyue, Li Jun couldn't let it stay such a hidden danger. "I know this person. Huang Ciyu is a significant figure in the underground world of Chuzhou. Huadong is his little brother. This person acts badly, ruthless. I don't know how many lives he has carried on his back. Find out where he is tonight. I will go and talk to him." Li Jun said. "Good." Liang Yong on the other side answered dryly. And Li Jun called a cab on the side of the road. "Master, Zizitang Villa." The driver could not help but turn his head to look at Li Jun one more time. "I did not expect this unimpressive youth to live in the most luxurious villa area in Chuzhou. It is really impossible to tell the difference." Having just returned to the cell entrance of the villa area, Li Jun opened the cab door and walked down. Because foreign vehicles entering the villa area need to be registered, it is more troublesome. Li Jun did not let the cab to the inside of the neighborhood. Just as he stepped out of the cab, an SUV drove up on his face. The SUV stopped and a head stuck out from the window, which turned out to be Tang Zhu. Today's Tang Zhu was wearing a ponytail and a white half-sleeve, a very simple outfit, but with a valiant posture. "Li Jun, how did you appear here?" Tang Zhu looked at Li Jun with some surprise. "I live here." Li Jun said. The surprise in Tang Zhu's eyes deepened. "I wonder which building you live in." "I live in the 9th building." Hearing Li Jun's words, Tang Zhu's expression instantly turned cold and said, "Li Jun, your name shouldn't be in Jiqiang, right?" Tang Zhu clearly remembered that the 9th building was the home of the King of Special Forces, Eagle. Li Jun said that he lived in the 9th building, which was clearly nonsense. Originally, she was still very sympathetic to Li Jun, but now that she saw her former classmate become so hypocritical, she couldn't help but start to get disappointed. Li Jun just looked stupidly at Tang Zhu, thinking, "What's wrong with you?" The words were inexplicable. Tang Zhu saw Li Jun looking at herself stupidly and thought that she was being exposed by her lies and had no place to go. So he shook his head. "I am the owner of the 13th villa. If you have any difficulties here, you can look for me." Saying that, he directly drove away. Li Jun was a little speechless. Are people so abnormal nowadays? He shook his head and walked towards the villa. Fortunately, the security guard had gotten acquainted with Li Jun over the past few days and immediately saluted him. "Welcome the honorable owner home." If Tang Zhu had seen this scene, he should have known that Li Jun wasn't lying. That evening, Li Jun received a call from Liang Yong. "Young master, that Huang Ciyue went to the dream singing bar. What should we do next?" "Okay, I know, you don't need to worry about anything else." Li Jun put down the phone and stretched. After resolving this Huang Ciyue, he should go and find out who put him in the 4th prison. Knowing that the 4th prison kind of place, locked up are all the poor and evil people, because he injured an unimpressive rich 2nd generation, was locked up there, through the weird. The family power of the rich 2nd generation that he had injured was obviously unable to do this. The old man said that he would help himself to check after going out, but now there is no news. Chapter 12 picked up a beautiful woman. Li Jun traveled alone to the Dreamfield bar. Only just after getting off at the entrance of the bar, he heard a clamor. Only to see a straggling youth, who should be drunk, molesting a pretty girl. The girl tried to leave several times, but they were held back. Li Jun couldn't help but stop his steps, and there were a few moments of trance in his gaze. It made him think of 3 years ago, when Zhang Yang was molesting Lu Qi like this, and he himself took a knife from the nearby butcher store and rushed up. It was also the impulse at that time that changed the trajectory of his life. And just as Li Jun was lost in thought, a fragrant wind came over him. The girl ran to Li Jun's side in a panic, grabbed Li Jun's arm, voice with a few begging, "Brother, help me." Not waiting for Li Jun to react, the surrounding drunken youths surrounded him. One of the earrings, thin and tall guy with a finger pointed at Li Jun's nose, cursed, "Get out of the way, don't fucking meddle," said, also took out a spring knife from his pocket and waved it in front of Li Jun's eyes. "I actually don't know her." Li Jun revealed a few moments of fear. That tall and thin youth was filled with disdain. "Do not recognize the old man, get out of the way, do not get in the way here, want to look for a fight is not it?" The woman next to him was already on the verge of tears. She was also in a hurry and was so sick that she hid at Li Jun's side. After all, there was only one male at the scene right now, Li Jun. Sure enough, what right did people have to help themselves? "But I'm a bit tired of seeing people like you bullying girls." Hearing Li Jun's words, the youth's face froze, followed by angrily saying, "You damn, playing with me?" Saying that, the spring-loaded knife directly opened. The blade that flashed with a cold light gesticulated in front of Li Jun's eyes. Li Jun faintly smiled and said, "You think too much, even if I buy 2 pounds of chicken, but to play or not playing you." Hearing this, the woman hiding behind Li Jun couldn't help but snort out a laugh. And that youth felt provoked, picked up a knife and ruthlessly rushed at Li Jun's chest. "I see you fucking looking for death." Only just halfway through the dagger, the youth flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. At that moment, everyone froze. Li Jun's speed was so fast that they didn't even see clearly how it was struck. At this moment, the alcohol in the several youths also woke up for the most part, and each of them revealed a look of fear. These punks, although they usually fought a lot, but where had they seen such a fierce person? "Get lost," Li Jun said coldly. This kind of stinky fish and shrimp, there were just too many of them in society. The next moment, those people helped the skinny young man who took off. One by one, they fled like lost dogs. Li Jun looked at the beautiful woman who was still in a state of confusion and said, "It's so late, go home quickly." The woman then reacted and said, "Thank you for your help, just can you take me in for the night? I fell out with my family, escaped, penniless." Saying that, the woman looked at Li Jun with bashful eyes. Li Jun thought about it, who let himself stumble upon it, good people do it in the end, so he nodded. "That's fine, but I need to do something inside the bar first." "Thank you so much." The woman cheered up. "By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Nangong Shui, and you?" "Nangong?" Li Jun's eyes showed a few moments of thought. "There aren't many people with the surname Nangong. My name is Li Jun, let's go." Li Jun said lightly, and then walked into the bar. It had to be said that the bar's decor was very luxurious and brilliant. Just as Li Jun stepped in, a waiter greeted him. The bar was brightly lit and a band was singing English songs that Li Jun had never heard of. Li Jun stuck his hands in his pockets and scanned his eyes. Sure enough, he saw Huang Xiyue and his party on the second floor. "What would the guest like to order?" the waitress asked with a gentle voice. "A bottle of red wine, plus a fruit plate," Li Jun said. Soon, the wine and fruit plate were brought up. Nangong Shui opened the wine and poured a glass for Li Jun. Seeing Li Jun reaching out to drink it, she hurriedly stopped it and said, "After the wine is opened, it is best to let it sit for about 10 minutes first, the flavor comes out at that time." Li Jun smiled and shook his head. Regarding this knowledge, although he had heard others talk about it in prison, he did not care. But this Nangong Shui clearly had some research on alcohol as well. 10 minutes later, Nangong Shui picked up the wine cup and observed the color of the wine before handing it to Li Jun with satisfaction. "Taste it." Li Jun picked up the wine cup and directly drank a large mouthful. "It's not too bad," he commented in a serious manner. The waitress who just came over could not help but secretly roll her eyes. What a bumpkin, look at the posture of drinking just now, do not understand anything, but also make themselves really high-class people like. The two sat together, Nangong Shui did not drink. Just eating the fruit in the fruit plate fell into silence. After all, they had just met and had nothing in common. While Li Jun sipped his wine, his eyes looked towards the second floor from time to time. His target today was Huang Cue. And just then, he saw Huang Cue get up and walk down the stairs accompanied by a few juniors, seemingly wanting to leave. Li Jun followed closely and stood up, saying to Nangong Shui, "We should go." Nangong Shui had a stunned look on her face. The red wine and fruit plate hadn't moved much. However, seeing that Li Jun had already gotten up and walked outside, she hurriedly followed. Chapter 13, I'll cripple you at most. Li Jun chased out of the bar. He saw Huang Cue and the others walking towards a commercial vehicle. There were a total of 8 henchmen with them. Among them was the burly man who had blocked Li Jun's way during the day, who seemed to be called Dashin. At this moment, they had already opened the car door and were about to get in. "Stop!" Right at this moment, Li Jun suddenly shouted. At that instant, Huang Cue and the others all looked back and saw Li Jun standing in front of the bar. "It's you?" Huang Cue's eyes couldn't help but narrow, while his heart was shocked. Thought that Li Jun had brought people to ambush him, but after waiting for more than 10 seconds, he did not see any people behind Li Jun. His heart was only then put down, and he said with a cold face, "Kid, you are quite bold, and you dare to come to see me single-handedly." Huang Cue finished, directly leaning on the car door above, lit a cigar. Behind the few strong men are slowly spread out, till Li Jun surrounded over. "Huang Cue, during the day, you want to see me, don't you? Now that I'm here, shouldn't we have a good chat?" Li Jun had a calm and relaxed look. Seeing this look of Li Jun, Huang Cue was slightly scared in his heart. After all, Junli was the one who dared to kill, not a good person. However, Huang Cue, specializes in picking hard bones to gnaw on, and has cleaned up more than a few outlaws. At that moment, he said with a cold smile, "Huadong is still lying in the hospital, as well as the dead brother. I know, you should have some head, but moving my people, you have to pay the price. If you don't die, there is no way I can explain to the brothers under me." Li Jun goated his shoulders and said, "Since you want to kill me, then just do it. My people are standing right here. It's just that I have a hard life and I'm afraid that you won't be able to take it away." Huang Cue spat out a smoke ring in his mouth and laughed, "Hard life? I want to see how hard you are. Dashin, over to you." After saying that, he spat a smoke ring into the night sky. Li Jun was already a dead man in his eyes. The burly man whose name was Dashin clenched his fists and forced his way towards Li Jun with a sardonic smile on his face. "Kid, weren't you quite arrogant during the day? Now even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't give you a chance to live." "Is that so?" Li Jun smiled faintly and said, "I won't be as ferocious as you. I will at most waste you and still leave you alive." Bang! The moment the words fell, the strong man's body directly bowed into a shrimp, such as a projectile shot out of the cannonball as violently flew out backwards, smashed on the side of the road. At that moment, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Li Jun shot too fast, so fast that they did not have time to do any reaction. When they heard the sound, Dashin had already flown out. Huang Cue could not help but show a few moments of shock in his eyes, which was then replaced by eyes full of killing intent as he shouted, "Together, get him dead." Those people reacted and directly rushed towards Li Jun. Bang! At this time, another dull sound. A strong man was kicked by Li Jun and his body was more than 2 meters off the ground, then smashed heavily on the ground. Li Jun was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. One punch at a time, 7 or 8 men instantly fell to the ground. One of the men's arm was twisted into a twist by Li Jun, and the mournful screams were chilling. Huang Cue was already terrified, turning around and directly drilling into the commercial vehicle, shouting, "Quickly go." In the next moment, the commercial car smoked black smoke and shot out directly. Li Jun was about to catch up. At this time, behind him, Nangong Shui said weakly, "Li Jun, don't leave me behind." This caused Li Jun's body to give a violent start before he remembered that he still had a girl with him. Nangong Shui walked to Li Jun's side at this time and said, "This person is Huang Cue. I do know that he is not to be messed with. But since you saved me, I can also do you a favor when I go home. Let my dad step in and help you smooth this out, how about it?" Li Jun couldn't help but re-examine the Nangong Shui in front of him. Knowing Huang Cue's identity and still being able to say such words, her family situation must not be simple. "You don't have to guess, what I am is not important, the important thing is that we are friends now, we should help each other," Nangong Shui said. "No need, this Huang Cue I can deal with." Li Jun smiled. At this moment, the car was long gone. However, he was not in a hurry and took out his cell phone to call Liang Yong. "Do you have a way to find out where Huang Cue is now?" Yes, young master, because young master asked me to keep an eye on him, so I specially asked my men to install a locator in his car, so I can find out right away. After saying that, he ordered a few words to the people next to him. Just after a minute or so, the voice on the phone rang again. Young master, the track shows that at this moment, Huang Siyu is heading to the suburbs. As far as I know, Huang Siyu has an estate in the suburbs, which is also his base camp. He has raised many outlaws under his command, all of them live inside that manor. He should be heading to that manor. Do you want me to bring someone over to help? No need. Li Jun directly refused, I can handle it alone. After hanging up the phone, he turned to Nangong Shui and said, you still have to go to the suburbs with me. Of course, I can also give you some money to stay in a hotel. I don't have an ID card and I don't have a cell phone, so I can't stay in a hotel, so I'd better follow you. Nangong Shui said. Chapter 14, The Terrifying Young Master. Called a cab and headed directly to the manor in the suburbs. Next to him, Nangong Shui then remembered and asked, what are we doing in the suburbs? Li Jun's eyes narrowed slightly and his voice said with a few icy chills, to eliminate the roots. Half an hour later. Li Jun arrived in front of a manor. It covered an area of roughly 10 acres. Even though it was night, the courtyard was still brightly lit. At the entrance of the gate brushed with vermilion paint, 2 huge stone lions were very domineering. At the same time, Li Jun also received a call from Liang Yong, confirming that Huang Siyue's current location was inside this courtyard. Li Jun stepped out of the darkness and came directly to the front door, grabbed the door ring and knocked on the door a few times. Unfortunately, there was little movement inside. At this moment, in the manor, Huang Siyue was sitting on the sofa in the lobby, his face was blue, and a cold light flashed within his gaze. Next to him was a bald, burly man with a string of English letters tattooed on his neck. He said angrily, boss, even someone dares to lay hands on you, I'll go and finish him off. The burly man who spoke, pulled out a pistol and slapped it directly on the coffee table. Behind him, a group of fierce and vicious minions yelled. Yes boss, when have we ever suffered such a gas? In Shuzhou this face cannot be lost. Huang Siyue lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. This kid is a little evil, Dashin force value is considered to be higher among you, but cannot stop him a move, it seems that can only move the gun. But he also has a group of people behind him, and also has a gun in his hand. To kill him, we must wait for him to be alone. Boss, I will send people to check, this matter will be left to me, within 3 days we'll definitely send him to meet the King of Hell. Bald said. Huang Siyue nodded. I naturally believe in your strength, but don't take it lightly, especially don't get close, that kid's kung fu is too strong. The bald head nodded. Then big brother, you rest first, I'll go and find out where that kid came from. On the other side, after knocking on the door a few times there was no response inside. Li Jun turned his head to Nangong Shui and commanded, you first find a place to hide, a moment to fight a little bloody. After saying that, flew up and kicked on top of the door. The 2-meter-high large bronze door, along with the door frame, was smashed down by Li Jun's kick. The roaring sound was particularly ear-piercing in this calm night. Dust rose in all directions as the gate fell. And at the same time, Huang Siyue and the others in the house were completely startled. Soon there were several silhouettes rushing out. Especially that bald and burly man, who was the first, holding a pistol in his hand, pointing directly at Li Jun's position. What man? Where is Huang Siyue? Tell him to come out and die. Li Jun was oblivious to the muzzle of the gun that was pointing at him, instead, his eyes looked directly at the crowd. Huang Siyue finally got a good look at Li Jun, and a few moments of surprise appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect Li Jun to come after him so quickly, he just didn't know how many people Li Jun had brought with him this time. So it is you. Saying that, the bald man directly loaded his gun and turned on the safety to fire a shot at Li Jun. Bang! The bullet whizzed through the air. Only the next moment, the trace of Li Jun had been lost. While the bald man was wandering in his mind, searching for Li Jun's silhouette. In the next moment, he only felt a numbness in his wrist, and the gun in his hand had been lost. By the time he reacted, the muzzle of the gun was already on his forehead. In an instant, the bald man's cold sweat flowed down. Just as he was about to speak, he only heard a bang as the bullet pierced directly through the back of his head, and his burly body smashed to the ground. Quickly give me on. After Huang Siyue reacted, he shouted, his heart terrified. This Li Jun is simply like a ghost. Only just before he exited, he felt pain coming from his throat. Immediately after a click, the neck had been broken. Li Jun casually threw Huang Siyue to the ground. There were a dozen of Huang Siyue's men in the courtyard. Only after 5 minutes, they had all turned into corpses. Taking out a wet tissue and wiping his palms, Li Jun pulled out his cell phone to call Liang Yang. Huang Siyu and his men have all been resolved, leave the aftermath to you. Right, send another car to pick me up, this place can't get a cab. Liang Yong on the other side is still simple. Liang Yong on the other side was still a simple word. For Li Jun's orders, all of them were complied with. But if you listen carefully, you can feel a slight tremor in his voice. For Huang Siyue's power, Liang Yong has checked, those under his command are not short of experts in the way of death, and now they are even dead. Worthy of being the person chosen by the big boss, the means is as horrible as the big boss. Walking out of the manor, Nangong Shui came out of the darkness, and asked with a somewhat trembling voice, "Are you all right?" Just now she had heard the gunshot. "It's fine, let's go, someone will come to pick us up later," Li Jun said. Nangong Shui nodded. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced towards the inside of the manor. Under the light, she vaguely saw the corpses lying on the ground strewn about, and her face couldn't help but turn deathly white. "You've learned Kung Fu?" Nangong Shui couldn't help but ask. "Will a little." Li Jun took out a cigarette and lit it silently. "Just now that gun was you fired?" "No." Li Jun shook his head. "In other words, no one else shot you. What kind of work do you do?" "A hobo who just got out of prison." Nangong Shui did not continue to ask. At this time, car lights hit. Soon 2 cars stopped in front of the Li Jun duo. Liang Yong opened the car door and walked down. Seeing that Li Jun also had a beautiful woman with him, he slightly revealed a few moments of surprise. Immediately after, he said, "Young master, you take the car back first, and leave the matter here to me." "Good." Li Jun got into the car and left directly. Huang Siyue, the man of the hour in Chuzhou City, after tonight, just inexplicably evaporated. Chapter 15: Li Jun's identity. The car traveled all the way back to the city and drove into the Zizitang villa. When after getting out of the car, Nangong Shui couldn't help but vibrate in her heart. This was the best villa in Chuzhou, and a single one would cost $300 million to start with. Li Jun opened the door of the villa and walked in. Nangong Shui followed closely behind. "I'll go to the 3rd floor, the other rooms you can choose one at random, and there is something in the refrigerator for the hungry." After saying that, Li Jun then directly pranced up the stairs. Nangong Shui looked at the empty villa, listening to Li Jun's footsteps upstairs, couldn't help but think, living in the most luxurious villa in Chuzhou, and having specialized henchmen, the shot is even more powerful, even the gun can't hurt. What identity should this Li Jun be? It was as if a fog was hanging over his body. He said he just came out of prison, he is so powerful, still need to sit in prison? As far as Nangong Shui knew, not to mention other things, as long as those families that were slightly more powerful, they were almost exempt from prison, unless they had committed a particularly serious crime. Because tonight's experience was just too exciting, it made Nangong Shui not feel sleepy for a moment. She got herself a cup of water and sat down on the sofa. Then she saw an envelope placed on the coffee table. Originally, the envelope was Li Jun's personal belongings, so she shouldn't have looked at it, but out of curiosity for Li Jun, the ghost opened the envelope. Then she saw the 2 words of the large appointment letter. Eagle Yang Wei sincerely invites Mr. Li Jun to take up the position of chief instructor. Eagle Yang Wei, one of the most mysterious special forces in the Dragon Kingdom. After seeing the words on the appointment letter, Nangong Shui's eyes were filled with incredulity. She had heard her father speak about the Eagle Yang Wei. It was said that each one of them was a super strong soldier at the King of Soldiers level, full of legends, and now they were actually going to hire Li Jun to be the chief instructor. What was an instructor? He was the one who taught those people their skills. This Li Jun is also too powerful. She put the letter of employment back inside the envelope, feeling apprehensive. Nangong Shui went into the bedroom and laid down on the bed. Half an hour later. Rolled over. An hour later, rolled over again. 2 hours later, still rolled over. Unable to sleep, thinking about today's events, everything about Junli, made her heart grow brighter and brighter, so much so that it was almost dawn before she drifted off to sleep. But after sleeping for less than an hour, she was woken up when she heard the sound of a tom-tom coming from her. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she followed the sound. Only to see that in the gym in the basement, Li Jun was boxing at an extremely slow speed, just like the Tai Chi practiced by old ladies on the park. But when his feet landed on the ground, the entire building seemed to vibrate. The seemingly soft movements contained a terrifying power. At this time, Li Jun had just finished a set of punches, took a deep breath, pressed his hands to his dantian, and exhaled a breath like an arrow, the air resounding with a whistling sound. Nangong Shui was already dumbfounded. After Li Jun collected his energy, he turned around and asked, "You're up? Where is your home? I'll have someone send you back." "No need, you lend me $300 for traveling expenses, I'll just take a taxi back by myself," said here Nangong Shui, some embarrassment. After all, he and Li Jun are strangers who don't know each other, running to someone's home to live a night not to mention, but also open-mouthed to find someone to ask for money. This is not her Miss Nangong's demeanor. "Good ah." Li Jun smiled and took out $300 to Nangong Shui. "Then I won't send it off." After saying that, Li Jun walked back to his room to change his clothes. And Nangong Shui took the money and walked out of the villa alone. After walking out of the gate, she couldn't help but look back. Last night was a very unforgettable night for her. As a good girl, where had she experienced such exciting things? Just thinking of herself as such a big beauty, this Li Jun didn't even say that he took the opportunity to please himself. Could it be that his charm has decreased? Thinking like this, Nangong Shui's mouth couldn't help but pout. After Nangong Shui left, Li Jun, who had just changed his clothes, received a call from his aunt, Li Mengyun. "Junor, today is Aunt's birthday, you come to Aunt's house for dinner, and we'll make you delicious food. I'll make you some good food." Before Li Jun went to his aunt's house, he first went to Zhou Bingkuan's museum. Aunt's birthday, Li Jun wanted to pick a gift from Zhou Bingkuan to his aunt. This jadeite bracelet is a special grade of ice jadeite. Li boss, since you want to give your aunt, I think the most appropriate. Hearing that Li Jun is coming, Zhou Bingkuan specifically put down the matter at hand and waited for Li Jun in the museum. "Then thank you, boss Zhou." Li Jun will bracelet loaded, about to give Zhou Bingkuan transfer. Zhou Bingkuan directly and strictly refused. "Li boss, you forget the last promise to help me pawn my thing, that is 100 million of jade, compared to this bracelet. If I charge you money, then you are in the face of my Zhou Bingkuan." Zhou Bingkuan insisted not to accept. Finally Li Jun had to give up. "If Zhou boss in the future use my place, I will try to help you." Hearing Li Jun's words, Zhou Bingkuan immediately brightened up. He waited for Li Jun's words. He happily sent Li Jun out the door, and returned with a hum in his mouth. Next to him, his beautiful secretary, still seeing Li Jun for the first time, couldn't help but ask, "Boss, the one just now is?" "The chairman of the Junlin group," Zhou Bingkuan said casually. A few moments of shock appeared in the eyes of the beautiful secretary. "So young?" On the other hand, Li Jun had already arrived at his aunt Li Mengyun's house. Just as he opened the door, he saw Zhang Chao sitting on top of the sofa, watching TV with his sister Bai Wei. When he saw Li Jun enter, Zhang Chao couldn't help but show a few moments of panic on his face, but quickly calmed down, and also greeted Li Jun with a slightly provocative greeting. "Jun brother, came up." Chapter 16. Zhang Chao appeared again. The moment he saw Zhang Chao, Li Jun could not help but frown. Instead, Zhang Chao took the initiative to stand up and greeted him. "Brother Jun, I haven't seen you for a few days, you've gotten more and more handsome. Last time when you said that Bai Wei didn't like me and told me to stay away from Bai Wei, I was so sad for a while. But until Bai Wei called me yesterday, I didn't realize that it was you who wanted to break us up. I don't know where I offended you?" Zhang Chao loudly complained. Li Jun just said lightly, "Zhang Chao, you have a lot of guts." To be honest, Li Jun did not expect that Zhang Chao would still dare to appear in front of Bai Wei. And with his mouth full of nonsense, he falsely accused himself. Aunt Bai Jingting's face had darkened and said angrily, "Li Jun, why are you trying to sabotage Bai Wei and Zhang Chao? No wonder Zhang Chao didn't answer Bai Wei's calls last time, so it was you who was behind it. Could it be that your sister being well off really makes you unbalanced in your heart?" On the side, Li Mengyun, on the other hand, wanted to say something several times, but finally couldn't help but say, "Jingting, Li Jun is not that kind of person, there must be some misunderstanding in this." Zhang Chao helped out at the side. "Yes, Jun may just have a little misunderstanding about me. Brother Jun, don't worry, Bai Wei and I are together, I will not fail her, I will take good care of her." When Zhang Chao said the word "take care of," he purposely paused for a moment, which made Li Jun couldn't help but have a cold light in his eyes. This Zhang Chao was a bit arrogant today, I don't know where he got the strength that made him dare to speak to himself like this. He stared tightly into Zhang Chao's eyes and said, Zhang Chao, have you forgotten my warning at the Yuntan Club? If you appear in front of Bai Wei again, I will break your 3 legs. When these words were exited, the faces of the people in a room were all stunned. And Zhang Chao with a playful smile, June brother, don't be angry, how also threaten my personal safety it, you or so hate me? But I truly like Bai Wei, please do not make trouble from it again. Next to him, Bai Jingting's dissatisfaction with Li Jun had reached the extreme. Li Jun, I hope you won't get involved in your sister's affairs anymore. Originally, your sister looked for Zhang Chao that day because she wanted to introduce you to a job. You really let me down. It doesn't matter if you've been in jail, but if your character is bad, it's really ruined. Bai Jingting's words could be said to be very heavy, directly saying that Li Jun had bad character. Zhang Chao, however, couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth hook up. Even Bai Wei walked over at this time with a hint of displeasure on her face. She went over and directly encircled Zhang Chao's arm as she looked at Li Jun and said, Jun, I am grateful to you for arriving in time at the Yunting Club. But it doesn't mean that you can make decisions for me, nor does it mean that you can threaten Zhang Chao. This time, let's forget about it. If there is a next time, then don't blame me for not recognizing you as my brother. Alright, Li Jun might just have some misunderstandings about Zhang Chao. Li Mengyun stepped forward to round up the situation. Today was her birthday, and it was the first time Zhang Chao, her daughter's boyfriend, came to her door, so she didn't want to make a scene. Zhang Chao is not a good thing, he and Bai Wei together is just for fun, he also has a fiancé. Auntie, you are also a person in the business world of Chuzhou, you can go to inquire about it, I am for the good of Bai Wei. Li Jun said. Zhang Chao hurriedly explained, I really don't have any fiancé, Jun, even if you don't see me in a good light, you shouldn't make up these things to frame me. Li Jun coldly glanced at Zhang Chao. If she wasn't at her aunt's house, Li Jun would have already slapped and hooted him to death. Bai Wei gave Li Jun a disappointed look. This cousin of his own really had character problems. At this time, Li Mengyun pulled Li Jun to sit down inside. Juner, you sit down first, Auntie will go and fry the food. Okay. Li Jun nodded his head. The only person who could give him some warmth in this family was his aunt. As for his aunt and sister, to be honest, they were 2 idiots who had been tricked by Zhang Chao. Bai Wei, in a while I will take you to the south to play, that place is picturesque, then we live in the beach villa, have a 2-person world. Zhang Chao said to Bai Wei. Okay. Bai Wei nodded. The sea, the beach, the villa, it was the life she had longed for. Only when she said this, Li Jun couldn't help but frown. If 2 people went to the south to play, then wouldn't his sister be in the hands of this bastard Zhang Chao? He turned his head to look at his aunt, but he saw that she didn't seem to think there was anything wrong with it, but instead was very happy. At this time, the doorbell came from outside. Opening the door, a woman walked in. Li Jun recognized it, it was his aunt's sister Bai Shirong, Bai Wei's aunt. Li Jun followed suit and called the other party aunt. Shirong is here, the meal will be ready soon. Li Mengyun came out from the kitchen and said with a smile on her face. Bai Shirong's husband is also a businessman, and Bai Jingting can have today's scale, but also without the help of that brother-in-law of his. Bai Shirong, hand carrying a gift box, after entering the door, said, no sister-in-law, your birthday, specially for you to choose a jade bracelet. Said, show off like from inside, take out a box to open. A green bracelet will be presented in front of the eyes of the crowd. Come on, but also with what gift? Li Mengyun said so on her lips, but her heart was obviously very happy. Auntie, I also brought you a gift. It was at this time that Li Jun remembered and took out the gift he had bought as well. Open is also an emerald bracelet, just compared to Bai Shirong's bracelet, Li Jun's appears to be greener and more translucent. At once the heir was slightly embarrassed. It is not scary to bump gifts, who is worse and who is embarrassed. Bai Shirong froze for a few seconds before saying, isn't this Li Jun? When did it come out from inside? You, this emerald can be so translucent, this is afraid to hundreds of thousands of it, it will not be fake, right? Bai Shirong and her brother Bai Jingting the same, heart eyes are not very big. See Li Jun's bracelet quality seems to be better than their own, immediately cannot help but blurt out. Moreover, Li Jun's bracelet was indeed a bit too good in color. How could a poor boy who had just come out of prison afford such a good bracelet? Chapter 17 Fake? As soon as Bai Shirong spoke up like this, the room fell silent. Even Li Mengyun's expression froze. Yes, Li Jun, an unemployed youth who just got out of prison without a proper job. Where did he get the money to buy hundreds of thousands of emerald bracelets? Then there is another possibility, resin or glass made fake. Oh. Bai Shurong laughed and said in a conspiratorial manner, Li Jun nephew, you should not blame the ant for talking too much, the ant also just have doubts in mind. Bai Wei looked at Li Jun with a few moments of irritation. This is too much, you cannot afford to send emerald, send something else is okay, how can you take a fake to cheat people? Bai Jingting even snorted coldly. He had already felt that Li Jun had character problems, and now he despised Li Jun even more. Only Li Mengyun was a little distressed about his nephew, even if he bought a fake, so what, it's still a peace of mind. And his nephew wore the money to buy real, a heart to the line. Watching her nephew being mocked by so many people, her heart is not a taste. Blame yourself, know that your nephew does not have money, but also have to say is their birthday, they should fund him some. Only Zhang Chao felt that the emerald Li Jun sent was real. After all, with Li Jun's stance in the Yunting Club at that time, sending a real jade is really a normal thing. Of course, he couldn't wait for Li Jun to make a fool of himself and be misunderstood, so he wouldn't relieve Li Jun. However, as the person concerned, Li Jun, his face did not have much expression, said lightly, this is certainly not fake, how can I send my aunt fake things, this icy jadeite bracelet is my birthday gift specially selected for my aunt. Just this word out of the mouth, the expressions on the faces of the people are different. Bai Jingting said with a cold face, fake is fake, there is a mistake on the recognition, it is not unforgivable, but also to die duck mouth hard, it is not like words. Said Bai Jingting picked up the two bracelets on the table. You look at your aunt show Rong this bracelet, filled with flocculent structures, this is the real emerald should look like. Although I don't know anything about jade, I do know some basic common sense. You look at your bracelet, so transparent, this is clearly glass, what else do you have to say? People can be poor, but cannot lie, to be upright. Bai Jingting reprimanded. Yes, June brother, you cannot afford to buy a gift, you can say it clearly, even if you find me to borrow a little bit also line, how can lie it? Zhang Chao added oil and vinegar. Bai Wei, on the other hand, turned her head to the side, obviously disappointed in Li Jun. Li Jun still looked calmly at his aunt. Bai Jingting said, there are only two possibilities for the absence of structured flocculent in the emerald, one is made of glass, and the other is that it is of extremely high quality. Auntie, how can you conclude that it is fake and not because it is of a higher quality than Aunt Shou Rong's? You're really tough talking. Bai Jingting was furious. Forget it, if you say it's an emerald, anyway, I won't let your aunt wear it, what if there's some kind of chemical in it that's harmful to your body? Bai Jingting sat down with a black face. Bai Shurong picked up his bracelet carefully. This bracelet is something I spent $20,000 on, sister-in-law, in a moment you will wear it. Another glance at Li Jun's bracelet, picked it up and measured it again, and casually threw it on the table. Li Jun, don't bully us not to know Jade, just be stubborn here, a moment your uncle Bo Xian will also come, your uncle Bo Xian has some research on Jade, let him take a look to know the real or fake. Hearing Bai Shurong's words, Li Mingyun's face was a bit flustered. Right now Li Jun is already embarrassed enough, if he is broken down on the spot in a while, then he will really have no place to hide. I don't think it's necessary. Li Xiuyun hurriedly opened her mouth to stop it. In the end, she loved Li Jun. Even if Li Jun sent a fake one, she would be happy. Why don't you have to, I think it's very necessary. Bai Jingting coldly interrupted his wife. I think this nephew of yours has a problem with his character. A moment later Bo Xian came, if it is identified as a fake, but also let him learn a long lesson, to his own family are full of lies, you can imagine his character. Li Jun sat down at the sofa, at the same time, Baeksu Ryong made a call to her husband, asking when to come. After hanging up the phone, she said excitedly, Bo Hyun said he's on his way, he'll be here in 5 or 6 minutes. Sure enough, shortly after hanging up the phone, there was a knock on the door. Opening the door, a middle-aged man with clear eyebrows walked in, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. After coming in, he greeted everyone with a smile. Brother, what's wrong with you? Gloomy face, you don't welcome your brother-in-law? Feng Bo Xian said jokingly. For this brother-in-law, people do business than their own. Bai Jingting really do not dare to put on any brother-in-law frame, barely squeezed out a smile and said, which is not by your sister-in-law that nephew angry. At this time, Bai Shurong cannot wait to pull her husband's hand. Bovian, you came just in time, quick, tell everyone, this bracelet is not really emerald. She directly picked up Li Jun's bracelet to show Feng Boxian. At the same time, her gaze couldn't help but skim towards Li Jun's position with a bit of smugness. Kid, aren't you a tough talker? Let's see how you lose face later. Bai Xiaorong thought excitedly. Next to him, Baek Kyung-jin also nodded his head. Yeah, Bohyun, you give a look at this emerald bracelet. Good. Feng Boxian smiled and nodded, somewhat eager to try. He likes to play Jade, but also specialized in connoisseurs have learned this knowledge, barely a professional. Now there is an opportunity to perform, he is still very happy. I look. Saying that, he picked up the bracelet. When he picked up the bracelet, aimed at the sunlight outside later, but his expression gradually condensed. Chapter 18 Zhou Bingquan is my friend. Looking at Feng Boxian's gloomy face. Li Mengyun heart raised, Boxian, a bracelet is true or false, our children a peace of mind, we still hurry to eat, do not look at it. Li Mengyun really afraid of Feng Boxian say bracelet is fake, that Li Jun can really lose face. However, just after Li Mengyun's words fell, Bai Xiaorong impatiently said, sister-in-law, what is this saying? Nephew Li Jun just said that this is real. Since it is true, what is there to be afraid of? You have such a good nephew to buy you the special grade jade bracelet, you should be happy. Bai Jingting then looked at Li Jun. Junli, are you still insisting that the bracelet is real now? Of course. Li Jun smiled faintly. Even at a time like this, there was still not a single change of emotion visible on his face. How pretentious. Bai Xiaorong skimmed his mouth. While at this time, Feng Boxian's face was getting more and more gloomy. In the end, he even closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Bohyun, whether it is true or not, you speak up. Bai Xiaorong said impatiently. She already desperately wanted to know the result. And at this time, Feng Boxian looked at Li Jun and asked, where did you buy this bracelet from? It was given to me by a friend. Li Jun said. Feng Boxian looked at the crowd and said, this bracelet is not ordinary, is the special grade of ice jade, there are very few impurities inside, even to the sunlight, you can only see a very small amount of flocculent. Unceremoniously, this is my play jade these years, met the best one jade bracelet. As for the value, it should reach more than 1 million. The words fell. The crowd in the room froze on the spot. Bai Xiaorong, Bai Jingting, Bai Wei, and Li Mengyun all stood there dumbfounded, feeling their brains buzzing. This bracelet was not only real, but it was also of extremely high quality. Feng Boxian said that the bracelet was worth over $1 million, which was too scary. With regards to the value of the bracelet, Li Jun had long had a prediction, so hearing Feng Boxian come to such a conclusion, he felt it was only natural. Since it was a bracelet for his aunt, $1 million was nothing. In fact, if it wasn't for the haste of his aunt's phone call, he would have sought out top-quality imperial green for his aunt. For those who are good to Li Jun will only return to her 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 1,000,000,000 times. And it was at this time that Baek Su-rong reacted. Bohyun, you're not taking care of this kid's face and saying this on purpose, right? This kid just got out of jail, can he have so much money to buy jade? Feng Boxian shook his head, although I am not an expert, but after playing with jade for so many years, I can still tell if it is true or not. This. Bai Xiaorong did not know what to say. If it was someone else, maybe she thought it was colluding with Li Jun, but her own husband certainly would not. Next to her, Zhang Chao was a little disappointed. Originally, he wanted to see Li Jun make a fool of himself, but unfortunately, he came to a person who knew what he was doing. Next to Bai Wei, Bai Jingting father and daughter are still in shock. $1 million of jade bracelet from the hands of Li Jun, how is this possible? How to think are feeling a little incredible. Li Mengyun is like a dream. She is the most hopeful that their nephews have success, but that is $1 million, to let a person cannot figure it out. In this case, everyone misunderstood Li Jun. Li Jun did not use the fake bracelet to fool people, but sent a treasure to his aunt. After Li Mengyun reacted, her eyes were already a little red, and her heart was even more moved. On the contrary, Bai Jingting's face was a little hot, as if he had been slapped in the face. Previously, he had made a lot of cynical remarks about Li Jun, but now that he thought about it, he was a clown. The one who was most slapped in the face would be Bai Xiaorong, who had just been jumping up and down. This was undoubtedly like being smacked in the face with the sole of a shoe. That, Li Kun, I actually have another question. At this time, Feng Boxian suddenly opened his mouth with a somewhat solemn expression. Aunt Boxian has something to say, just say it. Li Jun said. Although his wife Bai Shurong is a bit annoying, but this Feng Boxian temperament gentle and elegant, but is considered a quality person. What I want to ask is this bracelet really given to you by your friend? After Feng Boxian finished speaking, he stared dead at the change in Li Jun's face. And with these words, the atmosphere in the arena once again fell into silence. Yes, if it's true, it's worth more than $1 million. What kind of friend could be so generous? $1 million for nothing. If what Li Jun said was a lie, and this bracelet wasn't a gift from a friend, then its origin wouldn't be stolen. This time, even Li Mengyun's expression tensed up. She didn't believe her nephew would do such a thing, but it was really hard to explain. The others frowned. There were indeed a lot of doubts about this matter. Li Jun, on the other hand, nodded his head greatly. Of course, I'm sure it's a friend who gave it to me. What is your friend's name? Feng Boxian immediately pursued, rather like he was interrogating a prisoner. His name is Zhou Bingkuan. Li Jun has nothing to hide. Zhou Bingkuan? The president of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce, the billionaire who is worth tens of billions of dollars, are you sure? Without waiting for Feng Boxian to open his mouth, Bai Jingting could not help but say. Zhou Bingkuan is what identity, Chuzhou merchants inside the top figures, like Bai Jingting such a level, in front of people even running errands minions are not enough. Li Jun even said Zhou Bingkuan is his friend. Bai Shurong has been unable to resist sneering. Li Jun, don't make up, do you think we can't connect with Zhou Bingkuan, so you make a big blow? You just got out of prison a reformer, Zhou Bingkuan can be friends with you? This emerald bracelet is definitely stolen by you. Bai Jingting also nodded. Li Jun, you and us honestly, if it is true that you steal, go ahead and turn yourself in, but also follow lighter punishment, this is $1 million bracelet. Just at this time, Feng Boxian but his face suddenly changed, thought of something, said, Li Jun, this bracelet will not be you from Zhou Bingkuan's private museum to steal it? As the words fell, the faces of those present changed. Zhou Bingkuan is what identity, steal his museum bracelet, that is equal to an 2 on the head of the earth, simply looking for death. For Zhou Bingkuan, pinching a Li Jun is not as simple as pinching an ant. And Li Mengyun tears are coming out. Li Jun just came out. Is it going to go in again? I did not brag, Zhou Bingkuan is really my friend, your imagination should not be too rich. Li Jun did not have the good sense to say. Ran into such a group of relatives, he is also speechless. Good to come to his aunt's birthday, but was questioned by all kinds of questions, really want to go up to one person to give a big mouth. Especially by Shurong, why is his mouth so cheap? Li Jun, the fact that you can say such words shows that you do not understand what kind of existence Zhou Bingkuan is. Feng Boxian still has a grave face. This world is not as simple as it seems. For those who are rich and powerful, getting someone killed is really as simple as crushing an ant. In Feng Boxian's eyes, Li Jun is a small person like an ant. I say again, also as the last time, the bracelet really is not I steal, I and Zhou Bingkuan really is a friend, believe it or not. Li Jun said impatiently. Good, Li Jun, since you insist on saying this, let's verify it on the spot, otherwise we can't eat in peace. Feng Boxian opened his mouth. It just so happens that the last time I saw President Zhou at the banquet, I left his phone number. Whether it is true or not, as long as a phone call is made, everything will be revealed. Chapter 19 Surprisingly true. Li Jun, because this matter is really too much involved, so this phone call I have to make, I hope you can understand. Feng Boxian pulled out his cell phone, but still said to Li Jun. In fact, at this time, in his heart, he somewhat believed in Li Jun. Because when he said that he knew Zhou Bingkuan's phone number, he had been observing Li Jun's expression, and Li Jun was very calm. Normally, even a person with good mental quality, when it comes to this kind of time, it's impossible to not be able to see the clues at all. Good. Li Jun nodded his head. He was naturally indifferent, so he could fight if he wanted to. Bohyun, what is there to say with him? You can just fight directly. This kid is a typical one who doesn't see the coffin. It's not good to steal anyone's things, but to steal Zhou Bingkuan's, isn't that looking for death? Bai Shurong said loudly. In her mouth, as if Li Jun is already a thief. Shurong, you say less, the truth exactly how, but also played the phone to know. Bai Jingjing opened his mouth and spoke. He also felt that this sister of his was too noisy. It wasn't too late to wait for the results to come out before saying anything mocking. By way, Li Mengyun also nodded their heads. I'm afraid that no one could feel at ease if this call wasn't made. Feng Boxian dialed the phone in the middle of everyone's gaze. At this instant, everyone's hearts tensed up, and the room became pin-sharp. "Hello, who is it?" A thick voice came from the phone. Li Jun, who had just parted with Zhou Bingquan, heard out that this was exactly Zhou Bingquan's voice. At this moment, Feng Bo Xian felt nervous and spoke with a few stutters. Zhou Chairman, I am Feng Bo Xian, Jiyuan Trade Chairman, last time and you left each other a phone number. Oh. Zhou Bingquan's voice on the other end of the phone is faint. What's the matter? For such a small company owner, apparently not much care. In fact, to Zhou Bingquan's identity, it is also true that there is no need to remember such a character as Feng Bo Xian, the gap between the two is too great. For Zhou Bingquan such an attitude, Feng Bo Xian does not feel anything. Zhou Bingquan to him is warm as fire, he only feel abnormal it. President Zhou, there is one thing that I want to seek confirmation from you. Today, my sister-in-law is celebrating her birthday, and her nephew. Please be concise. Zhou Bingquan directly interrupted Feng Bo Xian's words. Yes. Feng Bo Xian hurriedly nodded. I am trying to ask you for confirmation, do you know a youth named Li Jun? After a short call, dense beads of sweat surfaced on Feng Bo Xian's forehead. Zhou Bingquan's aura was too powerful, even across a phone call, it made him nervous to the extreme. Li Jun? After hearing Li Jun's name on the other end of the cell phone call, Zhou Bingquan's attitude immediately changed. As the chairman of Junlin Group, Li Jun's identity is not even guessable by Zhou Bingquan, but he knows that it is definitely not simple. After all, to be able to own such a large enterprise at this age, it would be impossible without some powerful background. Li Jun was also someone he was bent on befriending. Mr. Ifeng, may I ask your relationship with Li Jun? Oh, I am his aunt. Feng Bo Xian said. Indeed, according to Bai Wei's generation, he was indeed Li Jun's aunt, although there was no half a hair of blood relationship. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Bingquan opened his mouth and said, I am a friend of Li Jun, I appreciate and admire Li Jun, I do not know what is the matter that you are calling me. Zhou Bingquan is also a little puzzled, the other side around and around, do not know what they want to express. Zhou Bingquan said that Li Jun is his friend. The others in the room were already wide-eyed. Incredulous at such news. That, President Zhou, it's like this, Li Jun brought a bracelet today and said that you sent it to him, so I purposely called to express my gratitude to you. Feng Bo Xian heard Zhou Bingquan say that Li Jun was his friend, of course he couldn't say that he suspected Li Jun of stealing the bracelet, so he asked for confirmation in the name of thanks, which was kind of like being an old fox. The main event came. The crowd held their breath. Especially Li Mengyun, her heartbeat accelerated. It was only Li Jun who still looked like he was on cloud 9. It was me who gave it to him. Li Jun said he wanted to prepare a birthday gift for his aunt, so I gave him the bracelet, it's just $1 million or so, no need to thank me specifically. Hearing this, the eyes of the crowd had been filled with shock. It was really Zhou Bingquan who gave it to Li Jun, $1 million+ bracelet said to be given away. How is this kid so lucky to have made the acquaintance of such a big shot as Zhou Bingquan? Next to Bai Shirong feel ashamed, and then rose a strong jealousy. Li Jun, a poor boy who just got out of prison, what are his credentials? And Li Mengyun was so excited that his eyes were red. He did not love this nephew in vain, $1 million of jade bracelet, so given to himself. Since it is Li Jun's aunt, then if you encounter anything, as much as you can come to me, I have some work to do, I do not chat with you more. Zhou Bingquan's magnetic voice sounded again. Okay, President Zhou, you're first busy, some other day I personally visit you at home. Feng Bo Xian hung up the phone with a trembling voice. The gaze that looked at Li Jun again was already completely different. Junli, I apologize for questioning you before. At Chairman Zhou's place, I might have to trouble you for a few kind words in the future. Feng Bo Xian said, a few compliments evident in his tone. Aunt Bo Xian is polite. Li Jun smiled and did not respond positively. He was not a 3-year-old child who would be foolish enough to help someone with a few words of coaxing. Jun, how did you come to know Zhou Bingquan? Next to her, Bai Wei finally could not help but open her mouth. Yes, Li Jun had only been released from prison for a few days, how could he get acquainted with such a big shot like Zhou Bingquan? This was too curious. Everyone else also dropped their gazes on Li Jun's body, waiting for his answer. Last time I was strolling in the antique market, I happened to meet President Zhou, both like antiques, so I got acquainted. Li Jun said casually. As for the specific details, he didn't talk about it and was too lazy to explain it to these people. Strolling through an antique market can be acquainted with Jobinku and such a big brother, this luck is also too good to be true. The crowd was sighing. Even Zhang Chao's heart is not the taste. Li Jun, before Auntie spoke a little hard to hear, but it is also love and blame, you cannot hold a grudge against Auntie. Bai Jingting suddenly opened his mouth and patted Li Jun's shoulder intimately. Li Jun's heart is disdain. This aunt of his own, also worthy of using the love of the blame of the cut? But in the end, there was his own aunt, Li Mengyun, and Li Jun didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Okay, everyone, let's eat the cake, Li Mengyun said. At the same time, she shoved the bracelet into Li Jun's hand. Juner, you are just out now, there is not much money on you, this bracelet is too expensive, and cannot want, you take it to change into money, save up for a daughter-in-law in the future. Li Jun couldn't help but pretend to be angry. Aunt, this is my filial piety, if you don't want it, I will smash it. You child, alas. Li Mengyun was so angry that she reached out and pinched Li Jun's face. However, Li Jun has been stubborn since she was a child, and she was really afraid that Li Jun would smash the bracelet and it would kill her. Good, Aunt except not okay, but Aunt to help you save up, waiting for you to marry your daughter-in-law when you take out to your daughter-in-law, when the heirloom. In Li Mengyun think, this $1 million bracelet has been very expensive. Good well. Li Jun was also somewhat helpless. The atmosphere of the meal was a little weird, but Li Jun clearly felt the change in everyone's attitude towards him. But this was actually not what he wanted. After the meal, Li Jun excused himself and left. Before leaving, his eyes were filled with a warning glance at Zhang Chao. However, Zhang Chao pretended not to see it, which made Li Jun's teeth itch and he couldn't help but want to go up and clean him up. After walking downstairs, Liang Yong's car had been waiting for a long time. Sitting in the car, Li Jun lit a cigarette and asked, "How is the investigation?" It turns out that after noticing Zhang Chao's abnormality, Li Jun sent a text message to Liang Yong to check on Zhang Chao's matter. Liang Yong replied, "It's clear, Zhang Chao's uncle is back. His uncle's name is Zhang Biao, has been in the capital over the years, there is a certain reputation in the road, because of a horizontal training skills, known as the Tiger Head 2, is considered to be An's group of lackeys. Just last month, An Donglai, the eldest son of the third house of the An group, succeeded in taking the throne, and Zhang Biao, as a close associate of An Donglai, is now a powerful figure in the An group." Capital and clan? Li Jun had heard of this family. It was considered one of the more powerful families in the capital. No wonder this Chao dared to call his bluff, so he had a backer. Chapter 20, Do You Have a Girlfriend? Li Jun had just returned to the Zizatang villa when he saw a sedan parked in front of his villa. At the same time Li Jun got out of the car, the door of that sedan opened and walked down a tall and beautiful woman. It was Nangong Shui. "Why are you here?" After seeing Nangong Shui, Li Jun also felt a little surprised. Could it be that he came to return the money? When he left that day, he had given Nangong Shui $300 for the fare. Although he did not put this money in his heart, but it is also regarded as Nangong Shui and he borrowed, come to return the money is also natural. Nangong Shui smiled and said, "I not only came to return your money, in order to thank you for the grace of accepting you, but also want to invite you to dinner. I do not know if Mr. Li can enjoy the light-off. If you refuse, people will be very sad." After saying that, Nangong Shui looked at Li Jun with an expectant face. To be honest, Li Jun had hardly eaten much today at his aunt's house. The arrogant attitude of his aunt, Feng Bo Xian and the others had made him feel a little upset. It wasn't impossible to go out and eat some more. Moreover, he had saved Nangong Shui, and it was only right for her to repay him. Thus, Li Jun nodded, "Fine." Soon, Li Jun directly sat in Nangong Shui's sedan and left the villa. Liang Yong, on the other hand, leaned on the car door and smoked a cigarette, looking at the departing sedan, pondering. This young master of his own family was quite a womanizer. Nangong Shui drove Li Jun to a private restaurant, the kind of place that no one who wasn't in the circle would know about. The surroundings were beautiful and secluded, with a bit of a twisted flavor. Maybe the guests come here, not just to eat, but also like this feeling of being away from the hustle and bustle. The owner is a graceful young woman, as soon as they meet, Miss Nangong affectionately called. At the same time, without leaving any traces, she swept over Li Jun's face. This was the first time Nangong Shui had brought a man alone to the store for dinner. It made her a little more curious about Li Jun's identity. "Miss Nangong, those dishes you ordered have been prepared, should we start making them now?" the young woman asked. Do it. Nangong Shui and Li Jun walked towards the box. With private dishes like this, those who came here were not ordinary people. And when passing by one of the boxes, Li Jun couldn't help but take a second look. Inside, he saw two familiar figures, Gu Yan and Tang Zhu. The two of them were actually eating together. Thinking about the last time he ran into Tang Zhu downstairs at the Junlin Group. Tang Zhu seemed to say that she knew the president of Junlin Group, so she should be referring to Gu Yan. He went to the reserved box and sat down. Li Jun took out a cigarette and was about to light it when he heard Tang Zhu and Gu Yan's conversation next door. Tang Zhu, this time I found you out, there is one thing I ask you. Gu Yan was the first to speak. Gu Yan, you and I are like sisters, there is something you just say straight on the line, begging is out of the ordinary. Tang Zhu tone has a few points of blame, unhappy said. Good, I was wrong. Gu Yan hurriedly shook Tang Zhu's arm in a petulant manner. Waiting for Tang Zhu's face to reveal a smile, only then did he open his mouth and said, recently, we, Junlin Group, have just taken a piece of land in the south and are preparing to build a commercial area. There was a construction company that wanted to contract our project, but their offer was too high and didn't use them. Who knows that construction company is not a serious company, and harboring a grudge, they sent people to mess up every day, making it impossible for our project to proceed. I sent someone to negotiate with their boss, who said he wanted to meet with me on the next day. This company acts in an underhanded way. I've asked around and they like to use their fists to solve problems. But as you know, I am a serious businessman. You mean, you want me to help you out? Tang Zhu asked. She was born into a general's family, and her martial arts skills were even superior. Of course not. Gu Yan hurriedly shook her head. What is your status, Tang Zhu? Letting you deal with those ruffians, wouldn't it be like killing a chicken with a bull's knife? What's more, with your status, it's not appropriate to get involved in this kind of thing. I just want you to introduce me to a good martial artist who can help me keep the peace. I know that you have practiced martial arts since you were a child, and you know a lot of people. Tang Zhu nodded his head and said, so that's how it is. Originally I should have personally intervened in your matter, but my identity is indeed a bit sensitive. I happen to know a master Wu in Chuzhou, who is a martial arts practitioner, and I know a lot of people in the Jianghu. He is a practitioner of internal martial arts and is very strong, so he should be enough to suppress the other party. That's good, Tang Zhu, you have solved one of my problems. Gu Yan said happily. As Li Jun listened, he couldn't help but fall into thought. A construction company, to use such underhanded tactics. Junlin Group is his own company. This Gu Yan even did not report to himself. But think about it, Gu Yan is the company's president, naturally can't have anything to bother the boss. It looks like she is incapable, she guesses she wants to solve it herself. It's just that since he heard it, he can't just stand by and watch this matter. Li Jun was so absorbed in his thoughts that he didn't notice that Nangong Shui next to him was pulling out her cell phone and quietly taking pictures of him. It was said that a focused man was the most charming, and at the moment, Li Jun was simply full of charm in Nangong Shui's eyes. By the time Li Jun came back to his senses, Nangong Shui had already put away her cell phone. The dishes also started to come up one after another. Li Jun, eating with a beautiful woman like me and you are still lost in thought, isn't that a bit excessive? Nangong Shui deliberately said. I'm really sorry, I was a bit lost in thought just now. Li Jun laughed. Because his stomach was indeed a bit hungry, he picked up his chopsticks and started to clip the food. Then, Jun Li, do you have a girlfriend? Nangong Shui suddenly opened her mouth, catching Jun Li off guard. I'm a freshly released labor prisoner, how can I have a girlfriend? At this moment, what flashed through Li Jun's mind was actually Lu Qi's figure. This woman whom he had loved deeply had hurt him the most. That's good. Nangong Shui blurted out, followed by a brush of red face. Chapter 21, Fist Realm Superior. Li Jun looked at Nangong Shui in shock. Nangong Shui's face is hot at the moment, the past days of graceful confidence are eliminated. A little afraid to look directly at Li Jun's gaze, lowered his head to the mouth of a hard-to-pick-up rice. After a meal, Nangong Shui added Li Jun's WeChat, left a phone number, but did not leave with Li Jun. I have a friend who is also in this private dining room, I will go to her first. Nangong Shui said this. Good, then I will leave first. Li Jun took out a napkin and wiped his mouth. To be honest, this meal was much more comforting than eating at his aunt's house. Walking out of the box, Li Jun couldn't help but raise his head and glance in the direction of the stairs on the second floor. When he came in, he felt that someone was secretly observing him. However, he did not feel any hostility, and now that he thought about it, it should be the friend that Nangong Shui had spoken of. And without caring, he directly walked outside. On the other hand, the beautiful woman standing at the stairs couldn't help but pat her chest. As expected, it was the same as what Xiao Shui said, this person is so keenly observant, his own hiding was so hidden, it was almost detected by him. At this time, Nangong Shui walked up. "Shunning, how is it? Isn't he handsome?" Luan Shunning shook her head. "I don't see which bit is handsome anyway, but this man is indeed a bit dangerous." "And have you ever thought that he might be deliberately approaching you?" "Impossible." Nangong Shui directly shook her head. "At that time, I came to Chuzhou, it was a completely temporary decision, it was impossible for him to arrange all this in advance." Luan Shunning sighed. "Even if that is the case, you and him are not suitable, he may have some power in Chu State, but your family is not the same as other families, even the most prominent forces in Chu State are not worthy of you. Moreover, if you really get together with him, you might harm him." Hearing this, Nangong Shui's pretty face turned slightly white. But quickly and firmly said, "Happiness must be in my own hands, big deal, I'll leave the Nangong family." "You?" Luan Shunning looked at her bosom friend helplessly and finally sighed. "Kindly persuaded, Xiao Shui, those sons of the family also have a lot of good men, there is no need for you to trust your happiness to him just because of one of his heroic rescues. Maybe you're just being impulsive now, but later on you'll realize that the words 'the right man for the right family' are really important." When Li Jun walked out of the private restaurant, he saw an SUV whizzing away. And Gu Yan was waving her hand at the SUV, she should have just sent Tang Zhu away. When she turned her head and saw Li Jun, her face froze. "Boss, you're here too?" "Yes." Li Jun nodded, "I heard that the company is in a bit of trouble." "Boss, you know Gu Yan hurriedly said, "But boss, you can rest assured that this matter I will quickly solve, absolutely will not delay the progress of the project." Gu Yan is a very strong woman, afraid that this matter will leave an image of her incompetence in Li Jun's mind. "It's okay, what I mean is, when you go to meet the boss of that company, I'm going to go with you too. Also, don't call me boss in the future, just call me Li Jun." "Good." Gu Yan nodded her head. "Then, Jun Li, I will leave first," Gu Yan said. Just now, Tang Zhu had left her the phone number and address of that master, and she was still in a hurry to visit. After all, she would be negotiating with the other company tomorrow. Seeing that Gu Yan was about to leave, Li Jun hurriedly opened his mouth. "Wait a minute, you drive me home first." Okay. Gu Yan nodded her head. Nangong Shui and Luan Shunning, who walked out of the private room, just happened to see Li Jun leaving in Gu Yan's car. "Isn't that your sweetheart?" Luan Shunning deliberately said, "It seems that he has a good reputation with women." Nangong Shui nodded with deep empathy. "It seems I have to hurry up, or he will be snatched away by others." Luan Shunning was somewhat helpless. This world is really crazy, Nangong family's big miss, actually obsessed with a man like this. If the guys inside the circle knew about it, they were afraid that their jaws would be dropped in shock. Li Jun returned to the villa and called Liang Yong to investigate the recent events of Junlin Group. Liang Yong's efficiency is still fast, less than an hour, will put the information in front of Li Jun, and introduced, and Junlin Group against the company called Shangshur Company. It's not only contracted various construction projects, but also involved in entertainment clubs, logistics, and many other industries. And this Shangshur Company stands behind the Beijing Wang family. The capital is the place where families pile up, crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and after several generations of marriage, those families have intricate relations with each other. The energy is also ridiculously large, generally are not willing to offend the company with a background in the capital. Li Jun looked at this information and fell into thought. Previously, there were a few people from the capital's families in the prison. Among them, there was a fat man who was particularly good at kissing ass and gave himself a very comfortable pat on the back at that time. It was said that he was also the heir to a particularly large family. That kid has been out of prison for a year, and I don't know how it is now. Early in the morning of the second day, Li Jun came to the big building of Junlin Group, but did not go up. Gu Yan, who had soon heard the news, came over on her high heels. "Boss, you're here, why don't you go up, your office is dusty. The company's affairs are left to you, I'm the boss who only counts the money, it doesn't matter if I go to the company or not." Also, didn't I tell you yesterday to call me Li Jun? Don't boss, call me old. Li Jun laughed. Through this incident, Gu Yan tried to solve things by herself, not bothering him as a boss, showing that she is a responsible and bearable person, so that Li Jun is also quite optimistic about her. Good, Li Jun. Gu Yan was a little uncomfortable. The car has been and the people have been prepared. Master Wu has also come, and is now in the VIP hall, ready to go at any time. Master Wu? It was only then that Li Jun remembered that yesterday, Gu Yan had asked Tang Zhu to make contact to find a master to calm the scene. Then let's depart. Good. Gu Yan made the call, and soon several commercial vehicles drove out from the company's parking lot. One commercial vehicle stopped in front of the Li Jun duo. A driver hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door. Mr. Gu, please get in the car. That driver didn't recognize Jun Li, so he didn't know how to address him. Good. Gu Yan made a gesture of please. Li Jun then directly got into the car first. This made the driver feel a little surprised. He didn't know what the identity of this youth was. After Li Jun went in, Gu Yan followed closely and got into the car. In the car at the moment was a middle-aged man with a long beard, wearing a Chinese mountain suit and squinting his eyes. When Li Jun got into the car, only then did he open his eyes and asked, General Manager Gu, who is this? Without waiting for Gu Yan to speak, Li Jun jumped the gun. I am General Manager Gu's bodyguard. Bodyguard? That middle-aged man couldn't help but once again carefully surveyed Li Jun for a few moments before he gave a light hum. Hands without calluses, eyes without spirit, footsteps frivolous, loose, such a person can also be a bodyguard? Is money so easy to cheat now? Li Jun was unimpressed. You are wrong, do not you know that the breath convergence, back to basics? The real master, is not you can see through with the naked eye? Yellow-mouthed child, also dare to talk about national arts in front of me, class. Master Wu shook his head with a disdainful expression. I have been practicing boxing for 30 years, and I have only managed to reach the peak of Mingjin. How old are you, and you dare to say that you have reached the superior boxing realm of returning to the basics, isn't it laughable? Next to Gu Yan, listening to the eyes, revealed a few points of worship, and spoke, yesterday I went to invite Master Wu. Master Wu performed for me. A palm down, 3-inch thick stone brick was directly beaten into smithereens. Master Wu is indeed a martial arts expert. When Gu Yan said this, it was meant for Li Jun to hear. It meant, even though you are the boss, you have to be polite when treating such a high-ranking person, so as not to annoy the other party. This time, we still have to rely on the other party to calm the scene. Li Jun naturally understood Gu Yan's subtext. With a slight smile, he did not say anything more. This Master Wu had already practiced to the peak of Mingjin. Breaking gold and cracking rocks was naturally nothing, but it was still only the lower realm of boxing. Only by practicing strength to the entire body, and being able to control it freely from the inside out, would that be the superior realm of boxing. It was just that Gu Yan and the others didn't understand these truths when they said them. Li Jun was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Chapter 22, Fighting Out. The car quickly arrived inside an estate. This was the place where the Shangshur company had agreed to meet. Just after arriving at the entrance of the manor, the car stopped. The people got out of the car and walked inside. This time, in addition to Master Wu, Gu Yan also brought more than 20 bodyguards, as well as her assistant, a group of people in great numbers. This Shangshur company often do bullying business, this time the initiative to ask us to come, certainly not good intentions. After going in, all please Master Wu. Master Wu lightly smiled and said, Mr. Gu can put 10,000 hearts, there is my Wu Huayan, the other side to how many people are useless. The self-satisfaction on Master Wu's face was hard to hide. He has been in the land of Chuzhou for many years, and his reputation has been spread throughout the country, so how would he care about those ruffians and scoundrels? Hearing Grandmaster Wu's words, Gu Yan instantly felt a sense of confidence in her heart. Just after stepping into the gate, several strong men who were chatting leaned up. A tall, thin young man with tattoos on his body shouted, Are you guys from the King's Landing group? Gu Yan nodded, Yes, I want to see your boss do. The youth nodded, his eyes sweeping around Gu Yan's body recklessly, and said, Our boss do is waiting for you inside. After saying that, he shouted inside again. The people from the Jun Lin group are here. The next moment, only to hear a clatter, from all sides surged out more than 20 people, each fierce and vicious. Gu Yan was a woman, but at this moment, she was also very courageous. Directly ignoring these people, she took big steps towards the inside. In the manor, inside a pavilion. 2 rattan chairs, a tea table, and a pot of fine dragon well. An obese middle-aged man was smoking a cigar and drinking tea. Next to him, a woman in a cheongsam, tall and light in appearance, was boiling the tea, carefully watching the fire and holding the temperature. On top of the 50-meter-long path leading to the pavilion, more than 30 strong men in suits stood. All of them had their hands crossed on their stomachs, their bodies were robust, and they were permeated with a solemn and murderous aura. The rattan chairs opposite the obese man were empty, obviously prepared for Gu Yan, who had come to negotiate. Gu Yan appeared on top of the path with more than 20 people. Even though she was well informed, she couldn't help but see such a stance and her eyebrows gently jumped. The expressions of those bodyguards behind her also became unnatural. I was afraid that such a gesture had only been seen in movies. Even Li Jun narrowed his eyes. This Shengshi group's row was quite large. Only Master Wu was calm and relaxed. Mr. Gu is here, have a seat. That fat man smiled faintly, the fat on his face shaking. Since she arrived, Gu Yan could not weaken her momentum, and immediately took a deep breath and walked to the rattan chair to sit down. Master Wu and Jun Li then stood on either side. General Manager Gu, this time I asked you to meet. In fact, you should also be clear about my purpose. I, Shengshi Group, would like to take over the project of the commercial street in the south of the city. The fat man said in a straightforward manner. Gu Yan smiled. Mr. Du, at the time of the bidding, your company's offer was too high, that's why we chose another company. The contract has been signed. If Mr. Du still wants to cooperate, he can wait for the next time. We can't let my Junlin Group default on the contract. We have to pay a high amount of liquidated damages for defaulting on the contract, and businessmen are based on honesty. Du Ming raised his eyebrows. Mr. Gu, I originally thought that you came with sincerity today. If you talk like this, there is no need for us to talk. It's just that if you don't give us Shengshi Group this project, I'm afraid that the year after next, you won't be able to build that commercial street of yours. How much money do you have to lose with this 2-year delay? Mr. Gu should be able to calculate this account. Du Ming poured the brewed tea into a teacup and said while pouring the tea, cloudy and light, in control of the big picture. Mr. Du didn't really think that I, Junlin Group, was easy to bully? Gu Yan also rose a few points of irritation. Mr. Gu, don't be angry, Junlin Group is a big family, but my Shengshi company is not to be messed with. I prepared a contract here. Mr. Gu, take a look at it. The construction of that piece of land in the south of the city to our Shengshi company, we are good and good. I have already said, that project has been contracted out. It is impossible to give you Shengshi company, so this contract is not necessary to see. Gu Yan immediately refused. Oh, Gu total, temper really grumpy, just the contract is not signed. You are afraid that today is not good to leave Du Ming smiled contemptuously, tapping his fingers on the desktop. Hearing this, Gu Yan could not help but change her color wildly. She had long guessed that this Du Ming didn't harbor any good intentions, and sure enough, the other party was going to use underhanded tactics. What does Mr. Du mean by this? Gu Yan coldly asked. There is no meaning, these little brothers of mine do not have a good temper. If Mr. Gu doesn't sign the contract, when they get angry, they are afraid that they will do something to hurt Mr. Gu. It wouldn't be good for such a beautiful girl like Ms. Gu to have a few more scars on her face or something. Mr. Du, do you think that since I dared to come to the meeting today, I wasn't prepared? I'd like to see how Mr. Du is going to keep me. Gu Yan saw that she had already torn her face, so there was no need to be polite at that moment. Standing up directly, she said to Master Wu next to her, Master Wu, let's fight our way out. Master Wu nodded and took a step forward, cupping his fists and said, Wujia Village Wu Hua, we have to open the way for Mr. Gu. Whoever stands in the way, I'll blame the old man for being merciless with his iron fist. Wujia Village was the birthplace of martial arts in Chuzhou, and Wu Hua was sitting in Wujia Village. His name was also very loud. Hearing Wu Hua light up his name, but Du Ming just smiled disdainfully. Just with an old man want to fight out, Gu Yan, if you can really walk out of this courtyard today, the project of the commercial street in the south of the city, I, Shengshi Company, will never get my hands on it again. And at that moment, Master Wu had already taken a step forward and knocked a strong man who had rushed up to the ground with a single palm strike. Kung Fu is indeed very strong. Just the next moment, he was caught in the middle of the encirclement. As he knocked another man out, his back was also hit by a throwing stick, and his body swayed. Seeing this scene, Gu Yan's heart couldn't help but lift. What kind of era is this, still engaging in the old Jianghu set? Can you beat 1 or 2, can you beat 30? Really think that my Du Ming's men are vegetarians? Du Ming hemmed and hawed, a cold light flashed in his eyes. In the crowd, Master Wu was dealing with the attacks from all directions with his full strength, and his face was no longer as calm as before. Although these men of Du Ming weren't as strong as him, they were superior in number, and they were all battle-hardened. He had only just exchanged blows, and he had already been hit by a few sticks. Looking for death. Master Wu was enraged and began to strike hard. With a single move, he split a strong man and spat out blood. Just the next moment, a silhouette flew up in the air and kicked above Master Wu's chest. Master Wu was unsteady and retreated a few steps backward. At this time, another person raised his sword and slashed, leaving a bloody wound on top of Master Wu's back. These people did not talk about martial virtues. Before, they had only used their fists and feet, but now they even used their knives. Plop! Only a sound of tearing clothes was heard. Master Wu stumbled backward a few steps and retreated to Gu Yan's side. At the moment, there were 4 or 5 wounds on his body, and he was in a sorry state. Master Wu sucked in cool air from the pain and smiled bitterly as he said to Gu Yan, "Mr. Gu, it seems that I'm really old. I'm afraid that I can't take Mr. Gu to kill his way out." Du Ming then clutched the teacup in his hand, sipping the clear tea, and said indifferently, "My Shangshur company spends more than $50 million on fighters every year. Do you think this money is spent in vain? If you are beaten out by an old man, where can I put my face?" Said, he picked up the teapot, personally to Gu Yan's cup, poured a cup of tea, light gently pushed to the front of Gu Yan, laughed, "Gu total tea, this time we cannot properly discuss the contract thing?" Gu Yan, pretty face is already white, did not think that Master Wu so powerful cannot break out. With her understanding of the Shangshur company, if she did not sign, I am afraid that today's end will be very miserable. However, if she signed, she would be jeopardizing the interests of the Junlin Group. The key to Junlin Group is also not their own. Subconsciously Gu Yan looked at Li Jun. This kind of moment, she is also out of ideas. Of course I won't sign the contract, and you, Shangshur Group, have delayed our project progress and have to compensate us $10 million. Li Jun, who was next to her, suddenly opened his mouth. Chapter 23 is a ruthless man. Who are you again? Is there a place for you to speak here? Du Ming said with a cold face. He had noticed Li Jun a long time ago. When Gu Yan sat down earlier, Li Jun and Master Wu stood behind Gu Yan on the left and right, indicating that the status was not low. He had originally thought that it was Gu Yan's assistant or something like that. After all, looking at Li Jun's hands, there weren't any calluses and his muscles weren't well developed, unlike someone with a high force value. However, Li Jun didn't answer his question, but instead said to himself, $10 million, considered as an indemnity from you to Junlin Group. What you did to Junlin Group in the past, I can forget about it. Gu Yan stood there with a stunned expression. She also did not expect that Li Jun would say something like this. It wasn't true that Junli was the boss, and it wasn't true that his background wasn't simple. But now on this occasion, even Master Wu had lost. It was not a good thing for Junli to provoke the other party at this time. Even if you have any background, you have to wait until after you get out of it, and then settle the score. After all, this Du Ming looks like the kind of person who will do anything. Du Ming turned the teacup in his hand, and wanted to laugh a little. Where did the rash kid come from? Really don't know how to die. I am the boss of the Junlin Group, not a rash boy. Li Jun faintly said. This time, besides Gu Yan, everyone present had a blank stare on their faces. Everyone knew that Junlin Group was now managed by Gu Yan, but the real boss behind the scenes, not many people knew. It just didn't occur to them that the other party was so young. So you are the boss of the Junlin Group, so young and capable. What a pleasure to meet you. Du Ming quickly calmed down again and said with a smile on his face. Since you are the boss of Junlin Group, we can talk about cooperation. As long as the contract is signed, we will meet in the future as brothers. Ms. Gu doesn't know much. I think you, the boss, should know more than her. After all, people who don't understand things end up miserable. Li Jun laughed and said, Is your brain kicked by a donkey? I just said, the contract will not be signed. You give me Junlin Group compensation of $10 million, this matter will be over. Du Ming's eyes narrowed. Worthy of being the boss of Junlin Group, the tone is big. I think you must have some powerful background. But I can tell you, my Shangshur company's backer is the Wang family in the capital. Whatever background you have is useless. Li Jun didn't say anything, just that it was obvious to Du Ming that Li Jun was at his wit's end and became even more complacent. Du Ming inhaled a mouthful of cigar and slowly stood up. Boss Li, it is also your Junlin group's fault for not knowing what to do. If you had given the project to our Shangshur company to do in the first place, where would there be so many things? Of course, I am willing to give you the opportunity to correct your mistake. If you sign this contract today, everything will be fine, otherwise, I can do anything. At that time, you will experience what is despair, such as picking off your hand and foot tendons or something like that, which is very easy for the brothers under me. Du Ming was a bit smug. Backing the Wang family is cool, humiliating the boss of the King's Landing group like this, the other party didn't even dare to say anything. Now is not very suffocating, very angry, very want to hit me? But you don't dare. Because your life is in my hands, so brother, listen to my advice, more friends more road, do not go out of the way yourself. Du Ming is getting more and more licentious. Li Jun's eyes, however, narrowed slightly. At this time, Du Ming poured a cup of tea and handed it to Li Jun. Brothers, drink this cup of tea and then obediently sign the contract. After saying this, seeing that Li Jun did not respond, he angrily cursed, don't fucking refuse to drink, I let you drink, didn't you hear me? Finally, Li Jun reached out and took the teacup. Next to Gu Yen's heart has sunk to the bottom. His own boss originally also expected him to come forward to change something, but did not think that it is actually self-defeating. It was also his own fault for not being prepared for everything, only looking for a master Wu, thinking that he could calm the scene. Du Ming put the cigar in his mouth and took a deep breath, his face full of smugness and mockery. What the hell is the boss of Junlin Group? His hair has not even grown. In front of himself, he still has to obediently bow his head. Next to her, the Cheongsam woman who was responsible for making tea couldn't help but secretly shake her head. Sure enough, no one can fight Du Ming, not even the boss of Junlin Group. And those fighters were even more full of disdain. The boss of Junlin Group, in front of our Mr. Du, he must still be a grandson. Mr. Du is really mighty, let's see who dares to go against our Shangshur company in the future. That's why this kid is so smart, otherwise I will break his legs later. Only Li Jun did not drink the tea, but looked at Du Ming faintly. Some people never know what kind of existence they are facing. In the next moment, Li Jun directly threw the tea on Du Ming's face, took a few steps forward and yanked Du Ming's hair, pressing his head on top of the table. Casually grabbing the tea needle on the table, he violently inserted it into the back of Du Ming's hand. Put! The tea needle directly penetrated his palm and nailed it on top of the table, blood immediately seeped out. Ah! Du Ming let out a mournful scream. Next to him, Gu Yan's body couldn't help but hit a jolt as she looked at all of this with horror. Li Jun had actually struck out at Du Ming. And he had even pierced through his palm. The Cheongsam woman who was responsible for making the tea was horrified. The many fighters who reacted in the first moment, seeing Li Jun's methods, couldn't help but feel some trepidation. This youth was a ruthless man. In the next moment, they did not hesitate to brandish their knives and sticks and rushed up. Li Jun loosened the hand that was pressed on Du Ming's head, then moved his wrist and directly met him. Chapter 24: Li Jun's Toughness. Bang! A strong man who had just rushed to Li Jun's body, before he had the chance to strike, his entire body bowed into a shrimp shape and flew out backwards like a cannonball. Immediately after, Li Jun's body leapt high into the air and his knee slammed into another person's face, instantly smashing the other person's face into a bloody mess. Li Jun's body landed in the middle of the crowd, like a mangled bull, overturning several people in the blink of an eye. A machete slashed at Li Jun's back. Gu Yan was so scared that she cried out in shock, Li Jun, be careful. Li Jun, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, sidestepped the opponent's machete, turned around and slashed at the wrist of the machete. That machete instantly fell down, just do not wait to fall to the ground, was picked up by Li Jun, the trend of a knife in the face of the other party, blood instantly soared out, from the teeth to the entire ear behind, where Li Jun a knife split. Ruthless, really too ruthless. All these people from Shangshur company were also shocked by Li Jun's ruthlessness. And Li Jun didn't give them time to froth. With machete in hand, he rushed into the crowd, slashing one by one. Every time the knife went down, blood was bound to splatter, bringing the ruthlessness to its fullest. In a blink of an eye, more than 30 strong men had already fallen by a large margin. Seeing this scene, Gu Yan and the others were all dumbfounded. Even Master Wu couldn't help but have his throat roll a little. Before, he had scoffed at Jun Li, but seeing Jun Li's current strikes, it was simply textbook level. The strikes were vicious, specializing in the vitals and killing with a single blow. Moreover, in the midst of the melee of so many people, Li Jun's body froze without being hurt a bit. Du Ming, who barely pulled out the tea needle from his hand, looked at all this with a dumbfounded look, not to mention how shocking his heart was. Even with his ruthlessness, he was scared to death. The few burly men facing Li Jun were even more completely cowed. When Li Jun took a step forward, they took a step back and no longer dared to rush up. Rubbish! Li Jun cursed. With a machete in hand, like a demon god killed from hell, he walked directly to Du Ming's body. At this moment, Du Ming was so scared that his heart almost popped out of his throat, stuttering, "Behind my Shengshi company is the Wang family in the capital. You have to think clearly. If you offend the Wang family will not let you go." Wang family, whose influence is not only in the land of the capital city, is indeed a gold standard. Only his words had just fallen. Li Jun lifted his hand and directly raised his hand. Puffing. Du Ming's entire arm was chopped off by Li Jun. Ah! The next moment, Du Ming let out a miserable scream. The entire person fell to the ground in pain, wailing. "Didn't you say that the Wang family in the capital is very powerful? Now I'll give you a chance, call them to come, I'll wait for them here," Li Jun said coldly. "Good." Du Ming covered his bleeding arm, forced himself to endure the pain, sweating profusely, and with great difficulty, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The Wang family had more than just the Shengshi company in Chuzhou. Li Jun had broken his arm, of course he wanted to take revenge. "Hello, I'm Du Ming, I planted, right, really?" Du Ming's eyes actually showed a bright light for a moment. On the other side, Gu Yan was shocked but looked at Li Jun with a few more breathless eyes. "Since the Win hurry to go is, even let the other side to shop people, this is also a little too rampant, do not know how to see the good to end." And at this time, Du Ming had already hung up the phone, staring at Li Jun with a spiteful face full of hatred. Jun Li, the third young master of the Wang family, Wang Jun, happens to be in Chuzhou. You are finished. Every time the third young master of the Wang family goes out, he must be accompanied by an expert of the Wang family. Du Ming gritted his teeth and said in an icy voice. Li Jun, however, ignored his words and directly pulled out a chair and sat down, and poured himself a cup of tea and sipped it. What Wang family's 3 young men and 5 young men were all dregs in front of absolute force value. At that time in prison, those top plutocrat lords had to grovel when they saw themselves. The Wang family was only a medium-sized family in the capital. Next to her, Gu Yan didn't know what to say. At this time of the day, Li Jun even had the mood to drink tea. On the contrary, it was Grandmaster Wu, who had a few moments of admiration rising in his heart. The change is not shocking, the mountain crumbles in front of the face without changing color, this is the real master style. In comparison, he had lived most of his life in vain. Just after Li Jun waited for 20 minutes, the door of the courtyard was kicked open. A group of people rushed in with great vigor. The leader was a young man in casual clothes. That young man wore a big back hair and also had ear studs, giving people a feeling of being in the flow. The other party appeared, playing with a butterfly knife in his hand, followed by a group of ferocious subordinates. 4 of them were wearing sunglasses and suits, and their aura was extraordinary at first glance. When these people appeared, Gu Yan and the others' hearts immediately lifted. While Li Jun threw a smile at her. Wait, you stand to the side, don't be afraid, just think of it as watching the fun. Although Gu Yan was a strong woman in the mall, she was after all a woman, where had she seen such a battle? Especially this youth brought people, at first glance is not to be messed with. Who hit my Wang family ah? Give me a roll out. The youth put his hands in his pockets and swept his gaze around the crowd. When he saw Gu Yan, he immediately lit up and revealed a few evil smiles. His hand pointed towards Gu Yan's body. She is good looking, tonight this young master is going to sleep with her. The young man was arrogant, and his tone carried an unquestionable flavor, as if what he looked at was his. Gu Yan, on the other hand, could not help but blanch her pretty face. Li Jun drank the tea in his cup, frowned and said, I also have my eye on your mom, why don't you let your mom sleep with me for one night too? That young man's face instantly grimaced. No one has ever dared to scold him Wang Jun. Kid, it seems that you are the one who hit Du Ming, good, very good, later I will let you know that life is worse than death. Wang Jun's face showed a few grimaces, his smile was creepy, as if he was a devil. Chapter 25 Prepare a coffin for yourself. The veins on Wang Jun's face were clearly visible, filled with ferocity. He pointed at Li Jun and commanded his men, beat him to death for me. As the words fell, a group of people behind him rushed directly towards Li Jun. These people were all holding knives in their hands, just aiming to take Li Jun's life, more professional than those under Du Ming. Moreover, the four most powerful men beside Wang Junyi did not make a move. Gu Yan and the others were already scared out of their wits. Things had gotten out of hand. As for those bodyguards she brought with her, they were even trembling and had no courage to get involved at all. Seeing this scene, Du Ming had an unrestrained smile on his face. Haha laughed, "Kid, you broke my arm, I'll replace your life, it's worth it." A group of people rushed up. Bang! Li Jun directly swung his chair and smashed the first man who rushed up. At the same time, he rushed into the crowd like a cannonball. His fist was like a dragon. As soon as he smashed his fist down, someone was smashed out. The rabbit rose and fell, as fast as lightning. Bang 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 bang. One by one, the strong men were hit and flew up in the air. The daggers that flashed with cold light, but not once were able to stab Li Jun's body. In the blink of an eye, all of the 20 or so people who had rushed up lay down. Li Jun stood in the center of the room, showing his dominance. Du Ming stared with his eyes, his expression somewhat dazed. It was not known whether it was because of the excessive bleeding or because Li Jun had moved too fast. Wang Junya's face also showed surprise. These people who rushed up, although they were just his subordinates transferred from another company in Shuzhou, but with more than 20 people, all of them were knocked down by Li Jun, and Li Jun himself was unharmed. This stance was a bit scary. "You guys on." Wang Junyi commanded the 4 bodyguards around him. "This is his bottom card." In the next moment, the 4 figures were like hungry tigers, instantly pouncing towards Li Jun. Just before they got close, one of them was sent flying by Li Jun's magnificent high whip kick. According to reasoning, in a duel between experts, this kind of kung fu like high whip leg is not very practical except for looking good, and it is easy to reveal a crack to the enemy. However, when it was performed on Li Jun, it exploded with terrifying power. After kicking one person away, the next moment, Li Jun even pinched another person's neck, directly lifted the other person up, and then smashed down. At the same time as the body smashed down, the knee topped up. Bang! With a crisp sound, that bodyguard's mouth directly sprayed out blood, and was thrown to the ground by Li Jun like a dead dog. The remaining 2 people, a left and right, simultaneously clamped down on Li Jun. Only when their fists swung out, they lost sight of Li Jun. Without waiting to react, Li Jun's body fell from the sky. With a series of kicks in the sky, the 2 were kicked out. It took less than a minute to resolve the 4 bodyguards. In the midst of Wang Junya's incredible shock, Li Jun kicked a bodyguard who was about to get up and flew 7 or 8 meters away. Without any haste, he walked towards Wang Junyi. "Don't come over, what are you doing?" "I am the 3rd young master of the Wang family." Wang Junya's voice was shaking a little at this moment. He raised the butterfly knife in his hand and stabbed at Li Jun, only to be tackled by Li Jun in the next moment, who instantly grabbed the wrist holding the knife and twisted it vigorously. Ka-ching! The bone broke. The butterfly knife fell to the ground. Ah! Wang Junya's entire cheeks twisted up as he let out an agonizing cry of pain, his head in a cold sweat. "Didn't you just want to give me a taste of a life worse than death? Then how about I give you a taste first?" Li Jun grabbed his wrist and twisted it once again. The entire arm twisted in a strange shape. Ah. Wang Junyi howled in agony, the intense pain made him nearly faint. "Speak up, aren't you arrogant?" Li Jun exerted force again. Wang Junya's nose and tears flowed down, and his head was even against the ground, covered in dust. Everyone around looked dumbfounded. Too ruthless, too ferocious. At the same time, there was fear in their eyes. This young man is simply the devil. Don't twist it, I was wrong, please." Wang Junyi with a crying voice, loudly begged for mercy. This was like a nightmare, he was really scared. "Don't, you are the 3rd youngest of the Wang family, how can you beg me?" Li Jun loosened the other's arm at this time. Wang Junya's entire body was lying on the ground gasping for air, like a dead dog. Just the fear was accompanied by an imperceptible malice in his eyes. At this time, Li Jun fumbled around on him for a bit, took out a cell phone, and threw it directly in front of him. "Don't you guys like to call for help?" "Call, keep calling, I'll take as many people as come today." At those words, Wang Junyi looked at that phone, and a few moments of heat appeared in his eyes. but in the end did not dare to reach out and grab it. He was afraid that Li Jun was just using the opportunity to torture him. Just now that kind of pain, he never wanted to experience it again in his life. If I tell you to fight, you fight. If you don't fight, I will twist your other arm into a twist. Li Jun's words caused Wang Junyi to physically tremble. He had no doubt about Li Jun's ruthlessness. You really let me fight? You don't want to regret it. Wang Junyi gritted his teeth and dialed a number. The person he called was Lin Hai, the steward of the Wang family. Before Lin Hai joined the Wang family, he was a big lord with a dozen lives on his back. Later, he was taken in by the Wang family and willingly became their butler. After joining the Wang family, he didn't restrain himself because of this. Instead, he acted even more viciously. And he was in Han City, which was not far from Chuzhou, and was also the fastest he could come. When mentioning the Wang family, perhaps others only knew that it was a powerful family, but when mentioning Lin Hai, everyone else would feel their scalp go numb. It was a madman. The phone went through quickly. Young master, what's the matter with you calling me? A voice came through, mid-air. Butler Lin, I've been beaten. In Chuzhou, he twisted my arm into a twist. You come quickly, or I'll die. Wang Junyi cried out in pain. What kind of person did it? What a big nerve. On the other end of the phone, Lin Hai was in a hurry. This time, the third young master came with him to Chuzhou. He just happened to have something to Seoul today. I didn't expect that after only half a day's absence, the young master had an accident, so how could I explain to the family head when I went back? Originally, with the Wang family's young master's identity, no one would dare to mess with him in Chuzhou. Who is it? Who has the guts to make a move on the young master of the Wang family? Butler Lin, come quickly. If you don't come, I'm really going to die. Wang Juno has never been so helpless and afraid as today. Did the person who laid hands on you tell you to make this call? Butler Lin quickly realized something. I have to say, the other party is a bit arrogant, beating up his own third young master, but still dare to ask the third young master to move help. This is simply too crazy. Yes, he asked me to call. Give him the phone. Lin Hai's gloomy. Good. Wang Junyi trembled as he handed the phone to Li Jun. He hoped that Lin Hai would make Li Jun jealous. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wait for Lin Hai to come and this madman would kill him. Lin Hai's voice on the other side was very high, so Junli could hear it clearly. He directly picked up the cell phone. Butler Lin, hello. Li Jun said with a smile. On the other side of the phone, Lin Hai's angry voice was mixed with rage. How dare you, dare to hit the young master of the Wang family? What's so daring about that? The Wang family's head of household is here, and I'll still beat him up. Li Jun said lightly. You prepare a coffin for yourself. Lin Hai's voice was filled with a monstrous killing aura. If he wasn't still 100 kilometers away, he really wanted to rush out of the phone right now and strike down this bastard who dared to provoke the Wang family. Chapter 26, The boss of the Junlin group is not ordinary. The people around him looked at Li Jun in awe. Li Jun's ruthlessness was beyond their knowledge. Time passed by minute by minute. Lin Hai had made countless calls to Chuzhou along the way. The young master of the Wang family had been beaten up in Chuzhou, and all of the Wang family's forces in Chuzhou had been mobilized. Half an hour later, an SUV rushed off the highway and headed straight in the direction of the manor. Seoul was 100 kilometers away from Chuzhou. A normal drive would take an hour. And the other party only used half an hour, so it was evident that the speed was fast. On the other hand, as time passed, the news of the Wang family's third young master being beaten up also began to circulate in the circle. This Chuzhou can really be a hidden tiger and hidden dragon. The Wang family's third young master was beaten up. This time the butler Lin Hai was completely enraged and said that he wanted to break the assailant into pieces. In the 13 villas of Zizatang, Tang Zhu was lazily lying on the sofa watching TV. She had recently taken a vacation and was rarely living the life of an ordinary girl. Suddenly, she received a call from a friend in the capital. Although the Wang family was nothing in the capital, in Chuzhou, it was definitely a strong dragon crossing the river. Those forces in Chuzhou, how dare they lay hands on the Wang family? Tang Zhu did not think at first, just as a gossip to listen. Now the capital circle is shaken. It is estimated that which do not know the death of the small forces, do not know how strong the Wang family, and only dared to make a move. After all, there are a lot of examples of the gutter overthrowing the boat. I heard that the other party is also very arrogant. Let Wang Junyi call people it. the specific location in the lake manor. The other party's words fell. Tang Zhu snapped a jolt. Fought Gu Yan today to negotiate the place, is not that manner? It couldn't be that Gu Yan had provoked the Wang family, right? Thinking like this, Tang Zhu did not care much, immediately went to change clothes, and rushed to the manor. And at this moment, accompanied by the roar of the engine, an off-road vehicle rushed in directly from the gate. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but look up, only to see that the SUV all the way across the roadside fence debris, was knocked to the east and west, in the twinkling of an eye as rushed to the gazebo. But there was no intention of stopping, directly aimed at Li Jun's position rushed over. Through the phone call, Lin Hai had already judged Li Jun's age. And at this moment, everyone else was hiding to the side, except for Li Jun, who was standing there with a big horse. The identity was already self-evident. While facing the rushing SUV, Li Jun was expressionless, with no intention of dodging at all, quietly waiting. Accelerate and crash him. Lin Hai roared at the driver. With a roar, the car accelerated and slammed over. Be careful. Gu Yan's face went white with fear and shouted. Boom. However, the next moment, when the front of the car rushed in front of Li Jun stretched out his fist and slammed it out, instantly collapsing the entire hood of the car. The crazily advancing car was actually held against it alive. The next moment, Li Jun kicked out, and the car flew up in the air, directly smashing down inside the flower bed next to it. The four wheels were still spinning rapidly, and the entire roof of the car was smashed flat. The surrounding area was suddenly plunged into a dead silence. Everyone was wide-eyed and shocked to the extreme. Was this still a human being? A few seconds later, Lin Hai, whose head was covered in blood, climbed out of the car. The madness from earlier had long disappeared and was replaced by endless fear. Lin Hai understood very well how much power it took to flip a car over with one kick, not to mention that Li Jun had resisted the sprinting car alive. He had wondered all the way through what this Li Jun's card was, whether he had some background, or something else. Now he knew that such a strong force value was the biggest card. Are you Lin Hai? Li Jun asked. Lin Hai wiped a handful of blood that flowed down from his forehead and nodded, his voice a little hoarse, saying, It's me. Li Jun shook his head and said, You can't, keep calling people. Wang Jun, who was expecting Lin Hai to come to his rescue next to him, was completely desperate at this moment. Just based on Li Jun's hand, he knew that Lin Hai had no chance of winning against Li Jun as well. Sure enough, Lin Hai let out a bitter smile. There's no need to call out, even if you call out more people, you won't be able to beat you. This time, my Wang family has been planted. If you want to kill me or kill me, Your Excellency, feel free to do it. Lin Hai sighed and lowered his head. You want to kill or die? Li Jun laughed lightly. Your Wang family is bullying people. Before you said that you want me to prepare a coffin for yourself. What a big mouth. Now you bow your head so painfully, you can really bend and bend. Just you think it's okay to bow your head and admit your fault? Lin Hai didn't plead for himself because he knew that in front of a terrifyingly strong person like Li Jun, words were pale. He took a deep breath, then picked up a dagger from the ground and stabbed it at his belly. Puffing. When he pulled the knife out, blood also instantly dyed the clothes on his abdomen red. Lin Hai clasped his fists at Li Jun. Please also rest your anger, Your Excellency. Li Jun snorted coldly. Count on you to be sensible, send $10 million to the Junlin Group within 3 days, and this matter will be called off. After saying that, he directly greeted Gu Yan and the others and left the manor. At the moment he stepped out of the door, the voice once again sounded, If the Wang family is not convinced, despite coming to retaliate, come as many people as you can, I'll take it all. With those words, he completely disappeared inside the crowd's line of sight. The manor fell into silence. Lin Hai covered his belly, his face ugly. Today he was really planted. But this dumb loss he had to eat. Li Jun was too terrifying, by no means an ordinary person. To cultivate such a person, there must be an extremely terrifying force behind him. Although the Wang family had some prestige in the capital, it was still too small in the end, and one slip-up could lead to the destruction of the family. Lin Hai's complexion was quite complicated. Being an enemy with this kind of person would be an absolute nightmare. After Li Jun left, Wang Junya's voice was grim. Butler Lin, I'm going to call Dad and ask him to send someone to Chuzhou. Lin Hai shook his head. Young master, what you should do is to persuade the family head to swallow this breath. After saying that, he glanced at Du Ming, who was missing an arm. From today, Du Ming will no longer be the general manager of Shengshi Company, go to the Seoul branch, and become a supervisor. When Du Ming heard this, his body shook a bit and his face was ashen. 20 minutes later, a military SUV drove into the manor. Tang Zhu hurriedly stepped out of the car and saw nothing but a mess. There was no longer half a person in the manor. She hurriedly called Gu Yan. Only after learning that Gu Yan was fine did she let out a long sigh of relief. To be able to make Lin Hai swallow this breath, the owner of the Junlin Group has an unusual background. Tang Zhu thought in his heart. Chapter 27, It's Your Honor that I'm fancying you. Inside the business car, Master Wu looked at Jun Li with a look of reverence. Boss Li's boxing should have already reached the superior boxing realm. It's the old man who has eyes and doesn't recognize him. Tai. I hope that Boss Li can make a trip to the Wu family village when he has time. I have many boxing questions that I would like to ask Boss Li. This previously condescending Master Wu had completely transformed into Li Jun's little fanboy at this moment. Let's talk about it when we have time, Li Jun said casually. He wasn't interested in instructing the other party in boxing, he had a lot of things to do. The car quickly returned to the Junlin mansion. After Gu Yan ordered someone to send Grandmaster Wu back to the Wu family village, he said, Junli, it's noon, do you want to go for a meal together? Of course, there is no problem. There was no reason for Junli to refuse an invitation from a great beauty like Gu Yan, not to mention that he was indeed hungry. For Li Jun to accept his invitation, Gu Yan was very happy. The two soon walked into a Chinese restaurant. Since it was noon, there were many diners eating. This restaurant was also relatively famous for many heavily made-up, youthful and beautiful women walking around. A pair of big beautiful legs dazzled Li Jun. Of course, compared to Gu Yan, no matter the face value and temperament, they were not in the same level. After the two sat down at a table, Gu Yan couldn't help but tease, what, so many beautiful women, are they looking at the eyes of? Li Jun immediately shook his head and said, I'm not a very casual person, my eyes don't look at everyone. I always adhere to a principle, that is, whoever wears less look at who. Put. Gu Yan couldn't help but laugh her ass off. I didn't expect Li Jun to be quite amusing. The dishes quickly came up. Li Jun nonchalantly began to feast. And although Gu Yan was also a bit hungry, she was still more elegant. Li Jun, what exactly did you do in the past? So good with your hands? Gu Yan couldn't help but ask. Today, Li Jun's methods had simply stunned her, and it still felt like a dream. Li Jun knocked down dozens of people by himself, and especially flipped the car over. Blockbuster movies wouldn't dare to shoot like this. An old man taught me, Junlin Group is the old man bought it and gave it to me. Mentioning the old man, Li Jun really misses it a bit. Gu Yan couldn't help but brainstorm many stories. When she looked at Li Jun again, she felt that he was even more full of legends. Li Jun, can you tell me your story? Gu Yan became even more curious about the man in front of her. No time. Li Jun directly refused. There were some past events that he was not willing to mention. Gu Yan was instantly furious, this was really a straight man of steel. Even if he refused, he should at least be polite. Miss, can I buy you a drink? Right at this moment, a magnetic voice rang. Out. Looking up, he only saw a man in a suit with a full-body designer label, holding a wine glass and walking over, with a charming smile on his face. Gu Yan had attracted a lot of attention from the moment she came in because of her good looks. Li Jun was thinking that such a woman would definitely have a lot of people chasing after her. Sure enough, just halfway through this meal, someone came up to strike up a conversation. Gu Yan smiled and refused, sorry, I don't like drinking from strangers. To be honest, Gu Yan encountered guys asking for contact information a lot. For this kind of thing, it had long been familiar. Generally speaking, after refusing, the other party would leave in a gentlemanly manner. Who knows, the man did not have the intention to leave. Instead, he continued, this young lady, I rarely fall in love with a woman at a glance, and your charm has deeply attracted me. Maybe you don't know me well yet, but you should have heard of the company Urban Beauty, which was founded by me. So I hope you can give me a chance, and also give yourself a chance. The man seemed to have a superiority complex. A gesture that it's your honor that I've taken a liking to you. Li Jun shook his head. What kind of bullshit Urban Beauty? Gu Yan herself is a magnate. Gu Yan's brows had furrowed. For this kind of stalker, it completely aroused her disgust. I don't care what company you are from, please don't disturb our meal. Saying that, she glanced at Li Jun. She actually hoped that at this time, Li Jun would stand up for her. It was just that Li Jun seemed to have his attention on top of the meal on the table, which caused a few moments of loss to rise in her heart. It also made her mood instantly irritable. Being rejected once again, the man's face was a little embarrassed. This young lady, it's just for you to have a glass of wine, is it so difficult? I hope you can give me this face, because no one can refuse me. The man's voice was a bit cold. His friends were sitting at the table next to him. It would be a bit ugly to go back just like that. And in his opinion, Gu Yan was just pretending to be noble. Aren't you wearing a uniform and showing your thighs just to seduce us men? Is it because your male companion was present that you rejected me? With all due respect, he doesn't deserve you, and he's even no match for me. The man glanced at Li Jun, who had buried her head in her food. Generally speaking, when a man and woman come out to eat, they are most likely boyfriend and girlfriend, and a normal person wouldn't run over to strike up a conversation, but the man didn't put Li Jun in his eyes at all. Gu Yan finally became angry. Please stay away from me, okay? The voice had been incredibly harsh. Don't be angry. The other party even put his hand on Gu Yan's shoulder when he was talking. Take away your dirty hands. Gu Yan voice cold. Who knows, the man's hand continued to touch Gu Yan's back with a bad smile on his face. Bastard. Gu Yan grabbed the water cup on the table and directly splashed it on the other person's face. Swish. In an instant, the entire restaurant fell silent. The several friends of the man sitting on the other side of the table all jerked up and came this way. This beautiful woman had splashed someone with water, and things were afraid that it would be difficult to make things right. The other side has a lot of people, and this beauty's companion looks like a timid and fearful person. I'm afraid that they can't protect her. Pity, they won't hit a woman, right? Many people murmured and began to worry about Gu Yan. And at this time, the man picked up the paper on the table and wiped the water stains on his face. Dare to splash me with water, not a small amount of guts, but I like a spirited woman like you. Just don't know if in bed, is it also so spirited? Saying that, he reached out to grab Gu Yan's wrist. A big man moving his hands against a woman, it's unseemly, isn't it? At this time, Li Jun, who had been eating with his head buried in his hands, finally stood up. What, you have an opinion? The man looked at Li Jun with a gloomy face and poked his finger at Li Jun's chest. I advise you to hurry up and get lost, don't affect me in picking up girls, otherwise. I hate it when people put their hands on me. Li Jun said indifferently. I moved you, how about it, you kid is hard not to still want to. The words were not finished. Bang! The man's head was pressed by Li Jun on top of the plate, and the plate cracked. The food in the plate splattered everywhere, while the man's face was also cut, with blood flowing out. Chapter 28, You See Who I Am. Rumble. The entire table shook. Grease in the dish plates and leftovers splattered out. The inside of the restaurant fell into silence for a moment. Everyone looked at Li Jun with dumbfounded eyes. They were all stunned. No one had thought that Li Jun, who had been eating with his head down like an ostrich, as if he was very timid, had actually hit someone. And directly pressed the other person's head on top of the plate. Gu Yan also had some consternation, followed by joy in her eyes. The only thing she didn't have was half a bit of worry. Having seen Li Jun's strength, she knew that no one in Chuzhou could mess with Li Jun. At this time, the man struggled and took 2 steps backward. There was blood dripping from his face, and his gaze was even more filled with ferocity. Kid, you dare to hit me. At this time, several of his companions had already come over, some with bottles in their hands, some with stools, obviously ready to beat up Li Jun in a group. There is also a person to call someone. Li Jun, however, picked up the paper on the table as if no one else was there, wiped the oil stains splattered on his clothes, and said faintly, I advise you to get lost immediately, or I will make you regret coming to the world to walk for a time. Many people felt relieved by Li Jun's approach. However, those who knew the identity of the beaten man shook their heads and secretly said, this kid is in big trouble. Kid, you're good, you dare to make a move on me, do you know who I am? My name is Hua Feng, and Hu Dong from Anqi Street is my cousin. Wait for his men to come, you don't want to walk out of here alive. Hearing the other party report his name, many people in the arena couldn't help but physically tremble. Surprisingly, it was Huadong's younger brother. Huadong was a big name in Chu State, known for his ruthlessness. This kid was going to be unlucky, and that pretty girl was afraid that it would be hard for her to escape as well. After all, Huadong's reputation was too loud. Huafeng took a paper and wiped the blood on his face. He was most proud of his handsome face, which was now expected to leave scars, which made him even more furious. Kid, you'd better kneel down immediately and beg me to cut your face into 8 pieces yourself, or I'll skin you. Behind him, those few companions of Huafeng surrounded Li Jun, fearing that Li Jun would take the opportunity to give a run for his money. Gu Yan, on the other hand, had her hands wrapped around her chest and watched with cold eyes. When this group of people spoke harsh words, they had no idea what kind of character they were facing. Just at this moment, a group of people barbarically barged in from outside the store. The bench table next to them was even directly kicked to the side. Scarface brother came. Someone let out a frightened sound. They saw a fat man wearing a large gold chain and covered in tattoos, leading a group of minions to walk in with great vigor. That fat man had a scar on his face that looked like a centipede. However, Li Jun saw that among the group of minions behind the fat man, there was a familiar figure. It was his elementary school classmate, Yang Bo. For Yang Bo, Li Jun had a deep memory. When he was in elementary school, he was a bully in school, collecting protection money, bullying his classmates, and doing all the bad things. He dropped out of school before graduating from elementary school. But he didn't dare to bully Li Jun. Although Li Jun was a good student at that time, but whoever bullied him, he would fight with each other. Yang Bo also have to fear Li Jun 3 times. Seeing Yang Bo following behind Scarface, Li Jun sighed in his heart. Sure enough, he ended up on this path. Scarface rushed in. A bald middle-aged man couldn't dodge in time and was directly slapped on the neck. Your mom's eyes are blind, dare to block my path. The bald middle-aged man hurriedly nodded and said, Scarface brother, I was wrong. Bah! Scarface pulled open the other person's collar and directly spat a mouthful of phlegm into it. The other party, however, hurriedly lowered his head and dared not speak in anger. Seeing brother Scarface arrive, Huafeng also revealed a few pleasing smiles. Although Huafeng was Huadong's cousin, but this hall was already outside of the 5 services. In comparison, Scarface brother was Huadong's close friend. In front of Huadong, Huafeng's status was not as high as Scarface brother. However, Huafeng has money and hasn't paid Scarface a lot of tribute, so the other party can be at his beck and call. Scarface, you're here, it's this kid, he hit me with his hands, you must help me kill him. Huafeng said. Scarface nodded. That pair of inverted triangle eyes looked at Li Jun and roared, kneel down for me and slap yourself 80 times first. However, Li Jun didn't pay attention to him and instead gazed at Yang Bo behind him. He was sure that Yang Bo recognized him as well. Although Yang Bo was not a thing when he was a child, he might have just been unintelligent at that time. He did not want Yang Bo to turn into a real scum. After all, no matter how bad a person was, there should be a bottom line. When Scarface saw that Li Jun dared to ignore himself, he immediately looked like he wanted to eat someone and cursed, damn you, did I hear you when I spoke to you? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Li Jun squinted at Scarface and took 2 steps forward. Just kneel where you are, why are you so close? Don't. Try to hug your leg and beg me, it's useless. In the past, when Scarface bullied people, there were always people hugging his thighs and begging, and he thought that Li Jun was also begging for himself. Behind him, a bunch of juniors were laughing coldly. People like them would feel uncomfortable if they didn't bully someone for a day. Yang Bo also took a step forward and said to Li Jun, if Scarface brother tells you to kneel, you kneel, don't make Scarface brother angry. Saying that, he looked at Scarface again. Scarface brother, this kid I know, the brain is not very clear, you see, can you give me face, let him give you an apology, forget it. Yang Bo smiled with a humble face. Fuck you, give you face, you count how old. Scarface kicked Yang Bo to the side and stepped forward to make a move on Li Jun. At this time, Yang Bo stopped up again. Scarface, don't be angry, I told him to pay compensation to Mr. Hua, so let's spare him for once. I'll let him pay for Mr. Hua, so I'll give him a break. He said he was going to hit Yang Bo. Wait a minute. At this time, Li Jun suddenly opened his mouth and said, Scarface, take a good look at who I am. Who are you? I don't care who you are. If you hit Mr. Hua, I'll peel your skin off. Scarface's mouth was full of obscenities. Just as quickly he rubbed his eyes and said in shock, "You're the one who showed up at the Yunting clubhouse that day." Chapter 29 Kick the Iron Plate. This moment. Scarface's body shivered. On that day at the Yunting clubhouse, he didn't enter the box, but stood guard outside. As a result, he was rushed in by a group of black-clothed men, gun to his head, and immediately squatted in the corridor with his head in his hands. So much so, he failed to recognize Li Jun at a glance. He only remembered that when Li Jun left at that time, he quietly raised his head to take a look. Just now, he hadn't thought about it, but now the more he looked, the more similar he looked. Especially the scar at the corner of Li Jun's eye, he remembered it clearly. It did not occur to him that he had messed with this fatalist's head by giving someone a head start today. Now his boss Wadong is still lying in the hospital. The brother who was killed at that time, but he commanded the people to carry out. Only a few days had passed, and the scene was still fresh in his mind. In an instant, bean-sized beads of sweat fell, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. "Scarface, do you remember who I am now?" Li Jun said with a smile. "Who the hell are you? Scarface can recognize you." Next to Huofeng directly opened his mouth and cursed. "This kid is not trying to make friends with Scarface? That's a waste of effort. How much money do you send to Scarface in a year, and Scarface will surely turn toward you? Today, whatever he says, he will teach this kid a lesson. Especially that beautiful girl, the more he looked at her, the more his heart itched." Only the next moment, a slap was thrown unceremoniously on Huofeng's face. Huofeng realized that the person who hit him was Scarface. "Shut the fuck up, and hurry up and make amends to this big brother." "Big brother?" Huofeng froze. "Scarface, does this kid deserve to be my big brother?" Slap. Scarface slaps Huofeng again, knocking him off his feet. "Damn you, if I say I'm a big brother, I'm a big brother. Don't you understand? You want to get me killed?" Said, without explanation to Huofeng is a punch and kick. Huofeng was completely dumbfounded. Not only Huofeng, but the others around him looked dumbfounded. What is this situation? Yang Bo, who was originally thinking about how to save Li Jun, was even more dumbfounded. He knew best what kind of person Scarface was. There was absolutely no way that he would be so kind and lost. Then it meant that there was something about Jun Li that made him jealous. Huofeng received a few big solid slaps, his mouth was bleeding, and he said loudly, "Scarface brother, you are crazy, we are the one who was in a gang, my brother is Wadong ah. My brother is Wadong." Scarface is a vicious kick to Huofeng's stomach. "Your brother is still lying in the hospital. How to lie in the hospital, you do not know? My brother is lying in the hospital, what's wrong with him?" Huofeng yelled. "I can go to your mom." Scarface grabbed Huofeng's collar, to the cheek is a hard punch. "This is simply a fool, I have said so obvious, still do not understand. If you don't quickly bow your head and admit your guilt, if you piss off this fatal star, no one will have a good time." Seeing that Scarface still wants to make a move, Huofeng was scared of being beaten, and hurriedly said with a bitter face, "Scarface brother, wait a minute, what's going on? You'd better say it clearly. This is the one who hospitalized your brother." Scarface opened his mouth. Huofeng's body immediately trembled. Now he finally understood why Scarface's attitude towards himself had changed drastically. His brother had always been a bully, but just a few days ago, he had messed with someone he shouldn't have, and had his leg broken, and a man had died under him. When he went to visit Wadong in the hospital, Wadong urged him to keep a lower profile in the future and not to mess with the wrong people. As a result, he directly put it out of his mind and continued to do what he wanted to do. But he didn't expect to run into it today. At once, Huofeng was so scared that his legs went soft, and he directly flopped down and went up to hug Li Jun's thighs. "Big brother, I was wrong, big brother I." Bang! Li Jun kicked him in the face, kicking him out 3 meters away with a look of disgust. On the other side, Scarface's group of minions, too, heard it all. In an instant, they couldn't help but take a few steps backward, looking at Li Jun with awe. "You don't think that after slapping Huofeng a few times, you'll be fine?" Li Jun looked at Scarface indifferently. In the next moment, Scarface flopped down on his knees. Seeing that the minions behind him were all still frothing, he hurriedly shouted, "Kneel, all fucking kneel down, if you don't want to die, kneel down for me." Scarface saw a roar, suddenly a crowd of little brother reacted, Wu Yangyang kneeled a piece. Yang Bo also want to see the situation to kneel. Li Jun, however, directly passed him to hold. Yang Bo, we are classmates, you are not the same as them. Hearing Li Jun's words, Yang Bo looked a little complicated. Don't follow them in the future. Li Jun said sincerely. Good. Yang Bo nodded. Today's matter really gave him a great feeling. Scarface did not treat him as a human being at all, and only treated him as a dog. Each of you slap yourselves 300 times, and today's matter will be settled. As for Hua Feng, which of his hands is on top of my friend's shoulder, break the entire arm for me. Li Jun said coldly. Scarface didn't dare to disobey and yelled to his subordinates, quick, quick, slap yourself. And those few companions of Hua Feng, some of whom were still carrying bottles of wine and stools in their hands, all quietly put them down at this moment and turned around to slip away. Just haven't had time to take a step, was seen by the Scarface, cursed, give me to stand still, all kneel down, didn't listen to the big brother said, let you fan slap it? Who less fan one, I will pick his hamstring. At once a few people are scared to kneel down. At this moment, Scarface climbs up and walks to Hua Feng with a cold face. Scarface, what are you doing? Hua Feng was scared. Didn't you hear what Big Brother said? I'm going to waste one of your arms. After saying that, without waiting for Hua Feng to react, he directly pushed him down to the ground. At the same time, he straightens his arm, grabs a stool next to him, and smashes it up hard. Ka chow. The stool cracks in response. The arm twisted in a weird position. Miserable screams emanated from Hua Feng's mouth. Many people in the surroundings watched as their eyelids fluttered wildly. Gu Yan couldn't help but tilt her head to the side. Li Jun, on the other hand, had a bland face from start to finish. He pulled out a few bills and gave them to the boss to settle the bill, then said to Gu Yan, let's go, Yang Bo, you come out too. Chapter 30 Meeting Zhang Biao. Li Jun's trio walked out of the restaurant, and from a distance, they could still hear the sound of slapping inside. Gu Yan had a smile on her face, she felt that Li Jun was standing up for her. Yang Bo, on the other hand, who was next to him, looked a little downcast. Just now, he listened to Li Jun's words and walked out with him, which meant that he could no longer return to Scarface's side. Where to go next? He was a little confused. Yang Bo, this kind of life is not suitable for you, find a decent job. Hearing Li Jun's words, Yang Bo let out a bitter smile. Junli, I also want to find a job, but you also know my situation. I dropped out of school before graduating from elementary school, I have no culture, no education, and even no skills. I really don't know what I can do. Li Jun couldn't help but look at Gu Yan next to him. Gu Yan, is there a suitable position for him in our company? In Yang Bo's situation, no other department is suitable, but there are two departments where he can go, the logistics department and the security department. It just so happens that the security department lacks a captain, I just don't know if Yang Bo is willing to do so. Hearing Gu Yan's words, Yang Bo hurriedly nodded, of course I am willing. Good, then you can come to work tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Yang Bo was a little excited. No need to thank me, you have to thank Li Jun, he is the boss of the company. Boss? Yang Bo was a bit surprised. Among his classmates who graduated from elementary school, Yang Bo had contact with some people and knew that Junli went to prison 3 years ago. Originally, he thought that if Junli came out and had no place to go, he would let Junli hang out with him. I did not think that Li Jun is now the boss of the company. However, thinking about the situation in the restaurant just now, it seems that Huadong had a leg wasted by Li Jun some days ago. I don't know how this old classmate of mine has become so powerful all of a sudden. In the afternoon, Gu Yan had to go back to the company for a meeting, so Yang Bo also said goodbye to Li Jun. And just after parting with the duo, Li Jun received a call from Liang Yong. Young master, my men found out that Zhang Chao and his family are having dinner at the Six Harmonies today, and his uncle Zhang Biao is also there. Good. Li Jun hung up the phone and took a car to the Sixth Harmony residence. This Zhang Chao didn't listen to his warning and hit on his sister's idea, of course Li Jun wouldn't let him go. At this moment, in the private room of the Sixth Harmony residence, the Zhang family was having a small gathering. A middle-aged man with a grim face was sitting on top of the main seat, and it was Zhang Chao's uncle, Zhang Biao. Next to him was Zhang Chao's family of 3. During the meeting, from time to time, there were tycoons who also dined at the 6th Harmony residence who came to make toasts. And from the beginning to the end, Zhang Biao sat on the main seat without ever getting up, just like a king. Zhang Biao returns home in honor. I will definitely pay a visit some other day. The crowd of bosses raised their glasses and spoke compliments. Some of them were private entrepreneurs, some were executives of multinational companies, and some bigwigs on the road. Almost all of them were powerful figures in the upper-class circle of Chuzhou. At this moment, in front of Zhang Biao, however, they were all respectful and courteous. Zhang Biao sat motionless in his chair, nodding his head at everyone. Now with the eldest son of the Yin family's third house line, and Dong Lai, coming to the throne, he had become the Yin family's real powerhouse. Returning to Chu State was like a true dragon coming to a small pond. The popular figures of Chu State, in his eyes, were just some loaches, small fish and shrimps and the like. This pond was ultimately too small. Only when the last rich man who made a toast left did Zhang Chao raise his glass. Uncle, nephew toasts to you. Zhang Chao was wearing a white shirt and was full of spring. Since his uncle, Zhang Biao, had returned, he had jumped into the ranks of the first tier of rich second generation in Chuzhou, and he was full of vigor. Especially with his uncle backing him up, he no longer needs to be afraid of that bastard Li Jun. The day he came out of the Yunten clubhouse, he was terrified. Now he just feels like he's having a second spring in his step. The family is polite. Zhang Biao also picked up the wine cup and drank it all in one go. Zhang Biao is a martial arts practitioner. Wine can promote blood circulation, often drink when practicing martial arts, can be called the C. Xiao Chaoa, uncle returned to Chuzhou for a period of time, in a few days will return to the capital. Didn't you say that you want uncle to help you clean up that guy named Li Jun? Find a time to ask him out, uncle let him kneel down to make amends to you. Thank you, uncle. Zhang Chao originally wanted to mention this matter with his uncle, did not expect his uncle to bring it up first, and immediately the corners of his eyes were all joyful. Next to Zhang Yid was a little worried, said, Xiao Chao, I see that Li Jun is not too good to mess with, it is better to do more than less, or forget about it. When Zhang Chao heard this, he was dissatisfied and said, Dad, have you forgotten how he threatened us in the Yunting Club at that time? Now we have uncle to support us. What is he? I not only want him to kneel in front of me, I also want to break his legs. Slept with his sister in front of him, let him know the consequences of messing with me. Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao's mom helped out from the side. That's right, if you dare to mess with our Zhang Chao, you have to make him suffer. Zhang Biao also nodded and said, Yes, big brother, Xiao Chao is right, with me, what are you afraid of? I am now the steward of the Yin family, even in the capital, I can walk sideways, not to mention the small Chuzhou, whoever dares to mess with our family, I will kill him. Uncle mighty. Zhang Chao hurriedly flattered. As he was talking, the door of the box was suddenly kicked open with a bang. The Zhang family members looked towards the door. They only saw a youth in casual clothes, who was standing at the door with his hands in his pockets. Zhang Biao's face sank as he angrily said, Who are you? While Li Jun lightly laughed, I'm the person you were just discussing. Ah. You are Li Jun? Zhang Biao's eyes instantly narrowed, flashing a cold light. Chapter 31, Fist breaks the sound barrier. Li Jun's appearance immediately caused the atmosphere inside the box to tense up. Zhang Biao, in particular, narrowed his eyes with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He had wanted to go and find trouble with Li Jun, but he hadn't thought that the other party had taken the initiative to send him to the door. Junli, you really have a lot of guts, daring to run to my Zhang family's dinner party to cause trouble. I think you don't want to live. With his uncle Zhang Biao backing him up, Zhang Chao was full of energy and viciously threatened Li Jun. However, Li Jun just smiled and swept through the Zhang family, then said, Zhang Chao, you are not small, last time I have warned you, if you appear in front of my sister again, I will break your 3 legs, it seems that you did not take it seriously. Ah. Hearing Li Jun mention the last time, Zhang Chao couldn't help but think of Li Jun's ruthlessness, and his eyes were slightly flustered. But immediately after that, he blurted out, Li Jun, less fucking pretending with me, do you think I, Zhang Chao, am still the Zhang Chao of the other day? My uncle is back. Saying that, Zhang Chao said smugly, Jun Li, do you know what my uncle's status is? He comes from the Yin family in the capital and is the steward of the Yin family. You should know about the Yin family, right? The entire capital city is full of powerful families and can still be ranked at the top. With the Yin family's energy, getting you killed is as simple as getting an ant killed. Even Zhou Bingkuan, the president of the Chuzhou Chamber of Commerce, would have to bow his head and bend his head when he meets my uncle. Hearing his nephew blowing himself up like this, Zhang Biao couldn't help but show a few moments of pride on his face. Your name is Li Jun, right? Listen to my nephew said you also have some strength, dare to move the gun to kill people, but in my eyes is just a child's trick, a small fight just, have not seen the sea, thought the carp in the creek will be very big, is really very ridiculous. Li Jun said lightly, see a lake people think see the sea, you are not more ridiculous? Not to mention that you are just a lapdog of the Yin family, even if the Yin family head came, you would be nothing more than a small loach in my eyes. What the fuck are you talking about? Daring to call my uncle a dog's leg, I think you want to die. Zhang Chao cursed furiously. Li Jun, however, did not care about him, but only fixedly looked at Zhang Biao. Originally, you go your Yangguan road, I go my wooden bridge, we do not offend the river water, but you have to rely on their own a little bit of power, to give your nephew the head. In the Yin family as a dog for so many years, it is not easy to get up, you are not easy, why do you have to die? Li Jun's gaze was lowered, seemingly sighing softly. Li Jun, are you fucking listening to me? Zhang Chao shouted with a face full of anger. He directly picked up a bottle of wine, walked to Li Jun's side, raised the bottle and smashed at Li Jun, and cursed, in front of my uncle also dare to pretend, I burst your head. Just before the bottle could fall, it was grabbed by Li Jun's wrist. With a click, the wrist was wrenched off. Zhang Chao's mouth immediately let out a miserable scream. Kid, how dare you? Zhang Yid cursed when he saw that his son was injured. Zhang Biao even stood up with a tang sound, his eyes staring at Li Jun with a murderous aura. Kid, do you know what your behavior will bring to yourself? Li Jun smoothly grabbed the bottle in Zhang Chao's hand, and with a click, smashed it on his head. Blood flowed down Zhang Chao's face, and the whole person even took 2 steps backward, directly planted on the ground. What will it bring? I would like to hear. Li Jun threw the half-empty bottle on the ground and looked at Zhang Biao in a cloudy manner, as if he had just done something insignificant. You will die. As Zhang Biao's words fell, he grabbed the chair and violently flung it out, smashing it towards Li Jun. Bang! Li Jun casually punched the chair that flew over and it was instantly broken into pieces. The shattered wood shavings flew horizontally in all directions and some were directly nailed on top of the wall. No wonder he dared to enter the dinner party alone, but he has some skills. Zhang Biao's pupils shrunk, and he said in a cold voice. He was also a little surprised at Li Jun's skill. Just now, he threw the chair out, the power was no less than a galloping horse, but was smashed by Jun Li's fist. This strength could only be achieved by reaching the peak of Ming Jin. However, Zhang Biao was not the least bit surprised. He was known as Tiger Head Tai Bo in the Jianghu, and had stepped into the level of dark power 3 years ago. In the next moment, his body leapt up violently and pounced on Li Jun like a hungry tiger. As he moved, there was actually a fierce aura surging from his body, as if a gale was rising throughout the room. Clouds from the dragon, wind from the tiger, Zhang Biao practiced the Tiger Fist of the 12 forms of Xingyi. This pounce, separated from Li Jun by a distance of more than 3 meters, actually arrived in an instant. One fist slapped to Li Jun's head, the other hit to Li Jun's chin, at the same time the knee ruthlessly toward Li Jun's chest topped over. It was really like a tiger using all 4 limbs. Li Jun, however, just smiled coldly on his face and turned sideways to avoid the other party's attack, while his fist erupted with a roaring sound and smashed out fiercely. Hearing the sound of the fist breaking through the air, Zhang Biao's face instantly changed wildly. Fist breaking the sound barrier? How was this possible? There was just no time for him to be shocked. Accompanied by the roaring fist energy, the fist blasted out like a cannonball and struck above Zhang Biao's chest. Ka-ching! Zhang Biao was instantly struck by a giant hammer, his mouth spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his body was even bowed and sent flying out, ruthlessly hitting the wall. After landing, half of his chest collapsed. Next to Zhang Yid had already looked dumbfounded, forgetting to be afraid for a moment. What strength his brother had, Zhang Yid knew very well, a pair of iron fists that could kill a cow with one punch. But now he was being beaten by Li Jun and spitting out blood. And Zhang Chao, who had been knocked to the ground by Li Jun, only staggered to his feet at this time. Upon seeing this scene, his body started shivering in fear. I already gave you guys a chance last time, but unfortunately, you don't know how to cherish it and have to make a fool of yourselves. Since this is the case, I have no choice but to fulfill you. Li Jun said coldly, his fists slowly clenching. Chapter 32, The Grave of the Worldly Family. Looking at the coldness in Li Jun's eyes, Zhang Chao, Zhang Yid, including Zhang Chao's mother, were so tense that they were about to suffocate, and one by one, their faces turned pale, and the fear in their hearts spread rapidly. They hadn't thought that Li Jun was so terrifying that even Zhang Biao was no match. Zhang Chao, have you forgotten the warning I once gave you? I gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Li Jun walked towards Zhang Chao step by step. No one is allowed to hurt our Chao. Zhang Chao's mother grabbed one of the knives and forks on the dining table and rushed at Li Jun's neck. Only just close enough, she was kicked by Li Jun and flew to the wall. Don't you? Zhang Chao subconsciously wanted to say don't you come over, but just as he spat out 2 words, he heard a boom, and a sharp cramping pain rose up from his belly, as if he had been hit by a car. The whole person instantly flew backwards and smashed on top of the chair, and with a click, the chair was split into pieces. Zhang Chao, who fell to the ground, covered his lower abdomen and kept struggling, his face with a pained look. He was already in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. And Li Jun obviously did not intend to end it, as he casually picked up a steel fork from the table. What do you want? Zhang Yud also rushed up at this time. Just as he got close, he was slapped by Li Jun and flew out. At the same time, the fork in his hand shot out from Li Jun's hand. The fork, which was only 3 inches long, drew a straight line in the air, just like an arrow, flashing with a cold light and amazing speed. Puffing. In the next moment, the fork didn't enter inside Zhang Chao's knee. Ah! Zhang Chao let out a hiss of pain, covering his knee as he continuously rolled on the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhang Biao, who had fallen to the ground, only had despair in his eyes. It was because he couldn't climb up at all. While at this moment, Zhang Yud cursed viciously and tried to crawl over to save his son. Only just as he stood up, he was kicked to the ground by Li Jun. At this time, Li Jun picked up another fork from the dining table and flung his hand without any mercy. The fork once again flew out and did not enter Zhang Chao's right leg above the knee. Zhang Chao almost fainted from the pain, both legs were completely ruined by Li Jun. At this time, Li Jun picked up a third fork. In an instant, fear appeared in Zhang Chao's eyes as his body trembled, revealing a begging gaze. Don't! However, in the next moment, the fork flew out and stabbed into the crotch. Ah! This miserable cry was exceptionally mournful. Li Jun coldly swept over all the Zhang family members who were all sprawled on the ground and gave a disdainful cold drink, took out a paper towel and wiped his hands before he turned around and walked outside. The corridor was already full of people. They heard the screams inside, but because they knew Zhang Biao was inside, no one dared to go in to check. When they saw that it was a young man who walked out, they all showed their surprise. However, Li Jun didn't pay attention to the people in the corridor and directly walked down the stairs as if nothing had happened. As Li Jun's figure disappeared, some people had the courage to run to the door of the box. After seeing the tragic situation in the box, they could not help but be shocked. A rich man rushed to Zhang Biao's body. Zhang Biao, what happened to you? Zhang Biao covered his chest like a dead dog, only his eyes were extraordinarily vicious. Junli, you are ruthless, I will definitely make you pay back 100 times for this revenge. As the words fell, he accidentally pulled the wand again, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The ambulance soon arrived and pulled the seriously injured Zhang family members to the hospital. And about the things that happened in the 6th Harmony residence, in an instant, it spread throughout the upper-class circle of Chuzhou. It was heard that Zhang Biao, the tiger-head typo who had just returned to Chuzhou, had been beaten up. His chest had collapsed in, and he was directly admitted to the LCO, and was being resuscitated, not knowing if he would still be able to come back to life. He has just taken over as the head of the Yin family because of Anton coming. His status has risen, it is the time of complacency. He did not expect to return to his hometown with his clothes on his back, and he was almost killed by someone. This is really sad. Many people are speculating, who exactly is the person who struck at the 6th Harmony residence? I heard that it was a youth. In the Shizi Hall's villa number 13. Tang Ju was hugging his snacks and watching the TV, when the cell phone chat group suddenly exploded like a pot. Hundreds of messages appeared in the group in the blink of an eye, and it was too much to read. Wang Jun, the third young master of the Wang family, had just been beaten up in Chuzhou, and now even Zhang Biao, the tiger-headed Tai Pao, had also been cleaned up, so Chuzhou could really be a place of hidden tigers and dragons. I hadn't thought that the small Chuzhou had become a dragon's lair, a tomb for the children of the world's families. I just don't know who is the one who hit the people. I would like to go to worship. Zhang Biao was beaten? After reading the historical news above, Tang Ju couldn't help but show surprise on her face. At the moment, she was wearing shorts and her white thighs were coiled together as she looked at her cell phone, and her curiosity was piqued. Zhang Biao was known as the Tiger Head Tai Bao, and his horizontal training skills had reached the level of from the outside in. To be able to beat him into the Lku, or a youth, I don't know what kind of god is it? Thinking about it, Tang Ju couldn't help but pull out her other cell phone. This was a professionally treated cell phone that had been assigned to her by the military, which was eavesdropping proof and also contained many confidential numbers. She hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the dialing button. Hey, help me find out what the identity of the youth who struck out at the 6th Harmony residence is. The number you have dialed is temporarily unanswered. On the other side, in the Bai family's living room, Bai Wei dialed Zhang Chao 7 or 8 times in a row, all with the same result, so she couldn't help but throw her cell phone on top of the sofa with an exasperated sigh. This Zhang Chao, what's going on? He had agreed to meet in the afternoon, but in the end, he didn't even answer his phone. It couldn't be that Li Jun said something to Zhang Chao again, right? Bai Wei locked her brows tightly and after a moment of hesitation, she picked up her cell phone again and called Li Jun. Hey, Li Jun, why is Zhang Chao suddenly not answering my calls? Do you know what the reason is? Just after the call was connected, Bai Wei couldn't wait to question. Don't know. In the next moment, Li Jun directly hung up the phone and cursed a big idiot under his breath. Taking off his jacket, he came to the basement and practiced boxing. The next morning, Li Jun received a call from Zhou Bingkuan. The last time Li Jun said he would help Zhou Bingkuan to palm his eyes. In the prison there was a convergence of top talents from various industries, and cultural antiques were what Li Jun had the most contact with. In addition to this, there are a variety of financial medicine, and even feng shui or something. Li Jun also learned a bunch. There is not much opportunity to practice in prison this time, and Zhou Bingkuan set off together. Li Jun also has a few jumps. Zhou Bingkuan directly let the driver drive to pick up Li Jun, and then came to the airport. This time to go to the Border South region, round trip is estimated to go 7 days. We want to see the Border South region of the Jade King, his hands can be all the treasure. Zhou Bingkuan introduced to Li Jun. Chapter 33. He is a master? The car got on the highway. It probably took less than 20 minutes to arrive at the airport. The airport in Suzhou was built in a very grand manner. After the car stopped, there were immediately assistants who carried the luggage cases with them up. And someone to do the boarding formalities. Do not have to worry about Li Jun and Zhou Bingkuan. Into the airport inside, Zhou Bingkuan came to the waiting area. Only to see a backpack, wearing headphones burly man, is sitting there to rest his eyes. Zhou Bingkuan walked straight to the other side. When Zhou Bingkuan came within 3 steps of him, the other party had opened his eyes and stood up, taking the initiative to extend his hand and smiled. Boss Zhou, you're here. Let Mr. Duan wait for a long time. Zhou Bingkuan laughed, and introduced to Li Jun, this is Mr. Duanya Duan. He was once the instructor of the Department of 6 Sectors, and now operates a bodyguard company. This time we go to the border of the southern land. The dragons and snakes are mixed. It is by him to protect our personal safety. Hello Mr. Duan. Li Jun extended his hand to shake with the other party on his own initiative. Through shaking hands, Li Jun could tell that the other party's strength had reached the peak of Mingjin, and compared to Tiger Head Taipao Zhangbiao, it was still a bit worse. His strength was comparable to that of Grandmaster Wu, but if he really fought, Grandmaster Wu was definitely not his opponent. Because in his eyes, Li Jun saw the stern and murderous aura like an eagle. He must have often fought and killed people. In comparison, Grandmaster Wu has been pampered, and although his realm has gone up, his combat experience and psychological quality are far from being comparable to this person. Boss Zhou, this time to go to the Border South land, you can put 10,000 hearts, have me in, absolutely can guarantee your personal safety. Duanya said in a full-blooded manner. That is of course, I am because I asked about the name of the sect head, only to choose your Wu Wei bodyguard company. Zhou Bingkuan laughed loudly. While talking, it was already time to board the airplane. Several people had boarded the airplane. It was a full 3 hours of flying. When they arrived at Baianan, it was already noon. Just after walking out of the airport, several commercial vehicles had been waiting for a long time. A middle-aged man with half of his head bald greeted him with a smile on his face. Zhou Bingkuan introduced, this is Mr. Guo Fengchun. Mr. Gui is my good friend for many years. Every time I come to Baianan, he is the one who entertains me. Bosqua has opened a gambling city in Baianan area. We will stay at Bosqua's place and go to see the stones the day after tomorrow. After some pleasantries, the people got into a commercial vehicle. Arriving at the main gate of the gambling stone city, the huge stone lions were magnificent, and the courtyard was filled with luxury cars. I have already set up a reception banquet on the third floor. Boss Joe is here. Today you can be sure to not get drunk. A few minutes later, several people walked up to the third floor. Inside a huge room, after Li Jun and their seats, many gourmet dishes were served, a total of 4 or 5 people, but enough to serve more than 30 dishes. It doesn't matter how much you can eat, the most important thing is that the feast is big enough. Boss Joe, this time I heard that you came here for Jade King Yijiao's pieces of sky-high price jade. I wonder which master you plan to use to palm your eyes? To be honest, my gambling city a few masters, although the eyesight is extraordinary, but in Yixiao then, or a lot worse, Yixiao this person is famous for his cunning, not pay attention to be pitted by him. Zhou Bingkuan smiled, "Whoa boss, I don't need the masters under you, this time I brought a high person." "Where is the high man?" Guo Fengchun was puzzled. This time Zhou Bingkuan brought 2 people besides his 2 assistants. One is the bodyguard Duanya, obviously cannot be any gambling master. Could it even be this young man named Li Jun? At this time, Zhou Bingkuan had already started the introduction. Li Jun, Boss Li, chairman of the board of directors of the Chuzhou Junlin Group, and is a master treasure hunter. Zhou Bingkuan introduced Salam, but Guo Fengchun is some doubts. "Boss Li, I wonder if you can let me see your level after the meal. After all, we are going to bet on hundreds of millions of stones this time." Hearing Guo Fengchuan's words, Zhou Bingkuan also cast a glance. Ever since Li Jun saw the painting within a painting thing last time, he thought that Li Jun was an expert, but on second thought, knowing about paintings doesn't mean knowing about Jade. "Good, no problem." Li Jun agreed painfully. After having dinner, several people then came to the gambling area. The entire city is divided into 5 major areas. They are D, C, B, A, and S. The S area is the most expensive. Among them, the materials in Area S were the most expensive, with a starting price of not less than $500,000. Li Jun practice, of course, cannot directly take him to the S area, but came to the B area. The material in Area B is generally 10,000 to start with, is the most test of professional vision of the place. Sometimes even hundreds of millions of dollars of jade could be opened. Just after arriving, Li Jun saw some people selecting material. The entire hall was filled with stones. These stones, which were tens of thousands of dollars for any random piece, were just like garbage, placed everywhere. An old man in his 50s immediately greeted Guo Fengchun when he saw him. Guo Fengchun introduced, "Zhou boss, this is our gambling stone city of Master Sun, is my from the high price from other gambling stone city digging master, in the whole border south area, all enjoy reputation." Guo boss fallacious praise, "I just joined the profession earlier, more experienced." Master Sun modestly said, "Just now another batch of new material has been shipped in, is the boss here for that batch of new material?" Guo Fengchun shook his head slightly, "No, it's the boss from Chuzhou, Mr. Zhou, who has brought a master with him and wants to find a few pieces of material to practice on." "Master?" Master Sun's eyes swept around Zhou Bingkuan's several people and finally landed on Li Jun's body. "He is an expert?" Chapter 34 Layman. "Master Sun, let me introduce you, this is Li Jun Boss Li. This time, Boss Zhou is going to Jade King Yijiao's place to gamble on the stones, and Boss Li will help to keep an eye on them." Guo Fengchun introduced. For Jun Li, he had some doubts in his mind, but since he was brought by Zhou Bingkuan, he thought he had some real skills. "Guo boss, Zhou boss, please forgive me, this Li boss so young, does not look like a gambling expert Master Sun said bluntly. Even Duanya, who was responsible for guarding Zhou Bingkuan's safety, couldn't help but gently shake his head. In fact, after he learned that Li Jun was responsible for helping Zhou Bingkuan with his eyes, he was also doubting Li Jun's ability in his heart. Of course, he was not willing to offend and had not said anything. However, he agreed with Master Sun's words. After hesitating for a while, Guo Fengchun also spoke up and said, "Boss Zhou, according to reason, since you have brought Li Jun with you, it means that you recognize his ability. It's just that this business of gambling on stones relies on experience and eyesight. Boss Li is so young, let him compare with Yixiao, I'm afraid it's difficult to be competent." Zhou Bingkuan smiled, "I believe in Jun Li." Of course, Zhou Bingkuan knew that if he said anything more questionable at this time, it was possible that he would really offend Li Jun. "Since Zhou boss said so, then we will not say anything more," Guo Fengchun said. Master Sun laughed and said nothing more. Li Jun, on the contrary, was calm. Surveying the surrounding stones, it was the first time he came to the gambling city and looked quite fresh. This time, this new batch of material is from the Tsangshan mine in the Bayanan region, and the chances of Jade coming out of that place are extremely high. Since Boss Lee wants to practice, just take this batch of material to practice. Sanshan material stone skin thick, can best reflect the level of treasure connoisseur. Guo Fengchun said. This time, the several pieces of sky-high price stone king in Yi Zhao's hand came from the Tsangshan stone field, so if you can accurately pick out the good and bad of this batch of material, you can prove whether or not you have the qualification to gamble with Yi Zhao. Zhou Bingkuan said from the bottom of his heart, that would be a big thank you to Mr. Guo. This time, if I get rich from gambling, I will definitely thank Boss Guo. Soon, a few people came to the place where the stones were piled up under the leadership of Master Sun. Each stone was numbered and placed there. There were a few masters beside them, who were holding the stones and looking at them. After they looked at it, they would put a price tag on each stone according to their judgment. Of course, no one knew what was inside the stone. Even the most advanced detectors in the world can't detect it. The stone that has been priced may be cut with top-quality imperial green, or it may only have a green skin, which is full of impurities. Master Sun walked to a pile of stones inside, a glance at the stone selected a stone, said, "Boss, this stone cut inside will certainly be able to produce green." Master Sun intends to show himself in front of the crowd. Guo Fengchun laughed loudly and said, "Good, then cut to see." Master Sun picked up the pen, drew a few lines on the wool, said to the stonecutter, "Open the window." The stonecutter took the stone in Master Sun's hands and began to carefully polish it. After a few minutes, the action stopped violently, and a happy color appeared in his eyes. Next to Guo Fengchun asked, "Is not out of green?" The worker nodded, "Yes boss, out of green, Master Sun is really great ah." Guo Fengchun took the stone over, into the eyes, inside a green-yellow. Even if you don't know jadeite, you can see that the color is very nice and smooth. Guo Fengchun also cannot help but some proudly said, "Joe boss see it, this is a professional treasure master." After saying that, also thoughtfully looked at Li Jun. Li Jun did not say anything, but looked at the pile of material and the pile of stone, and the knowledge he learned to verify. At this time, Master Sun picked another 10 pieces of material out of it, and then compared them one by one, excluding the ones that didn't look good to him. "Wait a minute, the piece of material you threw away will definitely have a good performance inside." Li Jun saw the material that was thrown to the side by Master Sun, couldn't help but open his mouth. This piece of material does not look only the size of the palm, but there must be jade inside, maybe even cut out high ice. Li Jun's voice rang out, causing Master Sun's movements to lurch. He turned his head and looked at Li Jun with dissatisfaction, saying, "According to the rules of the gambling business, when someone is looking at the stone, the person next to him is not allowed to interrupt. You don't even know the rules of gambling, you are a layman." Guo Fengchun also shook his head. This is indeed common sense in the gambling business. "Boss Lee, you don't know how to gamble, do you? This time, Boss Zhou is going to buy $100 million or more sky-high stone with Yi Zhao. If you don't know how to do it, you can't hold out, you'll make Boss Zhou lose his money." Even Zhou Bingkuan couldn't help but frown. To be honest, even he understood the rules of stone gambling, but Li Jun didn't even understand them, which made him a little skeptical. "Boss Lee, tell me the truth, do you really have any research on jade? If Boss Lee is just joking with me, then there's no harm in that. Consider it as me spending money to invite Boss Lee to visit the Bayanan land this time. The matter of the palm eye, then let Master Sun take over." Zhou Bingkuan spoke more politely, but obviously already started to question Li Jun. For Zhou Bingkuan's questioning, Li Jun also felt understandable. After all, he should have made a common-sense mistake. After thinking about it, he went over and picked up that stone and said, "Whether it is true or false, cut it to know." Zhou Bingkuan looked at the stone, his face showed a few hesitant colors. There is a saying in the jade business, rather open a line, not open a piece. This stone is exposed above such a large piece of green, I'm afraid it is difficult to cut out how much emerald. He couldn't help but say, "Boss Lee, I'm afraid this material won't open a good jade." Next to Master Sun even snorted. "I son someone which have looked away when, wanna pick up from my son's hands, Li boss is afraid to want a blind heart." "Even I doubt, Li boss your identity is real? It's not a charlatan packaging out the identity of the boss, right?" Master Sun spoke harshly. Zhou Bingkuan, however, seriously criticized, "Master Sun, you can question the level of Boss Lee's treasure appreciation, but Boss Lee's identity cannot be faked. Li Jun did not pay attention to them, and Guo Fengshan asked for a neutral pen, drew a line on it and said, "Cut from here." That worker was only responsible for doing his job, and according to Li Jun's request, he received the fist-sized wool, put it under the stone machine, and cut the saw teeth directly toward the stone. Accompanied by a shrill and unpleasant sound, the stone had been broken open. The surrounding people couldn't help but stretch their necks and gather around, only to see a green color inside the broken open stone, watery and very pretty. Although the green color is a little light, but the color is very positive, and just can make a pair of bracelets. In an instant, everyone around was surprised. Surprisingly, there was really green. At this moment, Bosqua and the others only felt their faces burning hot. Just now, they had concluded that Li Jun was a layman. Master Sun's face was a little embarrassed, cold snort, maybe it's just luck. Li Jun swept his eyes over the pile of stones and took out 2 more stones. This is in fact his earlier observation has long been selected. Taking out the 2 stones, he then took a pen and drew a few lines on them and said to the workers, "Open the window." Seeing how confident Li Jun was, a look of anticipation appeared on the faces of the crowd. The second piece only took less than a minute to grind, and it came out green. The third piece took a cut from the center before seeing the green. Overall, Li Jun had surprisingly picked all 3 pieces. And these 3 pieces together, the total value of more than 800,000, the price of wool, these pieces of material at most sold more than $50,000. That is to say nearly 16 times. Now, Zhou Bingkuan on Li Jun's misgivings have been completely dispelled, only feel that he picked up the treasure. And Li Jun looked at Master Sun with a smile. "How is it? Does Master Sun still think I'm a layman?" Master Sun looked at Li Jun with a complex expression, sighed, and smiled bitterly. "It's me who is blind to the fact that Boss Li is the real expert." He also had to be convinced. Next to him, Zhou Bingkuan also apologized to Li Jun. "Boss Li, I did question you a bit just now, I apologize to you." "It's fine, I don't take it to heart." Li Jun smiled faintly. "By the way, when to go to see those heavenly stones?" Zhou Bingkuan looked solemn. "I set the date as the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow, Li Boss can be on this side of the southern land to take a good stroll, see the beautiful scenery, taste the food." Li Jun knows that I'm afraid that before gambling on the stone, Zhou Bingkuan also have to do some other preparations, also no longer ask more questions. It just so happens that when he comes to Baianan, he also wants to have some fun. Chapter 35 Stupid Woman. On that day, Li Jun stayed in the small house in the gambling city. Because of the small test in the afternoon, it made Guo Fengshan and the others treat Li Jun with extra respect. Early the next morning, Li Jun left the gambling stone city alone and headed to the scenic area. Originally, Guo Fengshan was going to send someone to drive Li Jun there, but Li Jun refused. He preferred to wander around by himself, and he always felt a little uncomfortable with a driver following him around at all times. The climate in the south of the border is hot and humid, with 4 seasons like spring, and the scenery is very beautiful. On the bus, Li Jun sat down in a seat. Next to him was a very beautiful woman. The woman had a very imperial temperament, and sitting there, she had the flavor of a famous lady. "It's my first time to come over here to play, I don't know what's fun here, ah?" Li Jun looked at the woman as if she was a local, so he asked in passing. Who knew that the woman frowned when she heard Li Jun's words? There were so many seats in here, and this man had chosen to sit beside her. And with such a clumsy start, it was 80% that he wanted to pick himself up. At that moment, she did not pay attention to Li Jun and directly skimmed her head out the window, looking at the trees outside that were constantly retreating. Li Jun ate a closed door and sardonically touched his nose. He thought to himself, are all the people in the Baianan region so high and cold? He was just asking about what's fun in the scenic area, you don't have to make such a gesture. He made a fool of himself. Li Jun simply closed his eyes and rested his mind. The journey wasn't long. Half an hour later, the bus stopped, and everyone stepped off the bus. After Li Jun got off the bus, he walked directly inside. Although this place was a scenic spot, there was no need for an entrance fee. He walked up the mountain path but realized that the woman who sat next to him before was walking right in front of him. Because of the large number of people to play, we can only follow the crowd slowly moving upward, cannot go much faster. And this time the woman looked back and could not help but frown. She did not expect, in the car accosted failed to this man, but actually do not die to chase up again. And as she walked in front, she felt that the other person's gaze behind her was recklessly sizing herself up, which made her heart very uncomfortable. Rascal! Finally, she couldn't help but speed up her steps. But just at this moment, she saw the other party's hand unexpectedly grabbing towards herself. The other party was so bold that he was going to play a hooligan in broad daylight? At the same time, anger rose in her heart and she turned around to loudly reprimand Li Jun. However, she found that Li Jun did not extend his salty hand to her, but instead grabbed a woman's arm. The woman immediately screamed when she was grabbed. "What are you doing? Let go of my old lady." The woman had a shrewish face. It was just that her arm was caught by Li Jun's death grip, but she was unable to break free. Many tourists on the mountain path stopped at the same time. Because they couldn't figure out what was going on, they all looked on curiously. "Girl, don't go yet." Li Jun didn't pay attention to the woman, but looked at Lin Yuqiu and said. Lin Yuqiu looked at Li Jun in confusion. "What's the matter?" Her gaze was a little wary, and in her heart, she had long ago labeled Li Jun as a bad person. "It's like this woman is a thief, see if you have lost anything," Li Jun said. Hearing Li Jun's words, Lin Yuqiu hurriedly rummaged through her bag. The valuables were all there. A few moments of disgust appeared in her eyes. This man is really unscrupulous in order to get close to himself, even this kind of lie can be made up. Immediately said, "I have all my things, nothing is lost." "Are you sure you didn't lose a box the size of an egg?" "No, you don't have nothing to do something serious at a young age." After saying that, directly throw away the steps, stride toward the front. And the woman heard Lin Yuqiu's words, the original panic in her eyes disappeared, and then hardened up, shouting, "Molestation, someone is playing a hooligan." Li Jun frowned and let go of the other party. The woman glared fiercely at Li Jun, full of disobedience. At the same time, Li Jun realized that there were 4 or 5 men in the surrounding crowd leaning this way, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but show a cold smile. In the next moment, Li Jun directly walked towards the side path. The woman gritted her teeth and said, "Want to run from the path, chase." Saying that, she directly followed. Li Jun came all the way to a remote forest. Just as he stopped, he saw the woman as well as 5 men chasing after him. "Why isn't the kid running? There's no way out, right?" The woman looked at Li Jun viciously, itching to eat him up. Next to her, a middle-aged man also laughed and said, "Kid, you like to meddle in other people's business. This kid just owes a beating, we should give him a good long memory, let him know that when he goes out, there are some nosy things he can't control, and there are some people he can't afford to mess with. Wait and break his hands." The woman said viciously. "What's the point of breaking his hands? Break his legs together." A few of the men laughed out loud, their eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Li Jun's face showed a bit of amusement. "You want to break my legs, right?" "Yes, are you afraid?" The middle-aged man laughed coldly. "If you are afraid, then kneel down and beg the master, maybe if the master is happy, he will only break your hands and not your legs." A young man next to him agreed, "Kneeling down is not enough, let him lick the soles of his shoes, lick the mud on the soles of his shoes to lick clean. Kneel down, lick the soles of your shoes, and learn a few barks." The middle-aged man pointed at Li Jun, "If you do as he says, I'll only break one of your hands, or I'll waste all 4 of your paws. The few of you who kneel down and kowtow and lick the soles of your shoes, I can also consider just letting you hand over what you stole without maiming you." Li Jun said indifferently. "What did you say?" The laughter of the 5 strong men came to an abrupt end, looking at Li Jun like he was a fool. This kid is not in his right mind, how dare he say such a thing? The middle-aged man even pulled out a dagger with his hand and walked towards Li Jun. "Kid, you are really looking for death." Just before he struck, he heard a bang. That Hun only felt a twinge of pain coming from his lower abdomen, and then instantly flew out sideways and crashed into the tree next to him, and after he landed, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. A dead silence fell. Everyone else was dumbfounded, not thinking that this skinny-looking youth had such strong hands. Li Jun moved his neck and hooked his finger at the remaining few. "Come on, come and break my legs." The 4 men glanced at each other, showing scorn, and no one dared to rush up for a moment. Just because they didn't rush up, it didn't mean that Li Jun would let them go. In a blink of an eye, Li Jun's body directly disappeared in place and rushed to the 4 men's nearness. Bang bang bang. One punch at a time. All 4 men were instantly sent flying, each one of them collapsing to the ground with a bruised nose and a swollen face. "Don't you come over." The remaining woman looked at Li Jun in horror. Take out what you stole. Li Jun said coldly. Here you go. The woman took out an exquisite box with trembling hands and handed it to Li Jun. After receiving the box, Li Jun casually put it into his pocket. Then he slapped the woman's face, sending her spinning in place twice. The body just stopped. Snap! Li Jun threw another slap over. The woman's cheeks instantly swelled up high on both sides, and her eyes stared at Li Jun with resentment and fear, but she didn't dare to speak. You still dare to stare at me? Li Jun raised his hand again. The next moment, the woman flung herself on her knees and cried bitterly, I was wrong, I was wrong. Saying that, she came up to hug Li Jun's thigh. But was Li Jun kicked out more than 3 meters away, coldly said, Do not let me run into you again, or see once, I beat you once. After saying this, he leisurely returned the same way. At the same time, the exquisite box was opened, and it was found that there was a pigeon egg-sized bead right inside, and the whole body was jujube red, very beautiful. What is this thing? Li Jun picked up the bead and shone it into the sunlight. Even though he had a deep understanding of antiques nowadays, he couldn't tell what kind of material it was. At that moment, he put the bead back again and put it back in his pocket. On the other hand, the woman saw that there was no longer any shadow of Li Jun on the mountain path, and only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. Although her identity was extraordinary, she was still just a weak woman, and she was really afraid that dead pervert would follow her. Dad is also really, have to let themselves alone to come to this kind of place, also did not say to send a bodyguard, really encounter danger can do, border south of the land so chaotic. Her mouth muttered. Cell phone suddenly rang. Dad called. Yu Cho, have you arrived at Chishan? Yes, I'm on the mountain road. Good, now you listen to Dad's instructions and go to the top of Mount Chishan to meet someone under the stone statue. There's an old Taoist priest there. When you see him, give him the blood jade pearl in your bag. Blood jade beads? What blood jade bead? Lin Yuchio froze. Dad, what are you talking about? Is it that blood jade bead that caused all the major powers in the border area to go crazy? How come it's on me? Didn't you send Kong Bo to escort it to Shura's people? Lin Yuchio was confused. Because of the blood jade pearl, it had caused a storm of bloodshed in the border south region, she was aware of that. But she hadn't even seen what the blood jade pearl looked like. Let Kong Bo go to send the blood jade beads, is only to do to outsiders, blood jade beads are too precious, I expected that there will be people out to snatch it, so it was quietly placed in your bag, so that you take the blood jade beads to Chishan, hand it over to the people of cultivation. Because I don't want you to be too trembling, that's why I didn't tell you the details. You hurry to the top of the mountain, the box of blood jade beads to the people of cultivation, your mission this trip is completed. On the phone, Lin Yuchio's dad sounded a little excited. This move to conceal the sea to all fooled everyone, who would have thought that he would let his most loved and weakest daughter, to do this thing. At this moment, Lin Yuchio, however, had frozen on the spot. A sense of misfortune rose in her heart. She hurriedly pulled open her bag, only to find where there was a box. At that moment, she understood everything. That youth is not at all making up lies to approach himself, he really is helping himself to catch thieves, but he even wronged him. Now the blood jade bead is lost, what can be done? In order to grab the blood jade pearl, even the 4 great Vajra under his father died too. At this instant, Lin Yuchio's heart rose with chagrin. What a stupid woman she was. Chapter 36, Shui Xiener. Li Jun tucked the box into his pocket and went to the top of the mountain. He found that underneath the statue at the top of the mountain, there was a man dressed as a Taoist priest sitting. From his observation, the Taoist priest was not weak and was an expert. It seemed that there were quite a few experts hidden amongst the Taoist sect. However, Li Jun only looked at it for a few moments and then left, before going back to swim at the lake on the far side of Mount Chi. And on the other side, Lin Yuchio was waiting anxiously at the bottom of the mountain for his dad to send someone. Blood jade pearl lost, this is a big thing, the first thing she thought of, to find those few who stole. The gang of thieves in the land of Baianan, with her dad's energy, she should be able to find them very quickly. I hope the blood jade bead can be found back. Lin Yuchio thought silently in her heart. Li Jun traveled outside for a day and waited until the evening to return to Chishan, taking the bus back to Gambling Stone City. The bus saw many tourists who had come together in the morning, but did not see Lin Yuchio. Originally, Li Jun thought that if he ran into her, he would return the contents of the box to her, but if he didn't run into her, he would forget about it. The next day. It was the day of the official stone gambling. Li Jun had just gotten up when Zhou Bingquan, Guo Fengchun, and the others were waiting outside. "Boss Li, let's go eat breakfast first and rush to Yizhao's gambling stone city after eating breakfast," Zhou Bingquan said. Jade King Yishao has a lot of sky-high prices for stones there, and to be honest, $100 million is not much. In his place, ordinary Stone King will have to start with 100 million, though Stone King price is even more horrible. However, Yishao, this person is as cunning as a ghost. He refused to open the material. The price tag is certainly more than the value of raw materials. Want to make money from his hands is too difficult. Zhou Bingquan introduced to Li Jun while walking. They came to the third-floor cafeteria of the gambling city. After eating, they took a car and drove directly to their destination. Yizhao's gambling stone city was the biggest one among the dozens of gambling stone cities in the entire Baianan. Today happened to be Sunday and all 9 exhibition halls were open. Normally, only 1 or 2 were open. The car quickly arrived in front of a huge manor. At the entrance of the manor, there were personnel wearing black suits and sunglasses standing guard. Everyone who went in had to go through an inspection. The windows of the car rolled down. Guo Fengchun poked his head out and said, "It's me." It turns out to be Boss Guo. The other party immediately got out of the way. Obviously, Guo Fengchuan's reputation is not low in the southern part of the country. The car entered the yard, a straight cement road, just walked 500 meters, you see both sides of the huge exhibition hall. Each showroom has a number written on it. While other people's gambling cities had 1 building, Yizhao's had 9. And in each building, there were all high-grade materials. Just by selling these raw stones, the assets could reach $100 billion. Yi Zhao's name as the Jade King was well-deserved. Guo Fengchun sighed, with a bit of envy in his eyes. Indeed, Guo Fengchuan's gambling stone city was not small in scale, but compared to Yi Zhao's, it was really nothing. The car found a place to stop, and then a few people went straight to the first hall. The first hall was filled with overpriced stones. If one was not worth more than $100 million, one would not be qualified to enter the first hall. When several people arrived at the entrance of Hall 1, there was a row of welcoming beauties in cheongsams. A man walked straight up. It turned out to be Boss Guo. It seems like Boss Guo is ready to play a big game today. The other party obviously knew Guo Fengchun as well. After saying that, he added, although Boss Guo is a famous jade merchant in the Baianan area, he still has to follow the rules here. I understand. Guo Fengchun took out a check and put it on the table. The amount on it is 30 million. Next to Zhou Bingquan introduced, into the first hall, the deposit is $30 million to prove their identity. Li Jun listened, but was calm. In prison he had long heard those people talk about the matter of gambling on stones, although he did not witness it with his own eyes, but he had already seen it. You have to know that those who are qualified to be put into the 4th prison, those are the real big lords, and the Jade King Yishao is a younger brother in front of them. Zhou Bingquan couldn't help but nod secretly. He had to marvel the first time he heard about Yishao, but Li Jun even seemed to be surprised. The sky-high priced stones in Hall 1, you don't see a single one open in a year, and most of the people who come here are just watching the fun. The stones here are similar to the town hall, and there are few people who are confident that they can make money from the hands of the Jade King. Opening the number 1 hall is also a means for Jade King Yishao to show his strength. Zhou Bingquan explained from the side. So that's how it is. Then how did you think of buying a $100 million stone, Boss Zhou? Li Jun asked. This is a long story. Last year I came here to gamble on the stone. The result was designed by Yishao Pit, a full 60 million, almost blood money. I just cannot swallow this breath. In the middle of the conversation, a few people had already walked into the hall. Just as they entered, they heard a woman's voice ringing out. Isn't this Boss Zhou? Last year spent $60 million to buy a bunch of broken stones. I heard that in the end only $20 million back, reaching 33% of the gross profit. It can be said to be a sensation, refreshing the lower limit of the gambling stone. What, are you here to give money to Boss Yi again this year? Only to see a sultry woman twisting her water snake waist walking over. The other party had a plump figure, her face was painted with heavy makeup, and her chin was raised high with a bit of mockery. Guo Fengchen introduced in a low voice, "This is Shui Xiener, a famous jade merchant in the Baianan region. She has a very close relationship with the Jade King Yishao, and some people say that she is Yizhao's concubine." After Boss Zhou lost last year, he said that he would come back this year. Knowing that Boss Zhou is coming, many merchants from the south side of the border have come today, just to see if Boss Zhou can get his money back this year. After all, he lost too much money last year, and he has become a negative example in the stone gambling world. Guo Fengchen laughed bitterly, urged, "This water fairy cannot be messed with," nicknamed the Blood Rose, is a person who eats people do not spit out bones of the Lord, the hands of the Blacket. In the south of the border where she made a fortune are not a few, in front of her must be careful to speak. Zhou Bingkuan on such a character is also scornful. He just came to the stone want to find some field, cannot dare to really offend the border of these ruthless people. So can only he dry smile too, water boss joking, "I'm not itchy hands, just wanna come to see." That water fairy child saw Zhou Bingkuan initiative back down, eyes flashed a trace of disdain, cold snort, stride towards the inside. Many merchants see this scene, cannot help but shake their heads and laugh lightly. Provincial people came to this side of the south, which shall not be rules and regulations. This boss Zhou is also considered to be a famous tycoon in Chuzhou, but in front of Shui Xiener, he didn't dare to say a single hard word. Chapter 37 Show your skills, please 5-star praise. This Shui Xiener had some arrogance. But a woman can be in the border south of this kind of dragon and snake mixed place to break into fame, wrist can be imagined. "We go in," Zhou Bingkuan said with a sigh. Just now, the lowly appearance, his heart is also not comfortable. But a strong dragon does not suppress a snake, this is someone else's territory, not to mention that Blood Rose is not a snake in the ground, it is completely a dragon in the ground. Li Jun nodded. The few people walked all the way inside the showroom. The stones displayed in this showroom were all large. Stones that were in the hundreds of millions of dollars and could be offered at such a price, naturally had a notable performance. Blood Rose was also accompanied by her men as they viewed the jade. However, as Guo Fengchen was concerned, after coming in for half an hour, he didn't see a single person actually pay for the stone. There was a group of people gathered in front of a large stone, pointing. It was a piece of wool that was a head taller than a person. A small window had been opened in the side area, revealing a green color, the Emperor Green of the glass variety. Emperor Green is the highest level of jadeite, also known as emerald, just any piece, the price is ridiculously high. And the price tag on it is also ridiculously high, a full 1.5 billion. Zhou Bingkuan introduced, "This stone is the Jade King Yishao real town treasure. After buying back has been placed here, every year there are rich people to study it, but no one has been down." Li Jun shared the same feeling, 1.5 billion is not a small amount. "Boss Li, you want to study this material?" Zhou Bingkuan asked in a low voice. He saw a few leaps in Li Jun's eyes. Li Jun nodded, "Yes, I have this intention, but I don't have that much money with me. But in my eyes, this stone Huang cut will not lose money." Li Jun looked at the grain of the wool and made his judgment. A bright light appeared in Zhou Bingkuan's eyes. "Open the stone, Emperor?" To be honest, he was a bit moved. Li Jun pointed to the stone Emperor, "You see its grain direction, from the open window this place, inside at least 10 kilograms of the place is green. And the place of the window is the Emperor Green, glass seed of the Emperor Green, gram price nearly 100,000. Just such a piece, it is worth 1 billion, and such a large material, this piece only accounted for 1/10, the following as long as another piece, that immediately exceeded the value of the wool. The so-called gambling stone, of course, there may be a piece of green underneath no. But according to the odds, it is worth it. But according to the odds, it is worth a bet." Li Jun said this, Zhou Bingkuan's eyes are straight. By this stone king, can profit not to mention, absolutely can let him a clean slate. Who would dare to laugh at him for being the antithesis of the stone gambling world? And just as Li Jun was talking eloquently, behind him, a man quietly left and walked over to Shui Xiener's side, whispering a few words. When Shui Xiener heard this, she couldn't help but look this way. "Ha! Is this Zhou Bingkuan's brain kicked by a donkey? To find such a boastful young man who wants to buy the stone Emperor, this is to lose his bottom pants." Shui Xiener's eyes were filled with contempt. Even Yishao did not have the certainty to open this stone, this young man even dared to encourage Zhou Bingkuan to open it, this is not wait to send money to Yishao? Although Zhou Bingkuan's heart was moved, he just quickly showed a difficult color. Bossly, I only brought $150 million here this time. Even if I borrow some more with others, I can only put together 200 million at most. This is 1.5 billion, not enough money. Li Jun sniffed but smiled. No need to borrow with others, 150 million is enough. Boss Joe, shoot this Stone King, you pay and I contribute. The final proceeds generated, how about we split it 37? 7 for you and 3 for me. This. Zhou Bingkuan locked his brows, still a little confused. If it is really as Boss Li said, I am naturally willing, but I still do not understand, how is 150 million enough? Boss Zhou, you will soon know. Li Jun laughed out loud. Next to Guo Fengchen couldn't help but open his mouth. Boss Zhou, Boss Li, you have to be careful. This material has been here for almost 10 years, no one dares to open. No one dares to open it, but I dare to open it. Li Jun was in a good mood, reached out and patted Guo Fengchuan's shoulder, and then stride towards other places. After observing for a while, he pointed to one of the stones. This piece, $120 million, I'll buy it. Hearing Li Jun's words, a person in charge soon came over. Is this boss sure he wants to buy this piece of material? You have to know that the number 1 hall is not open for a year, but I didn't expect it to open so soon today. Soon, many people were startled and gathered over this way. 120 million isn't a small amount anymore. Boss Zhou paid. Li Jun said to Zhou Bingkuan. When Zhou Bingkuan stepped out, many people were immediately talking. There was a large portion of them that had come here today for Zhou Bingkuan. I thought this youth was going to buy the stone, but it turns out that he is the treasure appraisal master that Zhou Bingkuan hired. Zhou Bingkuan lost stupid, looking for such a young man to help him identify the treasure. This is not enough to lose? Yes, this age, how many eyesight, and directly over did not how to observe, bought this stone. I think it is a charlatan. Guo Fengchen, even after seeing Li Jun's tactics, there are still a few worries on his face, said, Li boss, why don't you take a closer look, no need to rush to buy. Shui Sen Air is even more disdainful laugh up, shook his head and said, it seems that this boss Joe last year became the antithesis of the gambling world is very unconvinced, this year intends to once again set a record, just do not know 120 million, and ultimately will be able to return to the capital of a few pennies. Li Jun is too young, even the Jade King Yishao, at Li Jun's age, is just following the treasure connoisseur master to accumulate experience. One had to know that Yishao was a genius figure in the gambling world. It was hard for people to believe that Li Jun would have a high level of treasure appreciation. People can't look at each other, seawater can't be measured, I believe in Boss Li's treasure appreciation level, you guys don't understand at all. Zhou Bingkuan retorted. Said, directly handed over the check. After receiving the money, that manager's face is happy bloom. Anyone would not hate to send money to the god of fortune. Asked again, I wonder if you want a site decryption. Yes, of course. Li Jun said. Took a grease pencil from the staff next to him, drew a line on it and said, cut from here. All kinds of tools in the gambling city are complete, and the personnel are all professional. Soon, with the sound of the chainsaw, the $120 million priced wool was cut. The crowd immediately saw a watery green color, and with the light, you can see the inside. Knowledgeable veterans can tell that there are nearly 3 kilograms of jade inside. And cut out this piece is Emperor Green, that is 300 million, gross profit reached 200% more. Turned instantly earned 180 million. Zhou Bingkuan has laughed out loud. In contrast, just spoke out to mock those businessmen, have closed their mouths. It was just a blind cat catching up with a dead rat. Some people muttered, but it was obvious that the bottom was not so full. Even Shui Siener looked at Li Jun with a little more color. This kid has some skill. Do you want to continue cutting? The manager asked. No need. Li Jun finished and swept his gaze over the crowd present. The situation of this stone everyone has seen, there are at least 3 kilograms of jade inside, worth 300 million certainly no problem. And there are many unseen places below, if also cut out the jadeite, that can be earned. So 300 million, now I want to sell this material. Hearing Li Jun's words, the people present were dumbfounded. Just cut to sell, what is this situation? Zhou Bingkuan, on the other hand, instantly understood what Li Jun meant. Could it be that Li Jun wanted to use 180 million to keep snowballing, and when it rolled up to 1.5 billion, he would go and buy that stone emperor? I'll buy it. After a moment of silence, a fat man stood out. Indeed, according to what Li Jun said, this material 300 million, by a steady profit, do not buy is a fool. Hearing the other party open his mouth, the person who didn't have the time to open his mouth just now, instantly regretted a little. If I had known, I would not have hesitated. Wrote a check on the spot, immediately people pulled the material away. Next to a few bosses sighed, obviously some regret to start late. A few bosses do not need to chagrin, wait a moment, there is a surprise, said Li Jun toward the second piece of stone. Now, many people seem to understand Li Jun's intentions. Just some people laughed coldly, this kid is just a piece of blindfolded, want to use this method to make money, it is too arrogant, if the next piece of cut loss, it is very likely to be blood money. Yes, has won a piece of gambling, why not take the good? Li Jun pointed to the stone, said, this I buy, and this. 3 in a row, spent the 300 million just arrived. Caught. With Li Jun's order, a few pieces of stone were dissected on the spot. The second piece of material opened out, although it is not imperial green, but it is also glass seed, worth 150 million. Although not as good as the first piece, the gross profit also reached 150%. The third piece was a piece of dragonstone seed. The fourth piece was a top-quality violet. Li Jun sold them all on the spot to the merchants present, directly earning over $700 million. Only Li Jun didn't have the intention to stop and bought 7 more pieces of material in the twinkling of an eye. Another piece of glass seed imperial green appeared. By the time the 7 pieces of material were opened, surprisingly all hit, not a piece of money loss. 1.5 billion also came to hand. Next to the manager's faces green, know that this time encountered a master. Hurriedly people to report to the boss. And at this moment, Li Jun took a bunch of checks and put them in front of the manager, pointing to the stone emperor. I'll buy this piece. Do you want to decipher the stone? The manager's throat rolled a bit and asked. No, we'll just ship it away. Li Jun was already sure that this stone emperor would definitely not lose money. And at this time, Zhou Bingquan has admired Li Jun and really raised his eyebrows. Today's matter, in the entire gambling world, are considered a legend. Zhou Bingquan made a phone call, and soon a professional team came. This is exactly yesterday Zhou Bingquan specially entrusted a friend to contact a transportation company. They are responsible for transporting the material to the airport, can ensure the safety of the material. Bayanan is too chaotic, just out of the gambling city material was robbed if things are not new. Zhou Bingquan can be said to be very thoughtful. Material loaded, Zhou Bingquan is also afraid of the night is long, and Li Jun and other people along with the escort material fleet left together, rushed to the airport. On the other hand, the gambling city. Blood Rose Shui Siener looked at Zhou Bingquan and the others who left in a hurry, her eyes flickering. Unexpectedly, Zhou Bingquan had invited an expert this time. It was just that Yi Xiao's goods were not that tasty to eat, and this rolled away nearly $3 billion from Yi Xiao, which was a bit greedy. Shui Siener played with the Jade bravery in her hand, and instructed the subordinate next to her, go and inquire, what people have been brought around this boss show. Shui Sen air in the south of the borderland of eyes and ears, soon the news will come. Underlings reported, boss, that Zhou Bingquan in addition to bringing 2 assistants, only took the youth responsible for treasure identification, namely Jun. There is a bodyguard company's Duanya, nicknamed the head of the instructor, once in the department of 6 doors as an instructor, is said to have the strength of 1 against 100. Shui Siener sneered, I have heard of this Duanya, he is quite famous in the Chuzhou area. Speaking here, a few points of contempt were revealed in her tone, just this point of hands, even I am not as good as, let alone compared to Yi Xiao. Chapter 38 Yi Xiao is here. After leaving Gambling City, Zhou Bingquan and the others followed the caravan and quickly rushed towards the airport. Only when the convoy went to a remote section, the road ahead was suddenly blocked by a large fallen tree. Zhou Bingquan's face instantly became alert. The big tree appeared strangely, be careful. The words fell, then commanded people to go down to move the tree away. Car just stopped, see from all sides, out of countless figures. They had really encountered robbers. Li Jun also followed closely and stepped down from the car. Only to see that the road ahead has been blocked, are wearing black clothes of strong man, probably more than 30 people, hands are holding a gun. After seeing these people, Zhou Bingquan's face instantly sank and asked, what kind of people are you? In the face of Zhou Bingquan's question, the leader of a middle-aged man, his face showed a teasing color. And Guofengchun walked up and said in a low voice, "This person's name is Ink Wolf, he is a general under the Jade King Yishao. It seems that Yishao wants to eat black, today is bad." Li Jun looked at the leading middle-aged man and saw that his neck was nearly twice as thick as the average person. It means that he belongs to the kind of people who are naturally strong, and he should be practicing external kung fu, close to the peak of Mingjin, a little bit worse than Duanya. Just heard Guofengchun said with a bitter face, "Mo Wolf, this matter has nothing to do with me, I just help transport stones, please let me go." That middle-aged man, however, laughed out, "Boss Gua, you are also an old man, today my boss, since my boss is out, naturally I can't leave anyone alive, otherwise it will spread out, who would dare to come to my boss to gamble on the stones, my boss's reputation is ruined. If you want to blame it on your bad luck." When Zhou Bingkuan and the others heard this, the ins and outs had been clarified. Yi Xiao is a person who really can't afford to lose. At this time the leader in charge of escorting the stone came out. "Ink Wolf, a trip to escort is the responsibility of our Red River Company. I, Red River Company, have cooperated with your boss Yi many times. Please, for the sake of Red River Company, how about getting out of the way? My Red River Company will remember this favor." Mo Wolf looked at the Red River Company's leader and said in a cold voice, "What is the Red River Company? In front of our boss Yi, how can it have any face?" That Red River Company's leader, his eyes couldn't help but flash a few moments of anger. "Is it possible that you guys think that my Red River Company is really easy to bully?" Saying that, he directly took out a pistol from his pocket and aimed it at Mo Wolf's position. "Mo Wolf, you'd better get out of the way, otherwise it's not certain who the deer will die." Just as the words fell, Mo Wolf violently threw out his sleeve, and a cold aura flew out from his hand. Bang! In the next moment, a triangular shuriken was inserted in the center of that leader's eyebrow. Blood flowed down the center of his brow, and then the entire person fell straight to the ground. In this instant, chills rose in everyone's hearts, and a look of horror appeared in their eyes. The darts were surprisingly faster than bullets. I heard that there was a team under Yi Xiao that was very powerful and specialized in doing unseemly things for Yi Xiao. The one who came this time should be this team. The people in Baianan had more or less heard the legend about Yi Xiao, they just hadn't seen it with their own eyes. They didn't quite believe it on weekdays, but this scene just now really stunned them. Chills rose in the hearts of the people as these words were exited. If the rumors were true, even if the escort team was equipped with guns, I'm afraid it wouldn't change the ending. The members of the Red River Company who were responsible for escorting the transportation next to them, their bodies began to tremble. They were just escorting a stone, who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing and take their lives inside? Zhou Bingkuan's heart sank even more. He had long known that the south of the border was chaotic, mixed with dragons and snakes, killing people and goods. So he hired the Red River Company to escort. They all have guns in their hands and think it is foolproof. Who would have thought that Yi Xiao's men were so terrifying? Subconsciously, he couldn't help but look towards Duanya next to him. Duanya was the instructor of Department 6, and it was said that he could not only grab white blades with his empty hands, but also grabbing guns with his empty hands was child's play. "Gentlemen, aren't you somewhat not putting me, Duanya, in your eyes?" At this time, Duanya opened his mouth indifferently, stepping forward a few steps and looking straight at Mo Wolf, with a few moments of subdued aura on his face. "Boss Show is the person I want to protect, I hope you can give face to get out of the way, otherwise, don't blame me for Duanya's ruthlessness." Saying that, Duanya also pulled out a gun in his hand. "Although your darts are powerful, they may not be faster than my gun." Mo Wolf he laughed, "Who did I think it was? It turns out to be the instructor of Chu State, I have heard a lot about you. But come over to the south of the border, it is not your turn to be arrogant." Said, raised his hand, 3 cold light straight to Duanya. "Be careful!" Zhou Bingkuan exclaimed. Other people's hearts were also raised. Just now, Ink Wolf had just flung his hand like this, and the fleet captain had died. However, the next moment, only bang, 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 3 gunshots were heard. The 3 darts were hit when they were flying halfway and fell directly to the ground. Duanya said indifferently, "I said, your darts may not be as fast as my gun, not to mention throwing 3 at a time, even if you throw 10, I can still knock them off. Since you can't be helped by distant attacks, let me take a lesson in the teachings of boxing." Mo Wolf's words fell, and his body shot out like a cannonball, quickly rushing towards Duanya. Duanya knew that like Mo Wolf such an expert, the gun cannot hit him, simply directly put the gun away. At the same time, his feet stomped on the ground, and his body was like a spring, so he directly jumped up and met Ink Wolf with a fist. Duanya is worthy of being the instructor of Department 6. First, he and Mo Wolf had a fist fight, and then immediately turned his fist into an elbow and smashed it down, and even the air came out with a whistling sound. Mo Wolf is also an expert who has experienced the battlefield for a long time. A punch failed to succeed, immediately turned into defense. Duanya gained momentum and attacked Mo Wolf with elbows and knees like a wild wind and rain. Mo Lang didn't put Duanya in his eyes at the beginning, but now he had already fallen into a disadvantage. Especially Duanya's Kung Fu is a combination of Chinese martial arts, Muay Thai, and many must-kill techniques. He was able to beat Mo Wolf back and forth, and was only able to fight back, but had no power to fight back. Seeing that Duanya had the upper hand, everyone on Zhou Bingquan's side breathed a sigh of relief. Hiring Duanya as a bodyguard, this $1 million wasn't spent in vain. Duanya is the instructor of Department 6. After retiring from the army, he founded a bodyguard company and protected many famous tycoons, so it seems that today there is no danger. Zhou Bingquan laughed, in an extremely good mood. Li Jun also nodded. Ink Wolf is only close to the peak of Mingjin, while Duanya is already the peak of Mingjin. This is the gap in the realm. On top of that, Duanya had a combination of various boxing techniques, and he seemed to have more combat experience than Mo Wolf. This battle was indeed won by Duanya. Sure enough, in the next second, only a bang was heard, and Mo Wolf was directly sent flying backwards more than 3 meters, with blood at the corner of his mouth. Mo Wolf, you are called Boss Ye's #1 warrior, but it seems that you are not that good. Being beaten up like this by an instructor in the district, you are really disgracing us by Yan'an people. At this time, a pleasant voice rang out. Only to see the twisting water snake waste of the blood rose Shui Xianer appeared, followed by a few subordinates. Seeing Shui Xianer appear, the faces of many people in the arena changed. Shui Xianer was notorious for being black-hearted and ruthless, eating people without spitting out bones. And at this moment, Duanya was furious at his words and said in a chilling voice, "District head teacher? What, you Blood Rose want to learn about my strength? I've heard that your Blood Rose's hands are extraordinary, let's see if you can withstand a few punches from me," said Duanya, moving his fists, revealing a bit of wariness. As he had been in the Jianghu, he naturally knew of Shui Xianer's great name. However, having just defeated Ink Wolf, he was just at the right time to be as energized as he could be. Shui Xianer lightly laughed. "Duanya, it's not that I, Shui Xianer, look down on you, you're not my opponent at all. But today, I, Shui Xianer, am just here to watch the fun, so naturally, someone else will deal with you. I just pity Li Jun, such a genius in stone gambling. If it wasn't for the fact that it was Yi Xiao who was offended, I would have really wanted to take you under my wing." Shui Xianer gazed at Li Jun in the crowd. She was really regretting that in the border zone, if she could hold such a stone gambling genius in her hands, it would be like having a treasure pot. Hearing Shui Xianer's words, Duanya frowned. Could it be that there were still experts? And right at this moment, he only saw Mo Wolf in front of him suddenly kneel on one knee. "Boss, Missouri Wolf is incompetent, please take action." Yi Xiao? The faces of everyone present changed. Yi Xiao had actually come in person. Just at this moment, only to see the people in front actively parting a path. A gentlemanly man in a white tracksuit walked out. Chapter 39, One-on-One? Seeking 5-star favorable reviews. Yi Xiao was in his 40s, wearing a pair of eyeglasses and looking svelte. He had his hands in his pockets and was quietly looking at Duanya. "Are you the instructor?" Duanya was on guard at the moment. A man's name, a tree's shadow, Yi Xiao was famous for more than just his gambling methods, but also his own kung fu. It is said that he studied under the elder of the White Horse Temple, and when he rose to prominence, he had a bloody journey, didn't know how much blood was on his hands, and stepped on white bones to get where he is today. I've long admired Boss Ye's great name. I didn't think that on this trip to the south of the border, I would have the honor of fighting with Boss Yi, so it really wasn't a wasted trip. Duanya's eyes rose a few points of wariness. "Let's do it. I don't like to be long-winded. Anyway, today you are all going to die," Yi Xiao said indifferently. "I have to say that there is some madness." Duanya took a deep breath and made a defensive posture. Facing Yi Xiao, he didn't dare to attack first. Because attacking first means revealing the cracks first. Next to Zhou Bingquan, Guo Fengchun and the others' hearts were raised. Knowing that this battle would determine the lives of everyone present. Yi Xiao didn't have that much to worry about. Seeing that Duanya did not take the initiative to attack, he directly threw out his sleeves and stepped his feet on the ground as if he was drifting and instantly attacked Duanya. The speed was extremely fast, like a snake moving through the grass, his feet sticking to the ground and sliding directly over. Seeing Yi Xiao strike, Li Jun couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Duanya and Yi Xiao, they were not even at the same level. Duan Cliff is afraid that he won't even last 5 moves and will lose. Jun Li said. Hearing this, Wu Fengchun, Zhou Bingquan and the others all looked towards Jun Li. At this time, everyone wanted Duanya to win. After all, Duanya had more than 20 lives on his shoulders, and for Jun Li to say such words made them feel uncomfortable. The assistant next to Li Jun who came all the way here with them couldn't help but open his mouth. Boss Li, although you are good at betting on stones, you don't know anything about martial arts. Duanya is so powerful that he can definitely beat the ass out of this Yi Xiao. On the other hand, Shui Xianer smiled and said, you kid is not only accurate in reading stones, I didn't expect that you are also quite accurate in reading martial arts. That Duan Cliff's strength is too different from Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao can beat him to death with one hand. In this way, if you promise not to say anything about today's matter and serve me in the future, I can ask Boss Yi for a favor and leave you a little life. How about that? You are not worthy. Li Jun said indifferently. What did you say? Shui Xianer almost stormed off on the spot. She felt that at a moment like this, when she was willing to save Li Jun's life, Li Jun should be grateful to her. Just like a dog that was about to starve to death, if you threw over a bone, wouldn't it wag its tail at you? But Li Jun went so far as to say that he wasn't worthy. Kid, you're really killing yourself. I won't save you even if you kneel down and beg me later on. However, at this moment, Duanya had already faced off with Yi Xiao. Only to see Yi Xiao directly punching Duanya. And Duanya crossed his arm to block. Only a bang was heard, and under the punch, Duan Cliff was directly blasted backward 3 steps in a row, and his face turned a few shades of white. In the next moment, he took the initiative to attack Yi Xiao, and hissing sounds came out of his mouth, as if he was giving himself courage. However, Yi Xiao only lightly sidestepped and dodged his attack. Then a vicious knee slam. Bang! Like a hammer blow. Duanya's body instantly flew 5 meters away and smashed on the ground, a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth and he couldn't get up after struggling for a few times. At once, the surroundings were quiet. Duanya, who was so powerful just now, was actually knocked out of the fight by the other party in 2 moves. Especially Zhou Bingquan, Wu Fengchun and the others, their hearts were like ashes in an instant. Duan Cliff's defeat meant that their lives were gone. Yi Xiao didn't even look at Duanya who fell on the ground, but his eyes directly looked at Li Jun in the crowd. You're the one who rolled up my $3 billion of wealth? You are really bold, but unfortunately, my Yi Xiao's money is not that easy to earn, you need to take life to spend it. Today you, and Zhou Bingquan, Wu Fengchun, all of you will die. Zhou Bingquan and the others beside him were pale and had fallen into despair. As for those escorts of the Red River Company, their bodies are even shaking, and it is obvious that they cannot count on it. Don't look, no one can help you, kid. Just now I gave you the opportunity to live, you don't know how to cherish it, now you regret it. Unfortunately, even if you kneel down and beg me, I won't help you plead for mercy. Shui Xianer had a sneer on her face. I admit that you are indeed very capable, but you didn't recognize yourself and blocked your only way to live. I can only say that you are to blame. Beside them, Shui Xianer's group of subordinates also revealed looks of pity. This kid just now dared to say that our boss Shui is not worthy. He really thinks that knowing how to gamble on stones makes him great, and now that he has annoyed boss Shui has completely given up on him. It's really pathetic. One must have self-knowledge, or else it's useless to regret. That is, if he was willing to beg the water boss before, will be 2 different endings. Zhou Bingquan sighed, Boss Li, in fact, it is me who dragged you down, but also blame us for being too greedy. Shui Xianer looked at Li Jun playfully. Kid, weren't you wild just now? Weren't you very proud? Why don't you say anything now? If you'd been that wild, I'd still respect you as a man, but now that you've turned weak, it's really something to look down on. Are you regretting it? Unfortunately, the world doesn't sell pills of regret. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, was obviously not as talkative as Shui Xianer, and just coldly glanced at the crowd before waving his hand. Behind him, a group of juniors had their guns loaded in their hands, ready to start a massacre. And right at this moment, Li Jun suddenly laughed. Silly woman, what do you know? When these words were exited, Shu Wei Xianer's face suddenly became ugly. Even Yi Zhao's face froze a little. It was only Li Jun's next words that dazzled the crowd even more. Only to see him pointing at Yi Zhao's nose, one-on-one. Chapter 40, 3, 2, 1, Seeking 5 Stars. In an instant, the field was plunged into silence. Everyone was stunned as they looked at Li Jun, who spoke out. Surprisingly, he wanted to go one-on-one with Yi Xiao. This was too much out of everyone's expectation. Just as quickly, the crowd shook their heads and sighed. Li Jun wanted to beat Yi Xiao. How was this possible? Instead of expecting Jun Li to win against Yi Xiao, it would be better to expect a thunderbolt to suddenly fall from the sky and strike Yi Xiao to death. The chances were better. Jun Li, it's useless, even Duanya can't stop Yi Xiao for 3 moves. You're just making a fool of yourself by going out, Zhou Bingkuan said with a desperate voice. In his opinion, Jun Li was just in a life and death situation and was not willing to die like this, so he came out to challenge Yi Xiao. Just wanted to use this to stall for time and wait for the chance of life to come. There was actually nothing wrong with this approach, but Jun Li had forgotten one thing: this was in Baianan. Yi Xiao only had his hands in the air, and there would be no one to save them at all. So Li Jun's behavior didn't change anything at all. Yi Xiao was like the god of death and had already decided their life and death. Guo Fengchun and the others beside them also shook their heads, while Li Jun faced the mocking contempt as well as disdain of the people around him. His expression was bland. Also turned back and smiled at Zhou Bingkuan. Boss Zhou, believe me, spending $1 million to hire Duanya is not your wisest choice. Your wisest choice is to bring me to the land of Baianan. After saying that, his eyes looked straight at Yi Xiao and asked, do you dare? Next to him, Guo Fengchun couldn't stand it anymore. Jun Li, don't struggle unnecessarily. Yi Xiao can poke you to death with a single finger. Shu Wei Xianer's eyes, on the other hand, were filled with pity. It was like watching a mole cricket trying to wield its pincers before being stomped to death with its feet. It was pathetic and ridiculous. Li Jun, are you especially regretting now that you refused the opportunity one gave you before? If you were willing to kneel down and beg me now, and willingly become my follower in the future, I can still plead with Boss Yi to spare your life, Shu Wei Xianer said. To be honest, a talent like Li Jun was a treasure pot in her eyes. However, Li Jun simply ignored her. It made Shu Wei Xianer's teeth itch. Humph! This brat deserved to die. Many people in Yi Zhao's camp burst out laughing. Am I hearing this right? This kid wants to fight the boss one-on-one. Is this knowing that he's going to die so he still wants to struggle a bit? It's also really pathetic. A gambling genius should have had a rich future. I didn't think that before he could enjoy it, he would be made to die. It's also his fault that he doesn't know how high and mighty he is. He even wants to win the boss's money. Isn't this looking for death? Boss Shu Wei gave him another chance. He even refused. Is this because he feels that bowing down to a woman is a bit humiliating? On the verge of death, he still wants to hold on to his pathetic self-respect. It's really ridiculous. At this time, Duanya covered his chest and staggered up from the ground with a bitter smile on his face. Jun Li, resign yourself to your fate. Even I am not Yi Xiao's opponent. How can you possibly beat Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao, on the other hand, just looked faintly at Li Jun, who stood out. To his eyes, Li Jun did not look like an expert at all. His footsteps were weak, his body was flabby, and he did not have a bit of the essence that a martial artist should have. Such a person even said that he wanted to fight with himself one-on-one? He said in a cold tone, you are not worthy to fight me. Facing this Jade King Yi Xiao, who had crossed the border, Li Jun was equally calm and terrifying. He smiled faintly and said, if you are not worthy, you will know if you have fought. Don't think that if you have some strength, you will look down on the heroes of the world. In fact, in my eyes, you are not worthy of my hands, just you have to provoke me. Then I declare that the Jade King, Yi Xiao, is already a corpse. Yi Xiao couldn't help but be exasperated and laugh at his words. Oh, you really dare to say anything? Originally, I was too lazy to take care of a mole like you, but since you said so, then I will reward you with a chance to die by my hand. You stole my lines again. Li Jun sighed. This Yi Xiao is a bit unrecognizable. Next to him, Guo Fengchun whispered, it seems that Jun Li has gone to great lengths to force Yi Xiao to make a move with him, but just what's the use? Stalling for this amount of time, and can't wait for reinforcements. Zhou Bingkuan shared the same feeling. It's a pity, if Li Jun's martial arts is half as good as his gambling skill, we don't have to die. Yi Xiao, do it, don't be so slow, I have a plane to catch. Li Jun is a bit impatient. Since you have to do it with me, I will give you a chance. I am standing here without using my hands. If you can break my defense, I will spare your life. Yi Xiao said confidently. Li Jun heard this and had a surprised expression. How could there be such a good thing? This guy was too pretentious. It seemed that Yi Xiao didn't put Li Jun in his eyes at all and was completely trying to tease him. I'm afraid that Yi Xiao could beat Duanya even without using his hands, and a player like Li Jun would only be scratching an itch if he punched 100 times on someone. Xu Wei Xianer said. And Li Jun had rolled up his sleeves at this moment and walked directly to Yi Xiao's body. In a serious manner, he said, I'll give you a chance to back out, otherwise you won't have a chance once I strike. Yi Xiao shook his head. No need, you can't break my defense even if I stand here. This is what you said. Saying that, Li Jun stretched out 3 fingers. I'm going to strike on the count of 3, get ready. 3, 2, 1.